projects into PulseChain, we will be way ahead of Ethereum because of the fees. And as Richard Hart said, there's a lot of projects which is currently in Ethereum which are failing. They will probably move to Pulse due to the fees. So if we look at the Indian subcontinent, for example, there's a lot of projects which is currently in Ethereum which are failing. They will probably move to Pulse due to the fees. So if we look at the Indian subcontinent, for example, look at for the people over there who have lost money to pay that much of fees or adopt onboarding, they would adopt PulseChain for developing. Look at, for example, the project that's going on to Pulse, which is Merkle, which is going to adopt on-chain, make them interoperable with each other. That would work on Pulse for people who are unable to invest by $1,000, depending on what they can afford to pay. It will work on PulseChain, but it's not going to work on Ethereum. It's not going to work on Solana. It's not going to work on Cardano. It's not going to work on Trezor. And different reasons behind it. PulseChain is something that's going to work for the second and third world countries. That's my opinion. And just to be honest, because I don't want my special advice, whatever it is, let me know your thoughts.
How is the audio on my side? Can you hear my audio? Let me know if you can hear my audio in the chat, and how it's affecting the background audio of people speaking. Trying to fix the audio for anybody who's in the chat.
It's not money. It's not real. So that's why we have a learning curve. I call it a learning curve. Liberates people from because it's cheap and used in the world country. I don't believe so. I believe it will be used more in the advanced country than the third world country. Because again, money like to be treated well. And if I'm doing a lot of transactions on the Ethereum network, in the span of a week, that I move hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'm paying a shitload of money in terms of gas fees. I would definitely move my money and my transactions on PulseChain. But here's the kicker. I need to have lots of protocols on PulseChain because I like my DeFis, I like my NFTs, I like my auto staking, I like meme coins, So the question becomes how fast these protocols will jump on PulseChain before we have that blossom environment over there. That is the question.
I think it's going to be faster than we would imagine, for different reasons. Not the Indian subcontinent is so huge and so big. Not all of them are aware of it, but certain areas where they have the IT hubs, they spread the words to their families because they're very family oriented in a way. Well, all of us should be family oriented in a way, but yeah. They spread the word so fast, things happen so fast that it blows up in a way that you wouldn't imagine. TCP, I could tell you for a fact, people in Dubai speak about Richard Hart highly.
I understand. I live in Dubai. I am in Dubai. I understand.
Okay, cool.
I understand. But the majority of the people still like.
All right, just a second. I think I gotta readjust my screen share settings.
Let's see.
It's a drop in the ocean compared to the Indian subcontinent. It's like
so Dubai
in the US. It's a simple
Dubai. Just a reference. So Dubai is like the size of Miami, right? Probably more in the Middle East, right?
Yeah.
So when you speak about people in the city of smaller, like in Miami, surrounded by a geopolitical, ideological tsunamis left and right, I don't see huge potential onboarding lots of people when it comes to time versus outcomes, so to speak. So think of it this way. Would you spend your time, if I give you 10 days and I want you to onboard people to PulseChain, what would be your strategy? Would you onboard one well? You spend the 10 days to convince one well to onboard to PulseChain, or would you open and knock all the doors in Dubai and try to onboard as many people as you can? What would you do?
Okay. TCP,
Let me
you
know in the
live
chat if
Dubai.
the
How many
audio
years
is
have
better.
you been living in Dubai?
2 years now.
Okay. You probably heard about Al-Falasi family.
Yeah.
One of them. And
Okay.
from my family, I onboarded 10 people, and each one of them have invested 6-digit figures. And those 10 people from my brothers have spread the word. And we reached up to the next level of Al-Falasis, which they invested money too.
That is nice. That is nice. But
Yeah.
again,
So
my question was,
so what
if you
I'm
want
trying to
to
say is,
leverage,
it
the
doesn't matter how
environment
small
and
the
time.
country. It
No,
doesn't
I'm not
matter
talking
how
about the
small.
country. I'm not talking about,
No,
dude, Dubai is
I
not even
understand,
country.
but
Dubai is
Hey,
it's
just a
the
everyone.
city.
mass
Really,
of money that goes into Pulse.
That's exactly what I'm asking. We need to construct a formula that leverage the use of time in onboarding people, and be really targeted. If I give you 10 days and I put you in an environment that has so many rich people, would you spend your time onboarding an average Joe on the street that's barely going to move the needle? Or would you onboard whales to the blockchain that is going to move the needle, actually make the water move? In my opinion, we need to have that strategic thinking of, okay, first of all, I'm speaking about a level of technology that's so sophisticated that if I'm going to spend a lot of time with average Joe, people on the street that are not tech savvy, probably is going to take me weeks. And if I'm onboarding people just because I'm giving them that, selling them the dream of becoming rich, I'm probably not doing it right, because probably it's going to backfire on me. So first thing first, we need to target it, a tech educated people who understand tech, people who are in the mix of the news, what's going on in the world. And these people are not really the norm in that environment, like here in this environment, this part of the region, of the world. After you identify that portion of, sect of the society, then you go and about searching about which one actually is willing to have that back and forth conversation when it comes to crypto. And from that, you can actually onboard people. You start with the tech, you start with the promises, you start with the whys, and then answer their questions, and finally onboarding them. What I'm trying to say here is that don't really count on massive onboarding because of poorer countries. They're gonna jump the blockchain, and because of that the blockchain will blossom. That's absolutely not what we want. And Richard Hart said it smartly. What we want an educated enough whales to move the needle. That's it, and the rest will follow. It's economy 101, my brother. It's not sophisticated.
Hi guys.
Totally understand, and I'm with you on it. And I totally understand that. But also, one of Richard Hart's motto is to pull people out of poverty, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right or wrong? And
Yeah,
that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, that's the byproduct. The byproduct. People will be financially free if they actually choose wisely. Remember, he's building, he's creating the environment. He's doing exactly whatever he can in order to give that to the people. But if the people actually start choosing willy-nilly, then they're going to end up in a bad situation. Richard Hart has absolutely nothing to do with that. In fact, if you look at what he's creating, and I'm not defending the guy, but I'm defending the genius behind him. Oh, not actually behind him, inside him, right? Take a look at what he's building right now. He's building the actual environment, which is layer one. That's going to be PulseChain itself, the network. He's forking Ethereum because Ethereum is test proven so far for several years now, and is smart contract leverage. And then he's creating the PulseX, which is the AMM. It's going to be the AMM on the PulseChain, and mark my words. Now he's creating the incentive token for the people to take their PulseX. So in other words, you don't need other protocols to live off of your Richard Hart creations. All what you need to do is to secure bags on Pulse, secure bags on PulseX, and literally you can live off of your PulseX simply by auto staking them, receive the incentive token. Even if the incentive token has no use case, you just dump it in the market, my friend, and pay your bills, take a vacation, do whatever you want. So in other words, he's creating what is needed by the community. Now, that doesn't say that is all. I'm sure hundreds, if not thousands, of protocols will be created on PulseChain. However, Richard Hart is not associated with them. So when you go and invest in these protocols, you are on your own, my friend. Do your own research. I'm hearing a lot of flashy news and flashy promises, but at the end of the day, you need to be very careful with the third-party protocols. I know there are so many smart people. Let's not label them, labeling them right away from the get-go as they are scams or bad, actors in the space. But they don't have a track record like Richard Hart. So if I have a guy like Vitalik comes on the PulseChain network and he launches a protocol, there's a track record I can go back and see. If there is someone who launches his DeFi on the PulseChain and he promises the moon, I'm going to be 10 times skeptical giving my money to that guy. So I just want to make that clear to everyone in this space. You guys, if you see anything flashy, even if there's a huge amount of marketing or a bunch of YouTubers talking about something, don't rush to that just because even you hear me talking about it. Do your own due diligence. At the end of the day, track records speak for itself.
Hey, TCP, those are excellent points, and it's actually a theorem in behavioral psychology called believability, right? And so if you have a track record, right, you at least have something to point back to and say this succeeded or failed. Here's why I think it. And so you're actually describing behavioral psychology principles in the statement that you just made in terms of looking at someone's track record or a project's track record or the founders, et cetera. And we have some new speakers in here as well. I just want to say hello to Hex is the Way and Mr. Wonderful. I see both of you have your hand up. I didn't quite catch who was first, so either one of you feel free.
I'm going to be very brief. What the gentleman TCB was just saying, it's pyramidal structured economics, supply side economics, old school George Bush type shit, right? The reality is, though it's taught in schools, though it's one-on-one basic shit, it doesn't work. So regarding accessing the people, they never get access. And then we create a whole new world, just like the last one, but based on crypto. And I think most of us here were probably a bit uncomfortable when you were speaking. Not I can't speak for everybody, but I was definitely uncomfortable. It was making me cringe, bro. But and I know you weren't trying to be weird with it. You were just giving us economics and basic economics, right? But the thing is, in America, we're taught individualism, and we're taught everyone has a chance to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps, and that only works when everyone has a fair shot. If everyone doesn't have a fair shot, then we're admitting that we're the problem, the elite. Not me. I don't mean me, but the people that are being accused of being predators are admitting they're predators when they're saying, and admitting they're creating the ghettos, which you just described as a whole allowing a whole class of people, essentially the king's responsible for the kingdom, right? So over here in America, that doesn't fly because guess what? To some degree, everyone gets a fair shot. Now in other countries, that flies and no one gives a damn. You see? So you essentially would be creating an environment further in crypto for which Satoshi wrote a whole white paper and made a whole concept to avoid happening. Is empowering the same people who were in power before, he died or went away, wherever. I don't want to be long-winded, but just over here in America, we're taught that every man, woman, and child has a chance to live free and prosper and pull themselves up by their bootstrap. And when you go out of your way to pander, I don't want to say that. I don't want to be rude to you, bro, but like when you go out of your way to enrich people at the top, so-called elite, then you're by definition boxing everyone else out. And you are in fact creating the very problems that you look down upon people for. You're putting them there. Supply side economics does not work. The trickle down effect does not work. It's a Ponzi scheme and it's fraud. Pardon me. Go ahead, John. HEX, go ahead.
Yeah,
I think we move on
I
to
agree. I agree with what he said. I just want to make a quick point before I step out real quick. Sorry, guys. So the average people, to me, will do a better job in promoting any projects than the rich people.
Already have.
Yes. So if you look at X, people who put in $1,000, $1,000, $2,000, $500, when they get rich, their success story will resonate to people out there than people who are already rich. That's one. And
spend the money.
Yes, and also
My bad.
yes, and also, if we look at most people in X doing YouTube videos now promoting X, majority of them didn't put anything over 20 grand. The rich people wouldn't, the millionaires that are already rich that invested in any project wouldn't come out doing videos promoting that project. They don't care. They don't even on the space. Most of them are not even on the space. They don't have time for this. So it's the average people all over the world that will appreciate what a project did for them, which is PulseX coming, PulseChain coming, X is already in existence, and will go out and do a video telling people how they came from nothing to something, and that will resonate with everybody. That's one point I want to make. My second point is this. PulseX and PulseChain are going to do amazingly well. We all know that. But if you ask me, PulseChain is going to do better. The reason why I'm saying that is this. There are going to be other tokens, coins, token, whatever, establishing on PulseChain blockchain. And all these tokens, projects that will be establishing on PulseChain blockchain, they will be using PulseChain as a currency to transact on PulseChain network. This is why we see Ethereum does way better than Uniswap, and this is why we see BNB Smart Chain does way better than PancakeSwap. So don't let's sugarcoat anything. Both project is ours. We love them. They're going to do extremely well. But we can see from the past experience of other projects that has blockchain behind them, people will definitely come and establish. It's like they will come and rent in your building. They will rent an apartment in your building, and they will be paying you rent. And each person they bring into that apartment to come and stay with them will also be paying you rent. Each time they go out and come in buying food and order, they're going to be paying you rent. So we can't beat that. Don't let sugarcoat anything. PulseX is beautiful. It's going to do amazingly well. We are going to get rich from it. PulseChain is going to do the same thing too. But if you ask me which one is going to do better, is PulseChain, period. It could do better it could start moving faster in the next 1 year, depending on how many people come onto the blockchain to establish projects. But on the long run, it's surely clear that it's going to do quite well. So I'm going to step down, guys. You guys are doing an awesome job. I love every one of you guys here. What you are doing is extremely unique. And what you are doing is onboarding new people into this project. And as you can see already, even with the sacrifice fees, we have 90-something thousand on PulseX alone. So this is just gonna keep going. And as time goes on, people are gonna keep knowing about crypto, and obviously they're gonna keep investing more into the blockchain, and we are just gonna keep growing. So I appreciate every one of you guys. Thanks for letting me speak.
Hey, Dr. Pat, mad love for you. Thanks for hopping in the space and sharing your perspective, man. Always good to hear it. Hex is away. What's going on?
Oh, thanks for allowing me to speak. And this is a great space so far. I really am concerned about people pulling a financial litmus test in order to invest into crypto. To me, I'm coming from an abundance mindset. So yeah, it'd be great if somebody bought $1 billion worth of HEX today, but they will come. HEX is such an amazing product that the rich people will figure it out, and generally they figure it out too late, and they're going to buy our more expensive bags. That's fine. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm in no rush to retire in a month or two from HEX gains or for Pulse or PulseX gains. I want to see something happen on a large scale, which is more like a financial revolution or a financial protest, where we get a lot of people involved and potentially millions and millions and millions of people. And yes, eventually those people will equal, a whale, or 1,000 of them will equal a whale, but we don't comprehend what somebody can bring to the table. Kind of like what Mr. Wonderful said. When I got into crypto, I got in for free, and I wasn't bringing any fiat dollars on the table. So to me, I was a net negative, right? I was just getting my free crypto, but eventually I get it. I understand the system. I invest more. I put in, I work. I become more, let's say in the real world, I become more wealthy, and then I bring more to the table. So we can never estimate, even somebody getting a free pulse, what's going to happen when they realize that this system truly works and it builds wealth. And potentially, like, let's put into example, Rackham Rochelle. Everybody's like, wow, this guy, he's a billionaire, he's a whale, he's pushing things. He can make the HEX price go up. That guy was homeless, okay? So think about that. We could get a homeless person into HEX, and they could become a billionaire, and they could push the price of PulseX up. I mean, we have no comprehension as to what the future will be. And I like to think about time as with an abundance mindset as well. I love the fact that some people are going out and trying to find rich people and getting them into crypto. But for me, my passion is to bring in the people who can benefit the most from crypto by using the system to conquer the inflation that we have right now. Because I get it, because I'm from a big family. You make the same amount of money for 2 decades, and eventually you're struggling. You used to be okay, now you're struggling. So I would say I would be mindful that we as a community have enough people that we could literally just talk to anybody we want. If they want it, they do. And kind of like what HEX ORCA said, you don't have to spend hours with the people. You can kind of figure out and say, okay, he's not quite ready yet, but at least share a little bit, and they don't have to become a HEX expert. We can talk with them for 6 months as they go on their HEX journey, and they start to see gains, and they start to realize that this could be life-changing for them. Some of my onboards, I'm still teaching them 6-7 months later. That's okay. I have time here and there to talk with them. So I look at my time as an abundance, basically mindset as well, that maybe I don't have 2 hours for every person now, but over the course of time, I can definitely help out where I can. And as a community, if we do that, even to the little guy, we might get 20 million or 200 million wallets. And eventually, those people could believe in HEX a lot more than a whale who's going to dump on us. And maybe perhaps they work for 3, 5, 10 years and they're putting into the system the entire time. So they're a net positive to the system versus one guy that puts in a bunch and then dumps on our heads a year or two later when it goes up. So we have no clue who's going to be a great person for the system, because they can always change their mind, their life, their situations in life could change. And I would say let's be open-minded. Let's invite everybody. You know, I'm not going to say, oh, Africa's full of poor people, I'm not going to get anybody in Africa into PulseChain. No, there's rich people everywhere, but crypto is actually what can unlock the freedom that we're seeking, right? That's the dollar, all these different countries and all their finances are messed up. And if people realize there's a better way, they're going to enter into it. Hopefully they're going to use it. And the more they use it, the more it's going to spread virally. And it's just like selling like potato chips or a soda, right? Like we don't make money from selling one of them, but by selling millions and millions and billions of them. And yeah, I think HEX is for everybody. I think this cryptocurrency thing can take somebody like me who had no savings to somebody who has tons of money invested into it over the course of time. So I would say, yeah, let's all be open-minded and allow everybody the chance, because you never know who these people are going to be. And I get DMs from people that are so thankful after a little course of time that they're just so impressed that we spend the time with them. So I just leave it that way and yield the floor.
I just want to make my
Jesus
point clear here, because I think my point got misunderstood. All right. When I mentioned the whales example, I was referring to what actually moves the needle when it comes to you looking at the graph. Let's take a Bitcoin, for example, or let's take any successful cryptocurrency for that matter. When you see the graph goes up, that means one thing. That means the more money comes in, less money goes out. And when you see big jumps in a price, usually that happens when big backs are coming. Now, that's nothing has nothing to do with discrimination against little guys who are just like, have a little amount of money, just want to invest and make good money for themselves. I didn't mention that, didn't say that. I only was referring to the actual what moves the needle. Let's take any company today, not even in a crypto industry. Let's take any company today. The first thing first that they do, brainstorming, they do the structure, come up with a nice idea. And what is the very next thing that they do? Go seek VC's investments. They have to raise money in order to continue. Now, the idea that I was after, would you go raise money? Will it be better to raise money from a small amount of people at the beginning to help everybody else? Or would you spend years just going after small amount of backs to achieve the same results? It is time factor here. I'm not referring to poor versus wealthy guy, people. Absolutely not. But always, even if you can go back and refer to Richard Hart himself. He said it very clearly. I'm not saying something new here. The guy that we actually invest in his project, he believes in this 100%. This is nothing to do with liberating people and bringing people every Joe on the ship with us. Absolutely not. In fact, I love this. That's why I'm educating people about PulseX and PulseChain and HEX, because I want people to not miss out on this amazing opportunity. But here's the thing: the reality still is that When you have whales jump on a project, they literally push the price up, benefiting everyone. What do you think when you see, like, the graph goes up, where do you think that comes from? It doesn't come from a thin air. It doesn't come from someone who throw $100. It comes from people who are throwing hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, it depends on how big the project is and whether it's in its infancy or not. But usually big money matters. And if you're smart enough, you can actually strategically target this big money at the beginning, so it will benefit everybody else down the road. Now, big whales may dump their money, of course. Think of it this way. We don't know the OGs, who behind the OGs when it comes to that.
TCP. Here's an example. Have you ever looked at Internet Computer Protocol? It's a venture capitalist funded cryptocurrency. All the big names were in it. Coinbase sponsored it too. They put it on Coinbase. And guess what it did? Every little person who got into that thing got wrecked. They got dominated and destroyed by the big guys. So I see what you're getting at. Like, you want the price to go up as fast as possible, but I'm thinking a little bit longer term, man. I want to see HEX do something remarkable for the world. And I don't just want to pump it up and then, get out. Rackham Rochelle or somebody, Godwell pumped up the price from 18 cents to 28 cents in a couple buys. That's wonderful, but where is it right now? It's gone. It didn't affect the price in the long term. If we had 1 million people buying HEX during that time period, guess what would have happened? The price would have been stable. So I slightly disagree. I know what you're getting at, but I have a little bit longer term time horizon, and I love to see people get financial freedom, and I don't think the whales need that. And I think, although Richard Hart points to getting some big players involved, and he's working on that himself, and a lot of people are working that in that community. I think my role, and a lot of us roles, are to meet the people that we know, whether they're big or they're not big, and meet some new people around us. And so I can't chase down every billionaire and try to convince them into HEX right now. That's not really my role. But what I can do is touch certain people, and they got 100,000 in their 401k or 500,000, and you never know how much they're going to put in. They could become a whale in any of these systems if given a little bit of time. So I would just caution to just broaden your time horizon just a little bit, because certain people who have nothing could become very, 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 very powerful in the system. And we've seen that with HEX.
I agree with you. I believe, more people will benefit down the road. But again, if more of a big players jump out of the protocol, rest assured that graph will be upside down.
I just wanted to chime in here. I can't remember who was speaking about it earlier, but somebody gave their opinion on PulseChain outdoing PulseX, and I want to push back on that. I mean, obviously, I do believe, I'm not disagreeing with that opinion, but I am pushing back on it a little bit, because comparing PulseX to Uniswap, SushiSwap, PancakeSwap, it's comparing apples and oranges. We've never seen a DEX that has had $1 billion of liquidity locked up for it or sacrificed for it. We've also never seen a DEX that's truly deflationary. So it's really, you can't compare. Obviously, we've seen history and data tells us that the layer one constituent to the DEX usually outperforms the DEX. But in this case, we've never seen a yield farming opportunity that PulseX provide. It's going to be the best yield farming opportunity crypto's ever seen. That's just like hands down. And so I don't think that you can really say that PulseChain is going to outperform it, even though the DEX is part of the PulseChain. And I agree with what the gentleman was saying about how the ecosystem is going to attract more projects, more users, more liquidity, more devs. I agree with all those points. And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with the fact that PulseChain could outperform it, because it could. All I'm saying is that don't sleep on PulseX and how powerful it can be, because it's going to be something completely different. And I just wanted to throw that 2 cents in there.
I want to join forces with you, CryptoFit, and push with you. Dr. Park mentioned that the comparison between layer one, which is PulseCoin versus PulseX token, simply because you have so many protocols comes on the blockchain that doesn't make the actual coin of the blockchain much more lucrative against the AMM, because where are you going to set up all the pools for your protocols? In the inside, the AMM.
Exactly.
So all the swapping will be inside PulseX. And we all know what kind of amazing mechanism. I don't know if it's by by intention, Richard and his team did this, or it's by accident. But yes, protocols launch on PulseChain, but they're gonna be setting up their foundations, their pulse inside the PulseX.
Exactly. And I think I haven't dug further into this much, but K4K Crypto just tweeted like not even that long ago how, and again, to caveat this comment, I haven't looked into this yet. I literally just saw the tweet. And I just thought it was interesting. Is he's claiming that he's got some math showing that PulseX is twice as deflationary as PulseChain. So whether that's true or not, I still have yet to determine. I just saw the tweet, but I just want to throw that out there.
Oh, okay. Let me jump back in real quick. I totally understand everything you two just made mention of, but before we get to PulseS, when everything launched, before we get to PulseS to transact on PulseS, we have to go through PulseChain first. So I understand PulseS is deflationary, and with the new staking, to get that incentive token to transact and all that. Like I said, PulseS is gonna do beautifully well. They're gonna outrun PancakeSwap, Uniswap. But when it comes to PulseChain, that is a different beast entirely, and you guys have to understand that. I'm being realistic. Like PulseS could have as many sacrifice, way more than PulseChain. But when before the bridge open, you're gonna see a whole lot of people swap for PulseChain. They know why they're swapping for it. We could say whatever we want to say right now. Any transaction that is going to be happening on this ecosystem, on this network, on this blockchain that Richard Hart has established, will be using PulseChain as the transaction fee on all that platform. So I understand what you guys are saying, but I'm still gonna stand by my plan and by my idea that PulseChain is gonna do better than PulseS. How far is it gonna do better than PulseS? I can't say, because as we can see, we see how far Ethereum did better than Uniswap, and we saw how far Binance did better than PancakeSwap. But how far PulseChain is gonna do better than PulseS, I can't really pinpoint that, but I know PulseChain is going to be ahead. That's all I know. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Dr. Pat, thanks for jumping in and sharing your perspective. And I think, as we discuss some of these topics and the game theory, and it gets pretty deep, at the end of the day, we're speculating, right? We're having fun. We're speculating. I don't know if anyone really knows what's going to happen or what's going to perform better. But I think the beauty of it is, number one, we're having these discussions. And number two, you don't have to choose one or the other, right? You can choose a little bit of both. People that say own HEX, they're probably going to own Pulse. And people that own HEX and Pulse are probably going to own PulseX. And you're holding them and using them for different reasons. And so at the end of the day, one might outperform the other 1 year, and it might be like a horse race where they're trading off the lead, and who knows? But I just wanted to throw that out there, that at the end of the day, you have the ability to acquire both of these, right? Or all three of these types of assets. and they're going to do well at different times and for different reasons. And I know there's a hand up too, Cosmic Kid. What's going on?
Oh man, I got a rebuttals for both of you guys, man. I'm just hearing stuff. I'm like, I don't know. So for TCP, man, I don't know if you know, but the Godwell, he invested a small portion of Ethereum and got into Hex, and you know, a little bit of money can go a long way. That's all I'll say to that. And as far as Dr. Pat, uh, when we look at these type of tokens, man, and you talk about a person like K4K, any tokenomics people feel like they can abuse to get a better advantage, it's gonna be abused, right? So of course we can't say the buy and burn is gonna work because that's expecting profit, but you know, once we do see some price action, if people are gonna lose their freaking minds, and the fact that it's deflationary, it's not like Uniswap. It's very different tokenomics, man. So I really, really think you should put your bullish hat on for both of them, of course, but put the double bullish hat on for the PulseX, bro.
I agree. Like, you know, one piece of advice is just like, why are we even comparing? On them both. On them both.
Yep. I think that's a lesson that we all like. Why not spread? Like, what a beautiful ecosystem he's created. You literally have the ability now to spread your, you know, eggs even into more baskets. Now you get two chains to potentially use. I mean, what else could you ask for? And you're getting the copy just to be sure. Like, yeah, you'd be silly not to invest in all of them. I mean, just a little bit here, a little bit there, you know. So I agree.
Yeah, at the end
Okay,
of the day,
guys.
at the end of the day,
You guys are absolutely right. Funny enough, I never got to invest in PulseChain, to be realistic. Funny enough, I never knew about it. I never heard about it when the sacrifice was going on. But I got to sacrifice day one for PulseX, and I'm hoping and wishing, you know, the ratio price will be reasonable enough for me to swipe some of my pulses for post chain. At the end of the day, they're absolutely both going to do amazingly well, you know, especially with the history that Richard have, you know, not just by him creating a token in 2019, which is called X, and the token did well, but the fraud that came with that token, and him being able to leave so many body bags. I watch a whole lot of his videos with. He was just leaving body bags, and that's not enough proof for people to believe that this guy is a genius enough to create something that will change the world, and I don't know what anybody else is thinking. So I'm just glad to be here to be part of it, you know, and we just have to wait and see, you know, what the future tells. But at the end of the day, I know when everything happens like we hope for, we all will be in one room together somewhere in some country having fun, celebrating like the guys in X are doing right now. So I just look forward to a great, wonderful time with everyone when that time comes. Let me step down. Thanks, guys.
So there's
Sorry to interrupt. Crypto Fitness, Hex Orca, Dr. Pat, and TCP. Off to bed. Have a huge project tomorrow in the morning to do. So, good night, you all. Enjoy your evening and enjoy your morning wherever you are, or evening, afternoon, whatever it is. TCP, hit me up anytime. I'd love to meet you in Dubai. And take care.
appreciate you being in
likewise, man.
space, man.
Likewise.
Hey, take
Amazing.
care, you too, brother.
How will anyone be able to convince any big smart money to invest into Pulse and PulseX and Hex when the origin address
Is it just me, or did he get rugged?
I think he got rugged. And I was going to say real quick, and it kind of goes in line with this, talking about Godwell. I mean, Godwell has hundreds of thousands of Ethereum, and he got in way before 18 cents. I think he's the one that doubled the price from 1 cent to 2 cent. But not only was that Richard's favorite hexagon because he moved the needle, but the reason why he was also Richard's favorite person is because he staked it for 15 years. And so I do think there is importance of Wells, kind of like what TCP was saying, but I definitely agree with Hex is the way for sure, because you might not know a lot of high net worth individuals, and anybody that participates in our community, regardless of how big or small, is just as important as the next person. And I think that's how you get bigger players to see it. Like when somebody stakes $200 million for 15 years, that's a real lock. And like Richard says, like if you buy a house, you can sell it. You buy a T-bill, you can sell it. You buy a Bitcoin, you can sell it. But if you stake for 15 years, you have to stay. You have to be staked for at least 7.5 years just to get your principal back. And this guy's a well. He has Bitcoin. He's got hundreds of thousands of Ethereum, and he's got countless billions of Hex too. So what I would do is tell somebody like that, like, look what other people are doing with their money, and you can download Staker app. You don't have to buy their Staker app. It's free, and you can see the feed. And people are staking hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. And why are they doing that? And that's just a question that you have to ask. And once you know the answer, then you follow suit.
So usually what I've done to onboard a couple of people was to show them S charts. I said, hey, S started with 301 in December 2019, and look at where S chart is right now. And I'll pull out a calculator. I'll say, hey, if you were to put in $1,000 at 301, right now, this is what you will have. They'll be like, wow. And I'll be like, the funniest thing is the same guy that did this is coming out with a new project, which is PulseX and PulseChain. So if you have some loose money or some money you don't need in the next 1 or 2 years, you can just throw it in. And that's what everybody did. They just say, okay, they don't even want to know what the protocol is. They don't even want to know what the technicality is. They don't even want to know what other extra benefit that comes with it. They just say yes. And I'll be like, as a matter of fact, if you put in the money, when it launches, we could stake and earn more for our money by getting incentive token. So we don't even have to sell the PulseX, but sell the incentive token to do whatever we want. And they'll be like, oh, that's even better. So that is my own way that I use in onboarding people, and I don't do YouTube videos or anything, but I talk to people and I bring that into the picture, and I open up my phone, and they always tell me, oh, one of my friends was telling me about crypto, but I never pay him no mind. I never pay. Well, the way you explain it is quite different, because people like to see reality. They like to see something happening in real time. So when I open up my phone and I show them the charts, look at it. You see 301 as of today. Look at where it is. When it went up high, look at that was few weeks ago. Look at where it was. If you were to put in here, you will get this, you will get that. That's what people care about. Every other thing, long story. They don't want to hear it. So people that I've spoken to, especially, But anyway, let me step down.
Thank
Well,
you.
going on. Yeah, that was perfect, man. And I didn't mean to cut anybody off, but I think it goes back to what are they interested in? If they're interested and they're kind of techie, and TCP kind of seems like that, like dev, stuff like that, then you would probably talk to him about the technicals. If it's somebody that really likes games, you might talk to him about that. But if you've ever owned a business or ever worked for yourself or did real estate or anything like that, and you understand how the T-shares work, It'll be the smartest decision that you ever made of sweat equity versus just getting paid every day for holding a T-share. It's just a no-brainer.
A business with no expense. How cool is that?
That never takes a day off, doesn't get sick, doesn't need vacation time. I mean, they show up to work every day. Go ahead, Matt. Sorry, bro.
Oh no, you're all good. I was probably breathing a little heavy. You know, when I think about Hex, the thing that I can equate it to that I understand best, and I hope this is helpful for some other people listening in the chat, is when you own real estate, when you own rental properties, you have overhead, right? And your overhead is going to depend on how you acquired those rental properties, whether you paid them off in cash or whether you took out a mortgage on them. But any of the upkeep that's required, right? You have all of this overhead. And in Hex, your overhead is essentially a couple fees: a fee to get in, a fee to get out, right? A fee to stake, a fee to end stake. Other than that, yeah, they're like little employees for you that are going to work every single day. Skipper, like you said, they never call in sick. I mean, I'm certainly grateful that I found it. And HEX ORCA, I don't know if you're there. I know we got a lot of new people in the chat. If you just wanted to let them know up top, or if you want me to let them know about registering for the debate between Richard Hart and Peter Schiff on Wednesday. And otherwise, if anyone in the chat that's listening wants to come up and speak, this is a totally open space. We'd be happy to bring you up and hear what's on your mind. The only thing that we request is that everyone stay respectful, which we've all done so far. So thank you all for that. Otherwise, we'll take it back, and whoever wants to go next.
We do have quite a few people in here, so I just wanted to say thanks everybody for tuning in, and it's always more fun to hear more voices. So please, by all means, even if you've never spoken in here before, feel free to request the mic, and you can chat about anything. We typically talk a lot about crypto, and I think for me, there are things that are more interesting to talk about than price performance. I think everybody wants the price of the things they own to increase. So, you know, it doesn't have to be that much more complicated than that. As for the freedoms that crypto can provide, I think that's something that's more interesting. So when we were having discussions earlier about the impact of whales versus investors who wouldn't move the needle, if you will, for me, I think it is an interesting balance where we always look at crypto when discussing it as an investment class as this highly volatile domain. And maybe while that's true today, it may not be as true in longer time horizons. But there is certainly evidence to show that there's massive volatility in the early emergence of the industry. And especially with the new innovations in blockchain technology, I think we were talking about PulseChain. You know, it does bring a unique point in time where you could potentially create a really strong long-term investment opportunity. And nobody knows, right? I don't have any expectations. But if blockchain is going to continue on its development and an adoption path, then maybe PulseChain will be highly adopted. I think for me, in the time that it takes for all of those events to occur, I don't care who receives the message, because whether or not you're a whale or somebody who's never heard of blockchain before, if you don't have any interest in putting your money into it, then you just won't. So I'd like to just engage anybody who's willing to engage with me. And as we spread that knowledge, if we can do it in a way that creates passion, then we can probably also increase the energy with which we spread the information to other people. So that's kind of my 2 cents on that.
I mean, has anybody else not also been supported this? Like, this is a beautiful thing that's going on in the world, man. Like, I'm sorry, I don't.
Yo, Regal, can you mute your mic, please?
Yeah, I'm like, is that me? Oh.
Yeah, there's a feedback for your mic, man. Sorry.
No, I went ahead and muted it. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Mr. Wonderful.
Nah, I'm just saying, man, the goddamn sport of this, bro. Like, watch the beautiful shit that's happening I don't know how anybody. I really only, in the back of my mind, I really only get negative thoughts from people that don't see the amount of liberation that's happening. I don't understand how that doesn't arouse like good-hearted people. You know what I'm saying? Like, minus the people who are so sufficiently brainwashed. I believe TCP or one of your was it Mad Hatter who was speaking of people who oh no, it wasn't out of our third world countries who just can't receive the message. And he said because they're so sufficiently the proper word is brainwashed, right? They're institutionally brainwashed that intangible shit doesn't exist. Right? Other than like, their Christ or whatever their religion is. That's real. But anything else intangible is spookism, you know what I'm saying? Like, so other than those people, we just experienced that when the guy came on. He was trolling us. I don't know, was that last night? My days get mixed up, but he was saying,
I remember.
Yeah, right. What was he saying?
It was a guy named D. He was basically saying how if he had $100 bill and everything crashed, he could still go to Walmart and buy something. And then he was trying to tell us that because we were invested in blockchain, that if all hell broke loose and the internet cut off, we would just be, basically just sitting there shitless.
He was calling us idiots, basically. So we're the idiots because he's like, y'all, I think it was like, y'all magic money. What are you gonna do with this magic? It was sad. It was sad, and I lost patience with him.
You couldn't even get a word in. The guy was literally just like, every time you ask him a question, he would ask another one. It was just ridiculous, bro.
But what you have to remember, kid, and this is the point I was just trying to make, is he's sufficiently brainwashed, and it's not his fault. Because the same guy I went to his page and he had North Carolina Tar Heels. He's promoting the Tar Heels. Are you fucking joking, bro? Like, what are you on here for? Like, what are you spending your time? Social media, Twitter is one thing to me, Hex, and nothing else. That's why I got Twitter. And as soon as Hex, when I'm done with, whatever, it's going off. Like, come on, man. It's amazing. So that was the point I was making. So like, he's sufficiently brainwashed, bro, and it's not his fault. People have actively spent a lot of years and man hours and thought and economic study into fucking his mind up to believing that what is the greatest trick the devil ever pulled? Right, it's convincing the world he doesn't exist. That's an example of that. What that term really means is people that can't even see the evil that's being. He's pumping his evil on us and laughing at us because we see it and he doesn't. It's crazy, man. Like madness. But yeah, I'm just saying this experiment here, this crypto thing is so dope. It's so beautiful. Look at how we're all together. Come on, man. These were arguing. These were beefing spaces years back, and you know that. I don't even need space, but Twitter. Twitter was a place where people with differences come to fight. That's what Twitter's always been. And then now I go in the other Twitter spaces, and as soon as I open my mouth, they kick me out immediately. You know what I'm saying? And I'm honored. I'm honored by that. I'm honored because I try my damnedest to deal with facts, and I can stand correction, but it's just a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful time in the world. And we get to be pioneers, man, of this. We get to be pioneers of people like saving their lives and their families. Man, people actually got a chance, man. I don't know if other people don't seem to get how important that is, but you can't accuse people of damning themselves of being their own worst enemy when you create environments that they for shit sure are gonna fail in. And there's no other institutions in this world that can guarantee balance besides crypto. There's nothing else. So handing crypto back over to the same old school, old ways of thinking. That's what the new world order is. I don't mean to get all deep and spiritual on it, but the new world order is the people, bro. It ain't the creepy motherfuckers. Their world is gone. That's the old world. That's what's leaving. The new world order, the new world is what's happening right now. And it's up to us to be righteous in it, right? Because we got to leave the breadcrumbs behind so people can find their way out. We got to leave the positive breadcrumbs. If we don't do it, then the creepy motherfuckers are going to come in and use their old creepy tactics, bro, and fuck us up again. Like, I don't know why people can't see that. That doesn't mean we be the retarded village people and be scared of it. Ooh, the big bad crypto. And nah, that's just dumb, bro. We got to understand it and take control of it, and then make sure each other are aware of our intentions and on the same page. That we got to have these conversations so nobody goes off the reservation and starts thinking like an old creep, doing creepy shit. Like the Mad Hatter was saying, like people, I believe Mad Hatter was saying people are going to take advantage. You know, so it's kind of we're here to not approve of that shit. Nah, bro, we ain't with that weird shit. And we kind of got a chance to remake the world, bro. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too big and too far, but we got a chance to remake the world. That's all. I yield the floor.
Hi,
guys.
Oh, go ahead.
Hello.
How's it going? Go ahead.
Yeah, good. Thanks. Well, I don't know how I'm going to follow that speech by Mr. Wonderful. That was cool. That was cool. Mine's a real simple question. I literally found out about HEX yesterday. First time I've ever seen it, and I bought a really tiny amount for myself. And I found this Spaces. And my question is, should I be carried on with HEX at this moment in time, or as someone so new to this, should I just go straight to PulseX?
Hey, man. It's really cool that you heard about HEX. Are you pretty familiar with crypto in general, or is this like a pretty new journey for you?
Only for about 6 or 7 months, and I got some Bitcoin, some Solana, and some ETH. That's cool. It. So very small bags, but just getting into it now, really.
Very cool. I'm not trying to dox you in any way or give you any kind of weird security vibes, but do you happen to maintain the possession of your cryptocurrency in your own wallet, something like a MetaMask, or do you keep it on centralized exchanges like Coinbase?
Both, to be honest. Mainly on Coinbase and places like that.
Cool. Yeah, no worries, and I don't really need any specifics. The only reason I bring it up is given the PulseChain release, the mainnet that'll be coming along soon. Any ERC20s and Ethereum NFTs that you hold in, say, MetaMask will receive an airdrop that you'll have immediate access to on the PulseChain. So okay. It might be worth putting those in some kind of a safe wallet.
So what? So move from, say, Coinbase, for example, put it into my MetaMask wallet.
Sure, and if we want to go down this road, and I think it's a worthwhile road to look at for anybody, we can probably talk more about certain security measures that you would want to bring along for the ride right out of the gate, just so that you don't set yourself back by putting yourself in a better position moving forward. So
can I pipe in real quick?
Sure.
Hey, welcome to the community. First off, brother, and
thank you.
If you have any questions, anyone here can help you. There's also the PulseX Telegram. You can join the video chat there. Going down the line of security, it's very, very important that you're securing your crypto assets the right way, because if you get scammed or hacked, there's no, you can have all the crypto in the world, but it doesn't make any difference, because if you get scammed or hacked, you need to be protecting it from the get-go. I bring that up because I just did an hour-and-a-half long interview with Papah Boehner, who is the kind of the security guru in the HEX community. It's on my channel. I posted it yesterday. It's literally everything from A to Z, and he's been in the security space for over 25 years, dating back to the .com era bubble. He did a brief stint with work in the government with Snowden and all that. So watch that video from front to back several times so you can get the right strategy on how to protect your crypto assets. And really, for anybody else who has any questions on security, it's vitally important that you get your crypto secured the right way. And HEX ORCA, I'm glad you brought that up, because like I said, there's two things. We were talking about fitness and health. There's no point in owning assets and having all the money in the world if your health is not in check, and also if your security is not checked with your crypto assets. You would never go to a traditional bank and give your money to the bank without them having the proper security measures beforehand. It's the same thing in crypto, except it's your responsibility. It's decentralized, so you have to take responsibility for that action. So I would say before you do anything, before you make any financial decisions on whether to buy HEX, and I have strategy videos you can watch on my channel as well, on like the strategy of like whether to buy HEX now or PulseX now, so you can dig through that if you want to. But before you do any of that, you
How
need
do
to
I
get your
get to
security.
these videos? Just out of interest, sorry, because how would I get? Do I just click on your image now, and can I go and find this?
Yeah, my channel's linked there. There's several channels that do it. My channel's on my profile. You can go there and look in there. Crypto Fitness on YouTube. But yeah, the first thing I would suggest is you watch that video with Papah Boehner, and he will break down exactly what the best strategy is. And this goes for anybody else too. The best strategy to protect your crypto assets. The video itself is called "The Ultimate Guide to Crypto Security." So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there's always about like, gaining the, like, building wealth is half of the is half the battle. Keeping it is the other half. So it's always necessary, almost every single time when you have some sort of wealth is being built, is to look after that wealth, securing it. So always remember, yes, building that portfolio as you move forward is one thing, but securing it is the actual, the other half of the battle, just to maintain it.
Yeah. On the other subject that the previous speaker was speaking on, which was, he said somebody came in and was trying to FUD out the room about HEX and crypto in general and all that. That brings to mind the debate, which we're all hopefully going to get to enjoy here in a couple of days. And I have a cousin who is a gold maximalist, and he ended up changing his mind.
Oh boy.
And it was fun, because if you take these guys down the journey of their own logical conclusions, they end up at a huge wall. And here's what it is. The value of gold, this is their argument essentially, is first of all, gold has been around for thousands of years. And if it's been around for thousands of years, it's not going anywhere. And we are headed towards a crisis. Now, many of us may agree. We're headed to a financial crisis. So their gold is going to maintain value. So I said to the guy, well, let's say that there's zombies running around, and I have some crypto and you have some gold, and we both need to eat. So we both go to the grocery store. Okay? And you've got your bag of gold. And so you're going to bring out this clunky black bag of gold, and hopefully you haven't been attacked in the street while you carry all this gold around with you. I have my crypto, just enough that I need, perhaps even on my phone temporarily, so that I can just instantly do a transfer, something, turn it into cash. But you have your gold, and there's all kinds of people that need money, so they're going to go, oh, there's a chump with gold. Let's rob him. He's got all these gold coins. That's number one. Number two, we're both at the grocery. Am I going to have an easier time converting my crypto back to dollars, or are you going to have an easier time finding somebody to take your damn gold and not rob you, by the way, and charge you a reasonable fee and turn it into fiat? And at this point, when we went down that road to the worst case scenario, which is people are starving, there's blood in the streets, I think crypto is a lot easier way to go than tracking these coins or these bars of gold. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, I agree with you. 100%. In fact, we are going to see these points in the coming debate between Peter and Richard. They both have their own solid points, and it's going to be very entertaining to listen and see which one has a better presentation, so to speak. Because at the end of the day, if you have people who are fully sold on gold, and usually these are more traditional thinking, so it's really come down to which one, in my opinion, which one consumes energy better, and it's hands down crypto. But with crypto now, I don't know if you guys have seen the tweets from Richard today, referencing the interview for the guy, I forget his name, but with Joe Rogan. The interview with that guy was a fantastic interview, especially when he's referencing what's going on right now in the EU, and how these high level institutions and officials are really start thinking of this crypto revolution and how they are going after it in their own tweaks. But at the end of the day, coming back to the point, gold versus crypto, I believe it's all about energy, to my understanding, and it's all back to whether it's deflationary and inflationary. Moving forward, I believe right now people will be much more financially educated, and when they hear the word inflationary or deflationary, they understand what's coming, and also people will think twice as we face all kind of crises nowadays. Which one will be faster, easier, more secure to transact with or to accept it as a currency? But remember, we are a linear thinking beings, so we need a lot of time in order to evolve, right? It didn't evolve like computers. Computers are evolving on exponential graph or rate. But we are as beings, we evolve linearly. Even when we think, we cannot think 10, 100,000. We think 1 year, 2 year, 5 years. In fact, I don't even remember or recall any person that I spoke with in the past, I would say 5 years, who can actually pinpoint in vividly what he's planning past beyond the 5 years. So my point is this: energy consumption is what matters moving forward. But humanity needs a lot of time and education and experience, and sometimes crises, to evolve out of fears. When people see gold, here's what they think. They think it's an element that you cannot replicate, you cannot create in a lab. It's been test proven for years, thousands of years. So the points that you just raised, it's 100% true. And here's the kicker: almost all the world governments, reserve banks, they have their reserve out of gold. So they actually have some sort of gold allocation in their central banks. So it is still something that is backed by government. And when we say backed by governments, we literally are saying backed by guns, right? And at the end of the day, there's the old saying that if you have the opportunity to become the richest man in the world, or the man who has the biggest or the most guns, which one you take? And the response always will come back as the more guns. Why? Because I can take your money at my wish. So gold is still being protected and being deemed from lots of people around the world as the more secure. And I believe one of the Peter actually points that he will definitely hammer with Richard is that gold sustained since the Egyptians era its value. So back in the days, let's not go back that far, but in the 70s, you can take $20 and you can take your girlfriend and you can have a very nice dinner. Probably after that nice dinner, you can buy her a gift and call it a night. But now your $25 or $20 ain't get you anything. You are happy if it can get you a couple of hamburgers, sandwich, and colas. While at $20 worth of gold in the 70s, if I keep if I kept that gold, whether it's ounce or 2 ounces, today will still give me that nice dinner, and I probably can get her a gift at the end of the night. So again, it's it's two scenarios where only people can decide. But moving forward, information technology will win. That's for sure.
For sure. If we look at the last 13 years, gold has been, by comparison to even Bitcoin, rather stagnant. So I find it, almost a non-starter. But here's the thing. You mentioned energy. Now, I'm going to divide the gold and the crypto folks in two different camps. Certainly the metrics that you mentioned are somewhat important to a lot of people, but I think the biggest gold folks are going to be folks from my era and older. I was born in 1962. I'm going to be 60 shortly, rather. I don't want to be 60, so I think 40. But anyway, and a lot of folks my age, there's something that happens to the brain. I fight against it all the time, but we don't want to take on new worlds and concepts. So I'm old enough to remember going to a class to learn email, if you guys can believe that. And me and my business partner were shooting emails across the room, and we couldn't believe what we were doing, And we've come from that all the way to where we are now. And I'm a huge believer in crypto, and I keep up on everything. But the point is, I see other people my age. One of them is my business partner, who refuses to invest even 10 cents into crypto. And so there's that. There's an age gap. And with the age gap is less concern about energy consumption. That's something that the younger generation is concerned about. And we older guys are going to point to China, and they're polluting at such a rate that all the energy you're trying to undo right now and conserve is being gobbled up in a period of days. Every bit of energy consumption we do all year is pretty much being undone by the Chinese right now in a period of days. So we're going to say we don't care about energy, blah, blah, blah. And I'm generalizing, and I'm not saying I have that view. I'm with you guys. But the point is, it's going to be about this sort of gold is real thing, and it makes no sense. And so the way to combat that is take the guy down the worst case scenario and say, how are you going to spend your gold bricks and not get robbed when there's blood in the streets? And that they understand.
Yeah, 100%. I believe that is a very actually good argument. Sometimes when I argue with people who really like gold, and I can understand, we have to understand that certain parts of the world, gold is rooted embedded in their culture. Some of them even in their religion. So for us, maybe in the Western world, we look gold as an investment. Other portion of the societies around the planet, they actually look gold as of something out of their identity. But when I'm having an argument with some people, especially around gold, usually I give them this example. So if you have gold, here's what you need to worry about. You need to worry about first where to save it, where to put it, how to guard it. And also when you transport that gold, you have to go around and find the safest are, probably guards if you have tons of them. So all of that is a form of energy. They're a waste of energy. You need a lot of places. You need a lot of energy to safeguard that gold just to keep it. But when it comes to something like cryptocurrency, you can walk in the street and you're a billionaire. Maybe the phrase today is cryptonaire, something like that. And by the way, this is trademarked already. But you can walk down the street, no one knows. You can pass by and travel countries, and no one knows that you are actually like, a billionaire. And there is almost zero waste of energy in keeping that amount of wealth. Probably you need to invest in security, which is a whole, like, another universe by itself. But compared to gold, imagine if you want to transfer gold from the United States to South Africa. Holy moly. Only the paperwork will probably give you a nightmare, let alone the planes, the guards, the all the safety net that you have to acquire firsthand in order to make sure that it's 100% safe all the way until its final point. So again, energy consumption when it comes to gold versus crypto is one of the fascinating things that you can think of.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. How's it going here?
Hey, doing great. So I'm doing this cross-country drive, and I'm using AirPods, and I'm just trying to make sure that the sound quality is okay. You don't have too much car background sound. Does it sound all right?
We can hear you okay. There's some car background, but we can still hear your voice.
Okay. So those are excellent points. First of all, thanks to TCP for your content. Really enjoy your YouTube channel. If anybody hasn't seen his channel, it's very worthwhile. I subscribe. Definitely worthwhile. And then I heard probably about 10 minutes worth of conversation when I came into the room. A few things. First of all, I'll be on the road like for the next 2 days, driving 1,300 miles. So if HEX ORCA or anybody as a co-host needs to take a nap or something along those lines, let's try and coordinate that off screen or off camera or whatever it is, so that co-hosting can continue on. People can come in and out of this room. I'm going to be starting promoting it to the financial people that I know, and I'll try and warn people if they're going to come into the room because they have significant followings and so forth. So that's one thing. The other thing is to kind of pick up on the commentary about gold versus cryptocurrency. It really does come down to what you were saying earlier, which is in the Western world, basically we look at gold and we look at the chart, just like Richard will highlight when he's having this conversation with Peter. They'll say, look at the chart. The chart has underperformed. The chart, in terms of even inflation, has not performed. You would have been better in cash. That kind of narrative, which makes sense for the Western world that uses Visa, credit card, transaction cost, storage of this credit versus storage of this barterable gold that you're exchanging peer to peer. So that's one thing. When you say, hey, I'm going to take $100,000 worth of crypto into a foreign country, and in that foreign country, I'm going to, buy, sell, trade, barter, live a life. You got to really look at the cultural norm, like you just said earlier. TCB just was saying, almost becomes identity to have gold. It isn't identity to have crypto. I spend a significant amount of time in South America, Central America, and Puerto Rico. These are, these Latin cultures are more peer-to-peer barter. They're more word of mouth, more trade amongst each other in a small community, where something like gold is actually useful. Many of my friends are Venezuelan, and they've moved out of Venezuela into other countries like Spain or Colombia, places like that. And their concept of storing money to pass on to their heirs, money that can, move cashless, move from one person to another person without government oversight or theft. Gold is still very much used. Silver is very much used. And the fear factor plus the access to technology to transact in cryptocurrency, even in, especially in like an Ethereum kind of world where everything is expensive to transact right now in Ethereum, that's not a normal. Those people don't trade that way. They do trade silver, gold. They do trade phone minutes. And that is because someone in the United States that makes $50,000, you're like, man, you're doing all right. 100,000, you're doing great. You know, $250,000, that's a fantastic, right, kind of incomes. And that is because our buying power in the United States as a central, as a reserve currency, our buying power per unit is less versus the fact that we export our inflation from the States, we export it to the world. We trade our pieces of paper or ledger entries, we call dollars, for physical things like timber, oil, you know, finished goods and things like that that we import. And often, you know, $20,000 a year in income in these countries where we export our inflation. That's why they have hyperinflation. That's why they have superinflation, because we actually create it. We actually export our inflation to other countries. So their store of value narrative is hold silver, hold gold, hold real estate, don't take leverage. One, because it's going to be expensive to have a mortgage on real estate in general in those economies. And it has a use case. So Peter's going to have points if he actually goes to the world. And he says that 5,000 years of history, cultures all around the world, you know, less than I wouldn't say less than, but just different than first world credit systems, which we have in the States and we have in Western Europe, especially. I can hold $100 bill and I can hold a 1 ounce gold coin, and I can walk up to a 25-year-old in the United States and they will take the $100 bill almost every time. They will not take the gold coin because they don't recognize it. They don't identify with it. They don't see it as value. They just see it as a coin. And that is part of our lack of education, financial education of our population purposefully versus the necessity of storing value in other countries where inflation is a real thing. So that's kind of just feeding in on top of what TCP was saying.
Hey, can I jump in here?
You bet, anytime.
Okay. So I'm pretty much economically illiterate, but when I got into some money, I was listening to Peter Schiff, and he, that's before Bitcoin was really happening. So I ended up getting into gold and silver. Now I like gold, but and the reason why I like gold is because I got into it because I wanted to be more sovereign and not be in the system. And then I found out down the road that it is not sovereign. It is so much part of the system that you can't get away from that system if you're in gold. I still have gold, but I also have crypto. Now, the benefits of gold and crypto are different. I treat my gold as like a central bank. I don't keep any money in a bank. I don't keep cash. And just functioning for my job. But then I use the gold to, when I need cash, I cash it out. And, I got my investments and wanting to move completely into crypto, waiting for that time for that to happen. But to break the system, you can't do it by buying gold, like Peter's idea of, if gold's going to save us when there's an economic crash, all they got to do is confiscate all the gold again. It's a lose-lose game for us. No matter how you look at it, there's us and there's them. And as long as there's a them, we're always going to lose because they make the rules for us to play by and they change the rules. It's not a fair game. So that's my kind of take on it. I mean, everything has its purpose. Gold has a purpose. Silver has a purpose. Crypto has a purpose, and different cryptos have different purposes. And that's kind of where I stand with that. I just wanted to throw that in. Folks, I live in Puerto Rico. So the gentleman that brought up Puerto Rico, he may have a point with, again, the older generation of Puerto Ricans. But I go to the grocery just like you guys. I go to Sam's Club. I've got a few less groceries here, so it's Sam's Club or Costco. But they're not taking gold. And if I walked in, there would be a younger person at the cash register. And if I had gold coins and I said, here, take this instead of my money, they'd probably call to have the police. The point is societies are changing fast, and crypto is the future. Gold is not. And it really is an age thing. Because if you think about how gold is sold, usually it's sold on a bit more conservative type station. I guess CNN and NBC probably play gold commercials too, but I see it most often on Fox. And it's usually some old timer. And he might have a shotgun in the background and he's out in the woods and he's like, gold is gold, so you should buy gold. And that's kind of the emotional appeal is it's gold, it's from the earth, man, and it's going to keep you safe. Now, there's no rational to that, because then when you think about blood in the streets again and you bringing your big bulky bag of gold, you're just a target. I mean, you're just like the guy walking around with his wallet open. You just wouldn't do it. And so it really doesn't hold the same when you take it to its logical conclusion. If your argument is gold, always has been, always will be, then you got to go into the scenario of, well, okay, things are really bad. How are you going to cash in that gold? Is there a gold dealer near your house? No. Okay, how far are you going to have to travel to meet the gold dealer? And is he going to give you a good deal on gold when he knows you really need the money? Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, so, I think the same way, but to me, gold is not, it's a store of energy, not value, but energy, the work that I put in to get that gold. Now that's, it used to be the canary in the coal mine, but now it's not. Crypto is. Crypto took that away from gold. So yeah, crypto is 100% better, and we're moving into that. Okay, and gold to me is I like it. I collect coins. I do that kind of stuff, but it's not the end all be all for sure. I don't agree with gold being, a safe haven, because it is not a safe haven whatsoever. And I've moved money across the borders. I don't live in America, but I've sent money there in both ways, gold and with crypto. And crypto, it's like 5 minutes, it's in the person's hand and they're spending it. And it's like, cool. It has a purpose. Gold has a purpose. It's just an antiquated purpose.
As a practical matter, I'm onboarding a friend right now who lives in Canada. And it's because he lives in Canada that he's going into crypto. And he's my age, he's 60. So
I was just
there
going
you
to
go.
say, he can't even take his gold bars in, right? Like, where is he? The bank ain't open.
Right. Well, it is back open again. But
I know, but how scary is that?
Exactly. That's why, and the guy has a lot of money sitting in the bank. So I told him, look, if you don't want to go all into HEX, that's fine. But at least take some of it and move it over to something like Anchor Protocol, where you can earn some interest on it. You're not going to earn 20% in the conventional market. And right now, today, other than HEX, the only thing that's up is the U.S. Tether dollar. So, I mean, it's a lot safer when it's turned into crypto, and then use the bank as you need to make fiat. But, my guess is it's not going to be that much longer until we see grocery stores accepting stablecoin. Why wouldn't they?
I believe the ultimate battle will be between centralization and decentralization. At the end of the day, we almost all of us agree on the concepts that technology is evolving so fast, sometimes even faster than we think or we anticipating. And because of that, we may actually see central world banks will start issuing cryptocurrency very, very soon. And the whole battle will come to centralization versus decentralization. Who will the society, what will the society choose? And who will dictate the rules? Are the individuals the one who dictate the rules, or the authorities that dictates the rules? Will government actually deem decentralization platforms are just as a form of some sort of unlawful, or to use, or even to transact, or to store? Or are we going to see an environment where everything lives in harmony with each other, and people have the option to opt in for this or for that? So I believe centralization and decentralization is the next battle that we are heading toward.
I agree
Hey,
with that, and that
TCP.
made a lot of sense. Sorry, Matt Hatter. I just wanted to say I agree exactly with what you're saying. I think you hit the nail on the head. That's all I got, bro.
Yeah, if I
Yeah,
could put a real face on that, I also want to agree. And let me give you guys some facts to consider. Right now, as we're speaking, we are probably close to the end of the 30-day period for consumer comment on what is in front of the Security and Exchange Commission. Now, most people are woefully unaware of it, but roughly 30 days ago, a proposal was put in front of the SEC that would allow the SEC broad patterns to redefine what is and what is not a security. Now, the SEC works by 5 commissioners, and if the majority of those commissioners agree, then a rule gets passed. And the only way for that rule to get undone is through an act of Congress. So the 5 commissioners can be no more than 3 of any particular party. And unfortunately for us, 3 of them are Democrats, 2 are Republicans. One has already written the dissenting view, which means their mind has already been made up. And the dissenting view is that this will give the SEC too much power. So the countervailing influences are they can't just, in the US, all of a sudden say everything's a security or out of business because there's too much corporate money and influence and ties to it. But they sure as hell can start cracking down. So that's one way they're going to crack down. The second way they're going to crack down is Joe Biden has already put, I think, 3 or 4 government agencies by executive order into the task of coming up with proposals. That will be the FTC, the SEC, et cetera, et cetera. And they're all typical bureaucratic agencies that want more power. So that battle is coming, and it's coming fast.
Plus, like the crypto is so programmable that actually you can trace, like if you think money is traceable, crypto is 100 times that. Unless you create something that is untraceable, which again will be deemed as unlawful, because why would you hide your transactions? So you see this notion starts to form, take shape right now, and the ultimate question will become centralization or decentralization. Do we like to transact freely and some, like, some form that we can choose and pick which currency we like to hold or use, or is going to be fully centralized?
So
Well,
I,
there's a
I
big
kind
issue
of
with
see it as both, right? So it's not necessarily which one's going to win out. I think they're both going to be competing, and you're going to have an option, right? For some people, decentralization is a good choice, while centralization can also be a good choice. It just depends on what you're using those services for, right? And I think they need to coexist
I
because
wish.
not that I necessarily like the current setup or structure of the things that have been centralized regarding finance, right, in the United States or around the world. But there are certain benefits to that centralized structure. For instance, when you go to swipe a MasterCard, for instance, your transaction is almost immediate. Now imagine trying to do that on the most decentralized platform available. Most likely, it's going to take a little more time, right? And we're slowly becoming a society that wants it, and we want it now. And so when I hear, accepting cryptocurrency or stable coins in the grocery store, I do wonder what type of platform that would be able to run on to meet the needs of people that want that I want it and I want it now type experience.
Hey, Matt Hatter, let me just address to that. I've been sending money through Western Union for a couple of years. And recently they locked in with XRP because now when I send money from my bank in America to my wife over here, it literally takes 30 seconds and it used to take 3 days. That's just the example of what crypto's of the power. I just wanted to say that, Peter Schiff in his zest for gold and all that, he has made a great, and I do want to give him props, he's made a great effort to try to bring everyday utility of gold to people. He's got a setup in Perth, Australia, where unfortunately non-U.S. citizens and his bank in St. Lucia, can kind of get gold attached to a credit card. But we see what's happening in Australia, and like you just said there, Yoda, they can just come get your gold, and that's an issue. And just to comment on the transparency thing, while in general crypto is transparent, we have the right to privacy, and I would argue that crypto doesn't necessarily need to be fully transparent if we don't want it to be. There's nothing wrong with wanting privacy, unless of course you break the law, and then of course go get a warrant, etc. That you have a completely different issue. But even with Peter Schiff's attempts to make gold have utility for the average person, it's still so many roadblocks.
I have to say, and leave. It's been a very nice, about an hour or so of being here and speaking with all of you guys, answering some of the questions and throwing some ideas. I have to say this: Peter will lose on the tech side. That is for sure, hands down. He might try to pull out some of inflation, deflation, something like that, But he will lose on the tech, hands down. Hands down. He will play on history. That's his best friend.
He's also a smart guy. He's going to bring up whatever the hell he can bring up to throw some FUD at us. So, what do I expect? Well, I expect some criticism of the OA, buying in such large percentages. And then the answer to that is pretty straightforward. It's, look, given the history of having the OA in charge, and then similar situations in Microsoft and in Amazon and in Tesla, I think that proves that. So let's move on. But I think that will be coming our way because the OA owns such a outsized amount of our project versus any other project. But so what? It's working well.
So before that goes on the topic, TCP, if you've got to ditch out, thanks so much for joining in. That was enlightening. I like your commentary. I'll be coming back in the next few days. And then the follow-up on the previous speaker, if you actually look at the centralization of the top 10 cryptocurrencies, and you say, man, the OA controls such a high percentage, you should really look at the top 50 wallets on any of the top 10 cryptocurrencies. And you could say, well, these are individuals and it's 50 people and they hold, relatively high percentages each. You could say the same thing about Bitcoin. You could say 100,000 by Tim Draper that's known, 1 million held by Satoshi, whether he ever comes alive again or not. It's still floating out there. You have all kinds of things that are centralization narratives. And then when you say, hey, gold is decentralized, well, there's one side of the argument that says that Fort Knox has no gold inside of it and it's been sold out. And there's another side of the argument that says, wow, that's 8,000 tons of gold. And you really don't know what supply comes on the market. You don't know what the future supply may be. The Comstock silver motherlode that was found by the Hearsts, that was a discovery. You can have the same discovery of gold meteor that hit 1 million years ago and finally gets discovered. So you really don't know market supply, future supply. That's one reason why a lot of us like HEX. We like the staking narrative. We know when supply comes out. We know what their production is as far as new inflation. And we know that inflation gets deferred because stakers on average stake 6.2 years. So even though there may be inflation of the supply of HEX, it actually is pushed off. And so you actually have a very low inflation rate on an annual basis until those stakes come out. And then often, based on human psychology of the holder, they restake or they sell some percentage without selling the entire bag. So the narratives about centralization, the narratives about OA has such a high percentage. Every central bank says that they have gold as I think it's base 3 or Basel 3 or whatever they call it. And so JP Morgan having a billion ounces of silver, or HSBC controlling the actual physical gold that underlies the GLD. You have centralization by both corporate and by government agency versus the decentralized nature across the population. And that's been going on in the United States since 1965. So OA versus government, OA versus corporate control of a supply. I think that if they actually have that conversation, which I doubt, because I doubt that Peter Schiff actually knows what the OA is or any of its histories. If he has, he's only done like a crash course over the past 2 days or 3 days versus actually following all along. That's just my comments on those two things.
Yeah, Russia continually finds more gold, guys. It's a supply that just continually expands in Russia alone.
Right. You have this centralization meme of China. China doesn't export any gold, and yet it imports from every recycler around the world and every agency. And it really just becomes very similar to the Fort Knox narrative. We control 8,000 tons, or we control 10,000 tons, and it backs our currency. These are all just social consensus. If you, as a general public, care that it's backed by something, then it gets published and propagandized, whether it's true or not. Okay, it's backed by gold, and that gold is in a vault that you'll never see. And it's always fiat redeemable on the COMEX instead of actual supply delivering to your doorstep. So, these memes have been going on for 40 or 50 years, and less of the Western economies care that something is pegged to a metal. Less, right? I'm old enough to where my parents, and I remember them picking silver dimes out of change before they went to the grocery store and hoarding them. And then you see less and less of that supply. And most people, if I show them a mercury dime, they don't care. They don't even care because they don't even use currency anymore. They don't use change anymore. Everybody does a debit transaction, a Venmo transaction, a PayPal transaction, and nobody in Western economies really care about the cash as a line of defense about financial capabilities.
This question may be comical to some, but I know that technology, I've seen where they take radar scans of areas to find precious metals. Is it not possible that they could do that in these areas where they claim certain levels of that?
We have ground penetrating radar. I don't know if they do it from a distance or anything like that. It has a certain, it has to be actually, I believe, on the ground. I don't think they can do it from a satellite or from anything along those lines as far as ground penetrating. And again, all these are a social consensus. If the average 25-year-old in let's say Ireland doesn't care, they care about their ability to do something that's in in that generation. It really is, again, it's an antiquated version of peer-to-peer token, barter token, right? What I was saying before, as far as Puerto Rico, I've lived in Puerto Rico since 2018. If you're in San Juan, they don't care. If you're in the mountains and you're trading and hoarding something, then that generation does care because they really don't deal with finance as much as far as tools of computers and things like that as much. So it just depends on where you are as far as the utility of whether it's crypto or whether it's metals.
Actually, Jim, I think you just hit on something, and I'll tell you what it is. First of all, yes, I would have to agree. I don't spend too much time outside of San Juan. In fact, I'm always looking at my phone, waiting for my 183 days to pass up so I can leave. But having said that, it's another way of saying it's kind of a generation gap, okay? And because of that if you take that metric, it means gold is becoming less valuable over time as the old folks die off. And again, I'll say, how is gold sold? It's sold on a infomercial, and it's sold based on emotion. It's gold. Gold will keep you safe. And that isn't a logical argument, but it is a argument that the older generation feels, be they in the hills of Puerto Rico or be they the grand folks that you go to on Thanksgiving, the grandma and grandpa that show you their gold coins or whatever. But the younger generation does not give a shit. If it's not digital, they don't care.
I can 100% vouch for that. I worked at the bank, and I was, every time, every day, 200, 300 clients per day, whether it was an investment or anything, I would always have to try and upscale them or try and see what they could do with their investments. And no one my age ever thinks about minerals, let alone gold. Maybe they're, maybe, uranium, but like even at that, uranium, it's doing well, but even at that, it's not doing as well as other things. People my age look at innovation. The older generation is a generation of stability. Us, we're a generation of innovation. So when you look at it, why the hell would you buy gold when you just buy S&P 500? Literally, the chart speaks for itself. My generation are factual. We want to see the numbers, and the numbers speak for themselves. It's everyone's interested in what's happening. We're an innovative generation. Since we grew up, we had the computers. We saw the computers go up. Just even the music, from a cassette, or even the videos, from a VHS to one of those massive cameras. Then you get a little VHS, and then it goes into a CD, and then the CD goes to a Blu-ray. Blu-ray goes into hard drives. It's always innovation, and it's happening fast. And gold doesn't innovate in itself. The only thing we could ever say that gold will ever be, ever, if gold were to ever pop off, it would be for spatial engineering, travel, whatever, anything spatial. But even at that point, the governments or the people who are taking care of that are literally going to say, listen, we need this. There's not enough resource. It's going to go to shit because everyone's going to have to sell it to them. They're going to be a monopoly of selling to those
That's
people.
the Enigma diamond, Osbornium. I've been wondering what the properties are of that diamond to make it worth $4 million. And
I think it's the rarity.
Meteorite, it might be a mineral that we don't even know. Another innovation. Think about it.
It would have to be either rarity, because gold in itself, people are more interested in psychedelics, medicine, and psychedelics. They hear my generation are more interested in that than minerals. Literally, I could be honest with that. But if you look at the banking, as my generation, when I look at it, one of the best things that's the most secure is banks. I'm speaking also, I might not be in your group because I'm Canadian, but when I'm looking at Canadians and how their money is put, the banks have been the best investment. Literally. That, or maybe some people, if they invested 5-10 years ago in the wheat stocks. But right now it's banks, right? So what does that tell you? It's they're funding projects, they're funding people, it's innovation. What are they doing in Canada? Well, they're controlling all the money. In the United States, my opinion is if you look at innovation, that's one thing that Trump wanted to do, was to keep the businesses, because it's all about innovation. Why do you think China is one of the biggest players? It's all about innovation. They're years ahead of us. Why? Because of their innovation, their technology. No one cares about minerals, but they do. The older generation do, because it's stability. That's what they've known. That's what they were taught. And that's what the chart shows.
There's a joke about the younger generation, which is, how do you make a millennial lose their mind, take away their cell phone? And there's some truth to that. And I think here in Puerto Rico, and Jim might back me up on this, there is a cultural generation gap. Now, the banks, try and go to a bank in Puerto Rico and tell them that you want to wire some money into your cryptocurrency account, and man, you got a battle. No, the way it's done is with a wink and a nod, and you go in and you hide the fact that it's actually going to crypto, and they pretend that they don't know. But the minute you use that word, the banks here, Banco Popular being the big one, freak the fuck out. So that's number one. Number two, we have a group here in Puerto Rico of younger people that are all, and that's based on the idea that we're here as imperialists getting tax advantages that they are not getting. So the solution to even that is educating them about crypto, because otherwise they're that we're speaking their language.
Hey, can I jump in real quick?
Yes, please do.
Have a good day, everybody. I got to go to work.
Can I jump in real quick? As far as the gold is, the holders of physical gold, everyone's heard the term or the saying, "He who holds the gold makes the rules," right? So how many of you here still believe that the U.S. is the number one holder of physical gold? Well, that's incorrect. It's never been properly inventoried since the last time was the 1950s. Bill Holter is a precious metals guy, and he can show you on the back of a napkin that China has in the upwards of 15,000 tons, maybe even
That's
more than
correct.
that. So, I mean,
In
why
Hong
do you
Kong.
think a lot of the stuff is moving towards whatever China, dictates, is because they hold that much. That speaks, if the U.S. thinks that we still have 8,000 something tons, again, the last time it was properly inventoried was the 1950s.
Germany called their gold, and it wasn't there, guys. I just wanted to say too, if you there has been a bit of a technology convergence, with gold and crypto. If you guys know what Paxos is, they have created a gold crypto that is connected to what they say is certificate. I mean, I haven't seen the audit, but you can do your own research and just look at it. Where if you buy this, it is literally your name is on, or your address is on that gold certificate. It doesn't necessarily say we skirt around the physical gold problems, but it'd be interesting. Maybe someone here has an opinion on if that gets brought up during the Richard's conversation with Peter Schiff, and how gold is all of a sudden now also in crypto.
I have to make comments about that. I looked at that in 2016 and 17. And when you say, this is on the blockchain and it's a physical thing in a vault, it's really no different than having an ETF that says, it's vaulted at HSBC, it's held at Brinks, it's
Right.
on, the third shelf to the left, and that one's yours.
Right.
Versus
You got a lot
hypothecation
number.
and rehypothecation. Yeah. So even though they say this is identifiable as your commodity, shit hits the fan. Someone says, "Ship me my gold." Someone else can say, "Fuck you." Like,
So they
you
say
have
you
this,
can take
you have this
delivery.
thing.
They
Yeah,
say
yeah.
that you can take delivery,
They
but I
they
don't know
say
if you
that.
actually can.
Well, they say that, and when there's premiums, and when there's people that are actually clamoring for anything in demand, like you said, hey, I have for you a pallet of toilet paper, and when the supply chain breaks down, this toilet paper is yours. Let me put that on the blockchain. And then when you say, hey, I want to cash in and burn my token so that I get this shipment of toilet paper to me, it's the same thing. You have 50 claims on one pallet. You have 100 claims, and you can say that it's not the same or whatever. But I'm familiar with Paxos. I'm familiar with this third party. It's just basically trading a different peg. Many people know what Tether is. Many people cared when it was being launched that it was $1 for $1 backed, and then they didn't. It held the peg when it was like $700 million, whatever, seized by the Polish bank, and no longer is it pegged to 1-to-1. It simply is a meme. It's an excuse to hold something. So it doesn't really have to be backed by anything. It becomes social consensus that determines if that blockchain token has value or not. That's one of the things about when PulseChain launches and you have this fork of 10,000 things, including stablecoins from the Ethereum network onto PulseChain's network. The question is, what is a USDC worth? What is a DAI worth? What are these forks of projects on a network that was Ethereum 1.0? What is that other thing worth? And it just really comes down to the market price discovery based on a small or a large faction of people saying it's worth something and I'm willing to trade for it. That's really all it is. It doesn't matter whether it's Paxos or any other thing. The excuse that it's backed by metal is the same excuse that your dollar in the 1960s that said silver certificate instead of saying full faith and trust in the U.S. government. Nobody cared. They basically exchanged a dollar the same way.
Can they use it at the end of the day? That's
At
all
the
it
end of the
cares
day, will you accept it as payment so that you can spend it with someone else for a service or good? That's really all that matters.
at the end, it just sounds like, Michael Saylor's, Bitcoin is pure monetary energy statement. It just hits home with crypto in general. And if you have that one hurdle of having to jump the physical attributes of what gold is, it's not even, well, the hurdle is a foot high, the hurdle's a mile high. At the end of the day, you just good luck trying to use it. It's still going to be a bunch of metal in a vault somewhere, and you're not going to be able to buy a loaf of bread with it.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to, you and I might look at the code. We might say, let me look at Etherscan. Let me see if this actually has some transaction history. What is it backed by? It's kind of like looking at the guts inside of the PC, and then, tracking the packets as it goes through the internet. There's certain percentage of the population that will matter to them and their engineering mind. And then there's another part of the population that says, I just want to flip a switch. And when I flip the switch, I want this thing to happen. I don't care about electrons going through heating elements. I just want toast. Like, it's the same kind of thing. The general public believes in PayPal because it worked. And it's the Lindy effect of, hey, that first thing that worked, it continued working, and therefore I'm going to accept it as payment for, from someone else peer-to-peer, eBay transaction or whatever. And it's not even peer-to-peer. I'm just saying central party. So that's the thing is, in most of the United States, we don't have the general population distrusting central authority and saying, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Chase Bank is bad. Most of the population don't care. They just want to transact and buy goods and services, and they're mystified why selling more time actually doesn't get them more products or services. So that the mystification of the mystery, I guess, of finance. And we care, we pay attention. We're in blockchain, we're in crypto, we're in gold, we're in real estate. We look at shorting the dollar with a mortgage. We care, but that's because we see actual gain or change of lifestyle because we care about finance. Most of the population doesn't care. They're just mystery to them.
I appreciate that. Awesome insights, you guys, and great conversations. Wanted to give a shout out to Maddie Allen in the house, Steak and Apes, whole bunch of people. I appreciate you guys coming in here and supporting the space. But a message to anybody: the microphone is open. You can request it. You can come up and speak about anything. The gold versus crypto is obviously in reference to, if you check out the tweet that I pinned up at the top of the space, an upcoming live debate. So we'll have, if you'd like, Funding Jim, if you want to speak to that just a little bit. A lot of people in here probably know the details, but we've had a lot of people come in since you joined the space.
Yeah, it's great. I see that there's almost 200 people in here. If you're not aware, there is this debate that's taken some political and social capital to make sure it happens. There's been, a lot of stress over the past 10 days to get this to happen. It's going to be a filmed event. There's filmed teams. One's going to Australia, one's going to Puerto Rico where Peter is, and one's in Europe where Richard is, to capture this for film as well as for the general audience to consume, understand, have conversation about what's happening in finance over the next 3 to 5 years. And one point is Peter's position that gold is stability, gold is insurance policy. When the shit hits the fan, gold will save you. It will continue to maintain your purchasing power. And the other position is Richard Hart. Richard Hart has trended data of history of outperforming charts and looking at what is going on in the contemporary world that he lives in. So the two have their positions and they will have their conversation. Everyone should register. The registration is completely free. There's no cost. You can put an email address that you choose. But basically what that does, you can create a brand new email address. It doesn't have to be your email address. A lot of crypto people are very sensitive about their privacy. But what it does is it helps the metrics. The metrics actually help us to get in front of bigger speakers as far as influential speakers, such as presidents, ex-presidents. Tony Robbins is a great example. People that are not even speaking to crypto or gold, even though Peter and Richard are, this conversation is coming up. And that's because Greg Owens, who is the moderator for this event, he's based in Australia. He's politically and strategically and socially able to get these bigger audience influencers. So I want you to register, and the registration can be how you choose to, so that you can see the live content. And then the following day, Richard's already made the agreement and Peter's already made the agreement that they're not going to live stream on the 23rd themselves on their own platforms. That's part of their agreement with Greg and with me. And so the 23rd, if you want to see it live, you got to register, and you should get an email, and then there'll be a link that goes to the platform. And then on the 24th, each of those two juggernauts will do their own content and commentary to their own audiences. So Richard's planning to do a stream, as far as he's told me. There will be a longer stream on the 24th, talking about the points that were debated on the 23rd. So pay attention to that. And
Jim,
then,
where's that link? Where's that registration link? I was looking at that, what you put up here, and it's not, there's no link.
Yeah, so it's GOKO events.com. GOKO events.com. I'll tweet about it later. It's also in my history as far as my tweets. Maybe HEX ORCA, I'll put it in later.
Just to
But it's
clarify,
GOKO events.
sorry, the tweet up above, if you tap on it, when you scroll to the bottom of it, the link is right there. It looks like the thumbnail itself with Peter Schiff and Richard Hart. We'll just tap that.
Yeah, if you tap on the actual image, it is linked. It's coming out to that website, which is GOKOevents.com. And it helps the metrics so that we can, when we talk to other people like Patrick Bet-David or Gary Vaynerchuk or anything like that, that's that we can get them to be speaking engaged with Richard or advocates of crypto. So that's really the reason behind it. But yeah, that's really the point. Really looking forward to the event. We're going to be doing this stuff as much as I can. I'm going to be live streaming later with YouTube, but right now I'm doing a drive. So anybody that's paying attention to this, please record it. If you're not actively speaking, it would be great if you did a screen record from a cell phone. You can do it on an iPhone, and you can do a screen recording. And as you tap around on people's profiles, it shows, hey, this person has this kind of audience. This person isn't anything to do with crypto or gold, but they're curious because they have a blue check mark. We're trying to capture that because we can follow up later, or we can make video clips, and we can kind of get the message out to bigger audiences outside of the finance space that we're talking about at this moment. So if you can record it, and keep in mind, if you do speak, if you become a speaker and then you start speaking while you're doing a voice recording, or while you're doing a screen recording, it will stop recording the sound. There is no sound recording once you start to speak. So keep that in mind. But yeah, record as much as you can, because we'll later utilize that as best we can to get the message out to bigger audiences.
I wanted to add in on there too, and Gary, thank you so much for coordinating this event. I've seen quite a few tweets at Peter Schiff, not necessarily in the kindest vein, and I actually have a lot of respect for Peter Schiff. He probably didn't have to do this interview. As much as he's giving, or as much as Richard is giving him a platform to talk about gold, Peter's giving Richard a platform as well. And Peter's been around a very, very long time. He has a lot of knowledge. We may not always agree, eye to eye on what his views are regarding the best way to store your wealth or your value. But at the end of the day, it's a really positive thing that this discussion is even going to take place. So for anyone listening, of course, absolutely go and register. But also, I would just ask that you keep it kind for now. This is a mutually beneficial discussion that we're going to be able to be a part of.
That's an excellent point. And actually, that's part of the hours of conversation between Greg and myself. I used to be a gold bug. I used to be a silver bug 10 years ago, 2008, 9, 10. I bought 5,000 ounces of silver, probably 30 or 40 ounces of gold. I buried it like a pirate. And then I looked at that, after these crypto products Richard had put together were overperforming. I looked at that and said, look, that's really dormant capital. Let me convert that. Okay. So I've had a conversion. However, I used to believe in these things more, these tangible, I can sequester it. It's off grid, the kind of zombie apocalypse finance, that kind of stuff. And I don't believe it now. So I am biased now toward crypto. But Peter is able to look at charts just like everybody else. And for him to step up and, be part of this dialogue and conversation and know that, the audience that he's speaking to is mostly crypto people that care. We're the ones that asked him to know that it's going to go on camera. You would not believe the fight that we had, not fight, but, these invitations for him. And he did not want to necessarily do this thing because he can sell his time all day long on Fox and CNBC, and he can speak to a different generation than the crypto generation, and he can make his money, right? There's no reason for him to basically harm his ability to generate a percentage off of gold sales to do this conversation with Richard. And Richard is Richard. And I'm sure that there will be fireworks. And partially, Greg wants fireworks because that becomes interesting water cooler conversation that engages future audiences. However, the general unknown person that is your good look. So please do not do that. Please do not be the anonymous troll on Peter's channel or his content, because it serves no popular good. It serves no benefit to either community. I do want him to have this conversation. I do want him to speak to gold bugs, silver bugs. I do want conversion, but I'm not willing to give up, the benefit of this conversation happening just to persuade one tribe to join a different tribe. That's not the point. The point is the general population doesn't care about either thing. They don't care about crypto and they don't care about gold, but they truthfully should. They should care about something, because you have to store your value in a super inflating and hyperinflating world, in my opinion. So please be kind to Richard and to Peter. It's great that they're going to do this thing. It's taken a lot of negotiation to get it to happen, and I almost want to throw in the towel before, but I'm glad that he stepped up and treat him reasonably.
Yeah, folks, Peter is the guy that ran for Senate, if you don't know. He's, a very admirable guy. And I said this last night, Peter and Richard, I think, have some underlying values that really do align when it comes to the concerns with the Fed and the dollar and the way the monetary system is. And we've got a lot of same beliefs. I would love to see if the conversation between them, starts out that way and talks about the, similarities behind everything and kind of where it goes, because that's the core of it all. There's really very similar beliefs when it comes to that.
Yeah, I think there's a craving for sound money. The definition of what sound money means, who knows? Some people believe crypto, some people believe, bushel of corn, some people, even I hear this number like 50, that if you took all the debt and then you collapsed it into the price of gold, that an ounce of gold should be $50,000. Well, that's saying that nothing else is a store of value. Your diesel pickup truck that you bought for $7,000 and you can sell for $25,000. That's a store of value in a super inflating world, because it has utility. It's a truck, and trucks rust out, and that one isn't rusted. So you have all kinds of things that are store of value narratives. It just depends on which one is the loudest voice in the room. And when you look at the charts, you look at the history of people trading, you look at the decentralized nature that a taxi driver in Brazil can buy a crypto through a DeFi kind of platform, a DEX. He can participate, and his financial energy can be moved on a different side of the planet to someone else, right? With those less frictions. PulseChain, I think, is going to solve a lot of the issues of Ethereum. Ethereum is the network effect first mover, best platform, most popular, And with that popularity comes a cost to transact. And we think that PulseChain is going to super perform in that expensive transaction kind of world of Ethereum. But the idea behind DeFi is you can move financial energy either peer to peer, which is wallet to wallet, individual wallet to individual wallet, and you can have government and corporate interest reduced at least, in that transaction. So I'm looking forward to the conversation. I hope it isn't hostile. I suspect that if
Your mic just started to get wrecked.
sound money, that they will care. They both care about sound money.
I do think that together they have so much to offer an audience with experience and expertise that hopefully they both recognize that as an opportunity. And despite even the most heated differences of opinions, they can hopefully have a wealth of conversation before anybody feels the need to weaponize the value of their preferred asset class.
I almost look at it like
Hey,
the Sam
HEX ORCA
Harris, Jordan Peterson. Oh.
Hold up, what's up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I thought somebody called out my handle. No worries.
Yeah, so HEX ORCA, make sure that even though you're doing this long stream, that you're doing backups. Remember that I know you're recording, but did you ever get that 5,000 minute recording from the first time you did this record?
No, Twitter didn't record the first one. We have a YouTube feed that's currently got the live stream on it.
Awesome.
And then I believe there might even be more than one channel that's already doing it. So we should be backed up for next.
That's terrific. Yeah, so the YouTube stream is very helpful because people can always dice that up later.
Mm-hmm.
They can do searches and they can do minutes, minute by minute play. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and can always go back and rewind. It's too bad there's not an easier way to kind of time track as we go, or I just didn't prepare in any regards that you could provide on the fly updates to the timestamps. But oh well.
On Twitch, since it's being recorded on Twitch, that we could have someone who literally does clips because with YouTube you have to put it in YouTube Studio. There's no clips, but on Twitch they allow you're able to do a certain amount. I think like 5 minutes, maximum of 5 minutes. I have to check it out. But like while you're watching, someone could clip. Like let's say someone has like a good 2-minute answer to a question. Well, if someone's listening, they could go ahead and clip that and clip it for like I don't know how many more minutes behind.
Yeah, see, I don't know. It just sounds like that sounds like a Herculean effort finding.
I'm just saying it's
gold
possible
nuggets.
while we're doing it,
is
so
possible,
it could save
but I would
time.
never wish that. I would never wish that on my worst enemy to have to go through that. So
I'm just putting it out there.
It's a good idea. It's a good idea. I'm not going to do it. I wouldn't want anybody to put themselves through it. If you're the kind of person that wants to do that, more power to you. Take a crack at it.
I'm live streaming it, and I'll probably be cutting up some clips about some of the most important things.
Okay, plug your channel, man. You got to show yourself after that.
So Crypto Fitness channel on YouTube. I'm streaming it right now. I'll be streaming it as much as possible. I mean, hopefully I can keep going the entire time for the space as well. Like I was just at the gym, and I just kept it going for the sake of anybody who wants to come in and listen to it. I thought about streaming it on Twitch at the same time because I'm using StreamYard to do it, but I don't know. Maybe I'll do that. But I can, after everything's said and done, what I'm thinking about doing is grabbing the entire video and editing just some of the best clips from the entire event.
Hey, Crypto Fitness, if you have people that will watch you on Twitch, host me because I'm on Twitch also. Just host me so like that it'll play on yours. so it gives extra viewers.
Yeah, I don't have any followers on Twitch. I've got 3,500
okay.
Subscribers on YouTube, so I'm streaming it there. That's why I mainly do it there. But yeah.
Okay, it was just an idea.
I mean, I
No
can
problem.
throw it up on I have my Twitch account connected to my StreamYard, so I mean I could throw it up.
Yeah, if you want, just you know how to do it in the settings. You just take the channel, the links in my bio, go straight to the website. You could click on the Twitch video, and then you could just like add the Twitch account. It's Hex to Learn, but yeah, you could just add it as as a hosting channel. Then it'll just whenever I'm on and you're not on, it'll host it automatically.
Yep, I'll do that.
And I'll do the same for you if you want.
I'm making some. I'm just doing a post workout meal, so let me do that, and then I'll jump on.
Yeah,
Link to your make a tweet that goes to your live stream, and then in the tweet, you know, Hex Orca, and I can point people to it to see the live part. But also they'll have that to be able to dissect or do their own little.
All right, just a second.
He got rugged, but I'm sure he'll be back any second. Hey, what's up? I didn't even see you request the microphone. What up, Maddie?
Hey, how's it going? I am driving.
Hey,
I'm driving from Florida. We just went to the Daytona 500, and I'm driving this U-Haul with the Hex DeLorean on it to Las Vegas, Nevada. It's a 34-hour drive. I'm going to stop in Austin and sleep a little bit here in maybe 10 hours or 12 or whatever.
Wow, that is a journey. What an awesome adventure, though, down in Daytona. And now you're road tripping it all the way to Vegas, huh?
That's right.
Man, that's awesome. You'll have the luxury of getting to creep into the space whenever you want. That if you have that many hours ahead of you.
Exactly.
Because it looks like we're going to be in the same boat.
I'm loving it. Yeah. And thanks for all that you guys are doing. This is monumental. And yeah, I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents about the recording part. Because I used to work in a neuroscience laboratory, and backing up things was really important. So I'd hate to see the space get lost again. Remember, everybody, that when you stream for more than 12 hours on YouTube uninterrupted, they do not archive you. So they don't save it on YouTube if you pass the 12-hour mark, because they're considering you one of these continuous streams. And so if you want to have stuff saved onto YouTube that you're streaming there, you just have to shut down the stream every 10 or 12 hours and then restart it, and then it'll save it. And there's also a new setting on YouTube for some creators where you can turn on a clip feature like you have on Twitch. And the way that I would recommend people, or at least the way I go about it, clipping material, is if I'm listening to an amazing live stream such as this one, and there's a gold nugget in there, well, I don't know, a hex nugget, whatever you want to call it, you can like rewind maybe like a minute or wherever the conversation started, and then you can screen grab that and then watch at 2x, so you catch back up after you're done recording. And that way you don't have to go back and listen to the whole 40 hours or whatever it is. You can just make sure that you're capturing any moments that you think are valuable. And if we have a whole community of people who are creating clips either by screen grabbing or by using the feature on YouTube, the creator has to turn it on and then the user has to use it. But that clip feature is pretty cool.
That's good advice. I'll check that out.
That's amazing. Thanks, Matt. I didn't know about the 12 hours. I'm going to plan accordingly for that.
Awesome.
Awesome advice. So when's the Hex meetup in Vegas then? We might as well show that.
Yeah, the HEX conference, it's coming up here. It's starting in 13 days. That'll be March 6th through 9th. And some people are going a day or two early because there might be a race that happens there with the HEX NASCAR JJ Yealy team. But yeah, it's really going to be amazing. The conference from March 6th through 9th, you can go to hexconference.com and follow the links. Everybody needs a ticket. They are very reasonably priced. There are very few left, but we're going to have basically a repeat of the online conference with some things more polished and in person. It's really exciting. So, sorry, I'm driving here. Yeah, so the conference, it's going to start on the first day from 8 to 10 a.m. as registration. Coffee will be provided. Yeah, so that'll be really exciting. And then it'll be a full day from 10 to 6, 4 days in a row. And so we've got a lot to look forward to. There's going to be a lot of surprises and amazing content, just like with the online conference. So I hope everybody's ready.
Very cool. Thank you very much, Maddie. I had a quick question for you on the HEX conference coming up.
Please.
Are there going to be other like planned events as part of that? Where I know last year I think y'all went to like a speakeasy and just some different cool activities. Is that also planned into the schedule for the couple days out there?
So I can't say that there will definitely be a lot of news coming out about what the social activities are. The way that I structured the part that I'm planning is that I'll be responsible on the first day from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And every day after that, from 9 to 10, we'll have coffee in the morning and then start the speeches at 10, so 10 to 6. And anybody who's not able to make it, you'll be able to see an amazing show online for those hours. So don't fear that you'll miss out. But as far as the evening events, my hope was that this being a decentralized community, the different members of the community could, take on their leadership role. I know last time we had an event, Kareem, planned a nightclub night and got everybody to Venmo him to throw down for the table. I know that Nagabo has a mansion party on the last night of the conference, and it's my hope that maybe even multiple community members will choose to schedule activities that would appeal to their subgroup. Some people will want to do family activities like go to a Cirque du Soleil feature. Other people will want to walk around on the strip and people watch or hand out HEX materials, and other people, they might want to go to nightclubs and stuff. So I think with having 600 Hexicans all in one place, the biggest meetup in HEX history, I think that there's something for everybody.
I'm excited. Thank you so much for sharing that. Sorry, Orca.
No, I was just gonna say it's like such a good pitch, dude. It just gets me smiling from ear to ear. It's like, how could you not enjoy that energy?
Awesome.
My Twitter's really bugging out, so I was kind of having some heart palpitations, thinking like, man, gonna get rugged so early. I'd rather be heartbroken later than early on a marathon run, but alas, it looks like it's back to working. I put a little link to one of your previous tweets up there for Hexpo.Vegas. So if anybody wants, you can just click that tweet, and there should be a fast and easy link to use with all the information that Maddie just gave us. Yeah, man, thanks for telling us all the info. I'm always really behind, especially if it comes to anything requiring scheduling. So if I don't have like people that are far more organized who have these convenient little tweets out there, then there's no chance I'll ever be able to pin down when these events are.
Yeah, it's 369.
That's so perfect.
Hey, Maddie, while we have you on the line here, I was curious how the rest of the Daytona event went. I know I saw a couple videos of it looked like some merch was getting passed out, and you were showing off the DeLorean. I was kind of curious if you could share a little bit about that experience.
It was a blast. All the Hexicans that I saw were having the time of their lives. And, you know, when Hexicans have the time of their lives, it's because they're engaged, they're having heart-to-hearts with each other. I had so many amazing conversations with Hexicans. Some people saw my stream that I did, but there was a lot of stuff that happened off camera. I know a lot of footage got taken, so I think Crypto Sparbach and others will have footage coming out. I know I took the opportunity to record as many people as I could. I got some amazing footage of people like Nardo for the win, just giving his heartfelt testimony about, you know, where he's at in his journey of sudden wealth syndrome, of trying to help others. And so, I'm excited to play around with different ways to release maybe 1 minute clips or this and that. But that was definitely a highlight. Another highlight for me was all of the onboarding that I did. And I bought the DeLorean in the first place, you know, because I thought it would be the perfect symbol for Hex, because you're paying your future self. And so anyway, at the Daytona 500, I was able to attract so many people walking up, so excited. It was really easy to talk to people. And based on how many magnets I handed out, because I handed out magnets that are hexagon shaped and exactly 3.69 inches, and they have a picture of the DeLorean and a QR code that goes to all my links and has hex.com at the top, as well as YouTube pages and stuff. But being a psychology person myself, I played around with different pitches, and I was counting how many magnets I handed out. I handed out 600 magnets, and I think the average like audience size each time I did a pitch and handed out magnets was probably maybe like 2.2 people or something like that. So I gave like 150 pitches, and I got to see people's faces, you know, react, their micro expressions for each word that I said. And then I kind of, you know, got better over time at being able to appeal to this particular group of people who are, you know, they're car enthusiasts. They are they're standing next to me, and they are excited about the DeLorean. And so I got to practice a lot of different pitches, and I think it went super well. And so I'm excited to see, any of the people that I onboarded popping up in the community. And it's really exciting to keep learning more about onboarding, more about being able to, you know, attract eyes and clicks. Of course, we like clicks. And we also like, you know, everything that's valuable to the community. People are, I think what you saw online was maybe not a good representation of what happened there. Hex is still a very grassroots community. And for me, I know, here's another like quick moment I can share. Everybody was so excited to be promoting Hex. We got like back in the pits, okay? And I'm not a NASCAR person. This is my first NASCAR event since maybe I was a kid. I went to the Indy 500, but somehow we got back into the pit area, and then I was just pretending like I belonged there, and then I was pretending that I could just go out on the track. So I went out on the track at the end of the race, and I was like standing behind the main driver while there were all these cameras on him. I was just pretending like I should be there. I was holding my camera up like I was some sort of journalist or something. And I was wearing my Hex hat. And so every like video of that driver, the camera, if you looked over his shoulder, all you'd see is Hex. So any kind of like little grassroots moment that we can jump on, we were doing it. And so it's really exciting to me that, that we had that excitement, and that it wasn't just a bummer because, you know, the car didn't make it. We were there for each other, not to have a car in the race, but having a car that could have been in the race is the reason we were all there as well. And so in my mind, it worked out super well, and it was another great event.
I can't even imagine how many people were pumped about a DeLorean at Daytona 500, man. Got to be a lot of car enthusiasts that are kind of having a time of their life just kicking it next to your car.
It was wild, man. I didn't predict it. I thought it would be like kind of cool, but I was more popular than the race car drivers.
I bet, honestly. No, that thing is badass. I've seen it in the videos, and I mean, come on, dude. Your idea with like HEX and the Back to the Future theme and paying yourself in the future, it's just too good, man. It's too good.
Thanks. Yeah, and I'm planning, that's the reason I'm driving the DeLorean for 34 hours here to Vegas, is so that people in the HEX community who are going to the conference will get a chance to see it, take a picture, hold the hoverboard, all that stuff. And so I'm really excited to share it with the community because, again, it's a symbol and it's something that speaks to a lot of people.
Very cool. Yeah, I'll definitely be looking out for those posts when people have their photo shoots. I've already seen a couple from previous events, and it is you can just see people's face light up. It's so funny. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
Just a friendly reminder, you guys, because I know that people come and go from these spaces. Up at the top, the name says Gold versus Crypto. There's a link to an upcoming debate on February 23rd between Richard Hart and Peter Schiff. They'll be debating the utility of gold versus crypto, specifically with regard to Bitcoin and HEX. And so if you'd like, just scroll through the pinned tweets. I think the second pinned tweet right now is from Funding Gym, and if you click on that, there's a free registration link. You can use a throwaway email. It doesn't have to be your personal email. And that'll give you access to the deployed media player. But anyway, the room is open to any topics. We talk about crypto a lot. We talk about finance a lot, financial freedom, retirement goals, self-development goals, things like that. So anyone can request the microphone if you'd like. Come up and speak about whatever. Just be respectful of other people's voice and time, and it's good to go.
I have a really quick question.
Go for it, man.
So I started following Bitcoin whenever it surpassed the price of gold. And that's when I got into crypto for real. Has the T-share price surpassed the price of gold now?
Yes, it has.
Cool. Yay. That was it.
That's a really cool metric. So the T-share rate is more expensive than the price of gold.
We flipped gold and we didn't even know it.
That's pretty cool. Does anyone have any opinions on, I don't want to say like crypto versus gold, but, can you construct use cases for gold that exceed the use cases for crypto, or are they both codependent, or at least like best utilized when coexisting? Thoughts?
Is anyone really a fan of both? Usually it's one or the other, right?
I don't know, man.
I'm a fan of both.
Like, probably right, but I'm kind of a fan of both. But probably like biased still. Probably biased towards crypto.
Can you be like 98% a fan of crypto and still 2% a fan of gold?
I feel
possible?
Like, I feel like that's like the split. If you're on one side or the other, you're like, 90% one way.
Yeah.
Like I don't see a crypto investor diversifying half the portfolio in gold, nor do I see like someone who's into gold and whatever boomers are into and getting into crypto.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Nah, man, boomers are pulling out. They're all jumping into crypto. The whole Wall. They just had the Wall Street does a conference every year in Miami. They did it about 4 weeks ago. I heard the entire conference was about crypto. They didn't mention stocks at all. Nobody. But I was going to say. Go ahead.
They can come in and pump our bags.
Yeah, no, exactly what exactly. I don't know. I don't know who would even. Man, I can't imagine the thought process of someone thinking we need to be pumping like billionaires. I don't know. That was. I don't know.
Hey, what's up, Wise Bitcoin?
What's up, brother? Thank you for the time.
Of course.
I'm a dual citizen Hexagon, so I pop in and out. I've been around since before the big payday, and I've got into crypto. I've been following Richard Hart since the 2017 ICO days, so I've learned a lot from him over the years, and really respect people who have intellectual honesty and change their minds and are working to make the world a better place and to create things. So I've learned a lot from him as well as many others. And he's a big fan of plugging what you do. I've got a small YouTube channel where we do cryptocurrency education and outreach. And while our focus is on the need for privacy in the space right now, I've got several videos on PulseChain and HEX. And actually, my buddy, a friend of mine that we do the channel together, our backgrounds in economics, Austrian economics in particular, we studied in university. And so we were into this before HEX and crypto even came about. And we're like so excited about watching Richard Hart debate Schiff. We actually did a video on core concepts leading up to it, so that people can be a little bit more familiar with Austrian economics and Schiff, because from our background in Austrian economics, we want people to know, like, Schiff does not represent any intellect. He does not represent Austrian economics. You know, maybe from back in the Fed Ron Paul days of, you know, we need to end the Fed. That's as close as he gets to some link to Austrian economics, because the positions that he takes, calling crypto or Bitcoin a fraud and a scam. He recently called HEX a fraud, saying that it's not a CD and it's this. And that's why we take the time to break down these concepts, because it's really disingenuous. He's mixing up concepts and words. Like, people in blockchain and crypto know that you're not. It's not the traditional market. You're not investing in a company where you're promising some people to give you a return based upon the success or the profitability of that company. When you're looking at blockchain technology, whether it's proof of stake or proof of work mining, securing networks, it's a completely different relationship. So what I'm really excited about, what Richard Hart and what HEX has done, and the big innovation that we harp about all the time to continue telling people that makes it so much better than Bitcoin and anything else out there, is that for the first time, you have money being paid ethically and equitably to all people in the world equally, based upon time value. No matter how rich you are, no matter what language, no matter what your religion is, if you lock up HEX for 5 minutes, for 5 years, you get the same rate of return. And instead of the Federal Reserve, or instead of banks printing trillions of dollars and choosing which industries, which intermediaries get to have first access to the money, which, when you really look at the problems we have with wars or prisons and the economy, it comes down to who gets the money first, right? That's why we have problems with the whole banking system. So what Bitcoin still centralizes it to proof of work is the Hex army, as the Hexagons know. And there's still some problems in these other iterations. So for me, it's like, you know, it's to keep hammering the point that this is really the most innovative use of blockchain technology when it comes to a digital money. I couldn't imagine a more perfect money that is suited for the world, you know. And so that's that. I really love. I would just want to say thank you guys, because this is one of the strongest communities in crypto. I've been around crypto for a while. I learn from different communities and kind of just participate in different ones to learn. And I will say, there's no doubt that the HEX community stands out, because it stands out on knowledge and on principle and on being able to debate and go head to head. So I'm excited about this upcoming thing. And if there's any group that my buddy Ryan and I could talk to on a podcast, or if you guys want to do a post debate stream where we talk about stuff, we would love to really break down Schiff's points, because we've kind of already done that in some respect. But it's good. It's just good for people who might not have a background in economics to see that a lot of the points he's making are baseless, and they have no value. Like, he keeps referring to network effects. Like, if if everyone sells it, the price goes to zero. Well, that's actually how everything in the world works. if everyone sells something of anything and nobody likes it anymore, then the price goes to zero. That's just an economic fact. So,
Hey, Wise Bitcoin, I don't know if you've noticed, but while you were talking about some of these things, one of those two people that's going to be in that debate is actually hanging out in the Twitter space.
oh, I have no idea. No, I didn't know. I'm just ranting, brother.
Oh, it's all good.
Who is it? Who's in the space?
Richard Hart's in the space. I tried
Oh
to
man,
send
I
him an
love it.
invite,
Well,
but
I have
don't
mad
know if he's going to
respect.
speak.
I don't know if he's still here, but I learned a lot from him over the years, and I have a lot of respect for people that I learned from and that are out there sharing knowledge to make the world a better place. And I actually reached out to him on Telegram before the big payday, and he answered a question of mine, and because he was just so easy to communicate with and answered so well, I was like, well, I'm definitely going to continue to support this. And it was one of the best, if not the best decision I've made when it comes to a cryptocurrency, investment. So that's why I continue to support it.
Very cool. Hexorcist, I see you have your hand up.
Hey, Orca, how's things, brother?
Yeah, doing all right, man.
I don't know if I don't mind waiting if I think the king is in the house, so I don't know if he wants to jump up first and I can chat later.
I think we can try to pressure him, but there's no guarantees, man. No expectations. Might just be hanging out, cooling down a little bit before the big debate.
I like that Wise Beyond Crypto guy. This is gonna be a debut. He's pretty solid. That's all right, man. Especially considering what we just, from the last guy who was saying onboard only billionaires. Forget everybody else. That was kind of refreshing hearing that gentleman come in here and express that wisdom. Beautiful.
Lucas, I think you really summarized it in a way that I haven't heard said before. And I wanted to say thank you for that, for sharing that, because it probably is one of the first equitable distribution models for money that's ever been created. Man, when you put it in that light, I think it's even more mind blowing. And I've been a very happy member of this community for a long time. I've just never heard it put quite that way. So thank you so much for coming up and sharing that perspective.
Thank you, brother. It's my pleasure. Thank you for recognizing. That's kind of like what we do. It's all neuro-linguistic programming, right? We all add value where we see things in our backgrounds in economics and markets. So we want to do what we can to add value to the community and describe it and express it in a way that really does it a service and treats it properly. Because so many people like Schiff or others, well, they will try to be very lazy when they describe something in blockchain or crypto, and they'll try to lump it into something in the traditional financial markets. And it just goes to show that they don't understand blockchain and crypto, and they're not doing the argument justice. So, and I'm, just a messenger, right? So to be able to talk about an amazing product that's been created, that's what makes this so exciting. I've studied markets, but to have someone create something to create creative destruction or revolutionize the markets, that's the epic part. And to be a part of a community that supports it makes it even better. And I will say this, Richard Hart is one of the few people that actually talks about the need for decentralization and changing the structure of the world from gatekeepers. And so many people have forgotten that and just moved to what's going to make them money, whether it's from a centralized exchange or whatever. And it's not about banking the unbanked anymore. And I love that he keeps it true and keeps it real. And it's not about making money because he's already made it. And that I dig that. For me, it's not about making money. If the world's not making it a better place, then what's the benefit?
Does anyone know
Amen.
how?
Amen. 100%.
How did this debate come up? Like, how did it all come together? Does anyone know the backstory there?
Funding Jim, I think, and HEX ORCA kind of came together to bring this new marathon style chat up to bring awareness to the Richard Hart and Peter Schiff debate coming up.
I think I have a comment on comparing and contrasting gold and HEX. I think like both of these in a way are bearer assets. So, you know, you don't have necessarily a middleman involved. But at the same time, you know, when we think about assets and we think about like counterparty risk anyway, right? You shouldn't keep your crypto on an exchange because it's, you know, somebody could run away with it. There's an incentive for them to do that. You shouldn't keep your gold, you know, your in paper certificates or gold ETFs or anything because it's not really yours, right? But when it comes to, you know, the risk that I'm going to screw this up, that's where HEX shines and nothing else does, because I can save myself from myself by time locking my HEX. And so that, not sure that that's counterparty risk, like with my future self, but it's something, right? We need words for this. You know, there's counterparty risk with my future self if, you know, I get impulsive, or if I'm, you know, enticed to trade, or if, you know, things change in my life. Gold is not going to be protected, but HEX shares will be.
Hey, Maddie, I totally resonate with that. You know, with this hard lock feature, I can't tell you how many times I would have been sweating bullets after I saw a 10x or 100x, you know, having never seen 100x in my life. It gives you the ability to save yourself from yourself and that baser human instinct, right? That scarcity mindset of trying to aggregate resources to yourself as quickly as possible. And so I'm with you 100%, brother.
There's no way to send gold to your future self. There is a way to send HEX to your future self. And yay.
To add to that, like the way everything's set up, it just amplifies that, like, against you, right? So like the timing of this chance to be able to do that, I mean, think about that. Like, think about, in reality, of all time, however long you think human's been around, right now we have that chance to like change it. It is absurdly potential. Like, my mind every day, I wake up thinking about what's going to change now instead of like what's going on. It's quite all around quite it just changed the whole way I think about everything. It's mind numbing at times.
I was waiting for someone else to say this, but it's kind of illegal to exchange gold P2P along with fishing without a license and collecting rainwater. So, FYI.
You know, guys, we may not have a complete lock on the idea of staking, but we do seem to have a lock on length of stakes, and that adds immensely to the value of our blockchain. So, you know, you can think of stuff like Phantom. At least a while back, they had most total value lock of any chain, but nobody comes close to us in total value lock for periods of time. And that means sustainability well into the future, as far as I'm concerned. When the God will decided to put 195.5 or 194.5 million up for 15 years, that means that anything less than 15 years, I'm pretty sure this blockchain is going to be there.
It was a huge vote of confidence, a massive vote of confidence, right? And as you're swimming through the oceans, you may not know the best course to take, but you can find some of the bigger fish and just study what they do, right? And it can give you some insight the longer you look, what they're doing, when they're doing it, and you can potentially surmise why they're doing it. Sorry, go ahead, Maddie.
Yeah, I don't like tradable shares because I think they break this, you know, important part of time locking. That's you know what HEX is based off of. But I did think of a technical way to program in this part that some of us want to do, which is to only sell interest. And so I think I've only spoken publicly about this maybe once, but this idea that, you know, whoever's trusted and when the time is right, you know, without any fee being taken, zero fee. And that's a caveat that I just want to impress upon, because if we're talking about exponential gains, even a 1% fee is way too much to be paying for somebody to just write some code, let alone something that's way higher than that. But if somebody's asking you to give, a whole percent of your future wealth, or more than that, or anything, I can only see, like, my front end for Hex T-Shrap takes 0%, and I like that. Other people need ways to make money, sure, and catch up. But for me, I'm paid by my past self with my Hex shares, and so I don't need more than that. I don't need my T shares and your T shares. But anyway, so the idea is that you can do a perpetual T share with the same code that already exists, without doing anything shady by forking anything. All you have to do is write a smart contract that says that in order to, whenever you go to pay the ETH to end the stake, you also have to pay the ETH to restake for the same length. And so this is kind of similar to something you can do with Firebund's thing, where you take away your own ability to emergency end stake. So there are lots of cool things we can program in that we're talking about, that we're saying we want to do, but it goes along with this theme of paying your future self and saving yourself from yourself. I would love to make 1% or 5% of my Hex bag generational wealth and just have it to where I can't sell the principal because it's being auto restaked, basically.
Well, Maddie, you bring up a really interesting point. So I have been around in real estate since God was a pup, and I started buying what are called partial payments on owner-carried mortgages. And it used to be in the earlier days of real estate, it was quite common for owners to carry financing, and because the interest rates were so high, and who knows, we may be going back to those days, we very well may be. But in any event, I found that the discount I would have to offer somebody was so much that very often they wouldn't accept the offer. So as an example, if you had a note for 5 years and it had a balloon payment, most of what you would receive for the next 5 years is only interest anyway. And then you'd have your balloon payment. Well, we came up with the idea of what's called a partial purchase. And what that meant was I would buy your balloon, you keep all the payments between now and the balloon, and I'll take the balloon. Okay? In this case, you could just substitute the balloon for the interest that you're going to earn in Hex. And it appears to be a pretty good deal for the holder because they're not losing a penny of their principal. And when they add that to what I'm paying them for their balloon now, because of time value money and discounting, it came out to more than they've invested. So they were happy. Now, in reality, in a lot of cases, they were taking a rather substantial discount, 12%, 18%. But they didn't realize that because they're only discounting the interest and not the principal. And it made sense for both parties. I still think probably it wasn't quite as good a thing for them as if they were holding, but if they needed the money, they got the money. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, anything that takes away from the buy pressure of Hex by offering something that isn't really Hex because you're not time locking, or you're breaking the time lock basically and getting the higher APY, like, really doesn't make sense to me. And I'm glad that there's so many other people in the Hex community who agree that time locking your money and having it immutable. And that's kind of why we're on this thread, right? Is that when I think of the difference between gold and between Hex stands out because really there's nothing else like it that has the immutable feature. And so it's funny to me that some people are talking about screwing with that, but at the same time, I know that everybody's voice should be heard, and the more we talk about it, the better, for everybody to understand the different points of view, and then they can decide for themselves.
I agree 100%. And for me, the resources this community provides for one to plan out what they're going to stake in the beginning. I know it's not everyone had that available to them when they made their original stakes and whatnot, but I agree with you, Maddie. It's as if why why do that instead of set up your staking ladder when you want to stake? You can look at Hex.vision or all these tools that communities provided and make that decision then, and then not have to worry about any of these other alternate scenarios. I mean, it scares me at one instance, and I understand people trying to innovate, but yeah.
It's really the same thing as a reverse mortgage. So if you're an old guy, let's say you're 80 years old and you've got heart problems and you're living in your house, I will loan you a substantial portion of the value of your home. And I hate to be a crass, cold motherfucker, but I'm kind of banking on the actuarial tables and the fact that you're going to die and I'm going to come out ahead. If you happen to outlive me, great, you win that one. But basically, I know when I go in that I can lend you more money if you're older than I can if you're younger. That's it. And the closer we get to the unstake period that you need your money, the more I'll pay you for that interest, by the way.
I see how that works, and I still see it as where you're borrowing from your future self instead of paying your future self. I think like as a world, we are living in a debt society where that's normal, but I think that, really it's better for your mental health if you aren't borrowing from your future self, and when you make a promise for how long you're going to time lock your money, you keep it.
I agree. Now, that being said, there are going to be situations where all of a sudden somebody close to you is dying of cancer or whatever. And human nature being what it is, people are going to sell. If they're going to sell, it's better that they keep their principal as per your original idea than that they emergency unstake.
Because to hold the price of Hex up and to create the value that gives people the APY and the price appreciation, you need that immutability. You need to not water it down and make it paper Hex. You need to not make it tradable. The whole point is that it's not tradable. That's what Hex is. Money that.
Well, and I think you're still going to have. Oh, sorry, I thought you were cutting out, Maddie. Sorry about that.
You're good.
So I think no matter what, you're still going to have that option, right? And at least up front, you'll be able to assess, do I see myself as the type of person that would ever end this for any reason down the line? And if the answer is yes, you can still create a stake just like you would today. Go.hex.com or through Staker app, it's an interesting question about optionality. I think no matter what, these things are going to get built. I hope that they get built in the same vein that Hex was, right, in terms of the same principles. But I also hear your point that at the end of the day, right, it does kind of break the model of what Hex, I guess, it initially launched as, in terms of paying your future self, creating a contract that's really unbreakable until halfway through without harming your initial principal. I see both sides. It's a really interesting discussion to have.
Yeah, it is. And again, it's it's like that episode of Black Mirror where everybody's like tweeting and making the Hornets kill people, and then it doesn't work out well for them. It's like
well, something else. This is interesting. So I have I'm not going to give the actual number, but just like say 600 single family homes, and they're all sold on an option to purchase. And that I actually do have a fuck ton because I'm old as shit and I've been doing this. And I really can't sell my positions to anybody because there's very few investors that want to step in at par and buy me out. And I don't want to take a discount. So over the years, I have accumulated a fair amount of money by holding. And I never thought of it like this. I just did it for the cash flow and the fact that I'd have less maintenance and everything. And it worked out really well for me, but it also locked me in. Well, today, now that I'm pushing 60 and I'd like to retire, I really can't quite, because I can't find a buyer. And I've spoken to everybody, BlackRock and all these people. And it's just weird enough and unusual enough that nobody wants to step in my shoes. So I'll probably own these houses till I die. And I might be the guy 80 years old in the office. I mean, I live in Puerto Rico, but if my partner ever croaks, I guess I'm moving to Iowa. And man, I hate that shit.
Hey, Steak and Apes. I know you've had your hand up for quite a while. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Steak and Apes here. See a lot of great profile pictures out there. So I just wanted to comment, throw my little 2 cents in on the thing. You can lead the horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So how do you think somebody's going to feel whenever they trade one of those 555 NFTs and then 15 years down the road, it turns into $2 million and all they did was trade it for, a gain of $40 or a gain of $100. So I think having this optionality, I think the true Hexkins are going to stay and use Hex the correct way. But I think by having this optionality, we're going to be able to bring in a new class of people, show them the way of Hex. And once they get wrecked by, making maybe 2% here and then losing 3% here, back and forth trading these valuable stakes, as NFTs, that they're going to be like, let me look into this project. Let me see what it's all about. And that's going to drive them to our community. And they're going to hear us, yelling down their throat, stake your Hex and lock it up and do this and do that. Because, it's kind of essentially the same thing that I'm doing with NFTs. I'm literally, giving out these free NFTs and stuff like that, yelling at people to, sacrifice for PulseX, or, buy and stake Hex. So I'm making a lot more connections by being on their playing ground. And now they see me out there, telling them what to do. But I'm also behind their playground with an ape, as a picture of my profile. So I think it's just like kind of at least like subliminal messaging, kind of a least passive aggressive way, because no matter what, whenever you're trying to argue a point, like we're going to see it nobody's going to win this argument between Richard Hart and Peter Schiff. All right.
Disagree.
You disagree?
Sorry, that was inappropriate. But keep going.
Dude, go ahead. Shoot. Why do you disagree? Because I feel like nobody will win this argument.
I don't want someone to win is what I meant. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, so both are going to put their side, but that's not going to change either of their actual mind. All right, and it probably won't change the people on Peter's side. It won't change the people on Richard's side. Go invest in gold or vice versa, but it will definitely give a lot more exposure. So now people are going to actually be looking in, to this stuff in kind of a least passive aggressive way, instead of everybody yelling on Twitter like, fuck you. Oh shit. Sorry for cussing. My bad. I was trying to stop and I ended up cussing more. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents on it. I think it's going to be great, but the true Hexkins are going to stay with how they're doing with Hex. But I think this optionality will lead to more people being aware of Hex.
I think it'll result probably in a fork where the people who don't understand that there is no optionality in staking, and that's the design, that's the design intention and what creates the value, right? Because the APY and the mad price gains, they're earned because you're creating scarcity in the here and now by time locking. If you can trade your time locks, then there's no more scarcity.
Hey, Maddie.
Right.
I'd like your opinion too on this, because one of the things that's come up over and over again in the community, especially as new people get into this, maybe they didn't have security at the forefront of their mind in terms of how to secure their bags via like a hardware wallet. One of the portions, I guess, of this new optionality is going to be the ability to tokenize that stake and then transfer it to a different wallet address. So if you thought for whatever reason that maybe you messed up, you were brand new and you didn't realize that, you're not supposed to give your seed words out, whatever it might be, and you thought that your wallet was compromised, you might have an option or a chance to tokenize that stake and send it to a fresh wallet. Do you think something like that still has value? Or do you see value in some of the pieces of what some of these other things are bringing to the table?
I love the way that you worded that question, and I think that so optionality, like, it's a cool story, right? And especially there are going to be use cases that really like pull on our heartstrings, right? Such as what people go to, right? They talk about the 80-year-old person who's good, or somebody who has an emergency, right? Or somebody who gets hacked, right? And these are all use cases, where we could see ourselves, and we wouldn't want anybody to suffer that horror. At the same time, what Hex is it's very draconian, right? How it's designed, and that's for a reason. Draconian means it's like really hardcore, like you get what you you get what you get, basically. That you're not bending the system for these, you know, use cases that it's not designed for, right? And that's really important. So when I look to see how can we use these same ideas of you know, building more on top, because essentially it's building more on top of Hex, I would say, but it's when you're trading stakes, then you're kind of interfering with the base layer. I would love to see the example that I gave earlier of being able to do a perpetual stake, where paying the ETH to end the stake, you know, because you signed up or because you did the original stake in this contract that requires you to pay the ETH to end the stake, also requires you to pay the ETH to restake the principal, and then you can only get the interest out. That's kind of a, you know, that's what everybody says, like, oh, we're only selling interest, but it's a way to do it on the blockchain to save yourself from yourself, and it plays to this strength of Hex being immutable and Hex being different than everything else that exists. I would love to see other applications.
Yeah. Hey, Maddie, I think Richard's in.
Oh, please.
So like, sometimes I hear shit so stupid I have to hop in. So how do people figure out when they're hacked? Their coins are gone. Okay. And then what? After their coins are gone, they're going to be like, oh, wait, I'm going to outmove the hacker that does this all day for a living as a noob. No, you're not. When people get hacked, which happens all day, every day, because I get messages about it all day, every day, and they never wanted to tell you how it happened because they feel stupid. Because in hindsight, they're like, wow, how did I fall for that? So almost none of these guys that gets hacked will tell you how it happened. But if you beat it out of them, you're like, wow, that was stupid, huh? So the idea, like right now, everything in Hex kind of accidentally worked out awesome. So, you know, pre-big payday, I'd never anticipated people emergency end staking to get lower share rates before the big payday, but they did that, and a lot of people were happy that they did. And I never anticipated so many people getting hacked. And then we see these emergency end stakes that nuke the share, pay all the honest stakers, and deprive the hacker of future resources. Because we got lucky. We got lucky, and when hackers hack people, and they don't know the system as well as Hexicans, they nuke stakes and they get nothing in return, and it rewards the honest stakers, and it deprives the hacker of future income. If instead the shares, the stakes were tradable, the hacker would get all of the benefit. And from what we've seen with these hackers, they usually dump it all on the market. And so I can tell you for a fact that you are not going to save any noobs from hackers by paying the hackers more, by making sure they get more when they liquidate what they've hacked. Do you understand?
Absolutely. Thank you, Richard, for chiming in. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Now, there's another thing here. I had the same exact opinion Maddie had for a year. Then I saw what Grayscale did. It could be the case that encapsulated stakes do what Grayscale did, and just cause a lot of Hex to get locked up on layer one. But it's not totally knowable, because you don't know. So like, for a new guy, does he want the optionality plus smart contract risk, plus can't keep his weak hands not weak, plus if it gets hacked you lose more, plus there's probably a fee involved, plus there's the chance that there's not as liquid a market for his thing, because his thing, it would be like a bond, and it really pays out in the liquid thing later. And then you've got this other class of tier of abstracted thing. Like, for instance, right now, is a Grayscale Bitcoin worth as much as a normal Bitcoin? No, they're 27% less valuable, even though Grayscale has all of the Bitcoin. And so encapsulated things do not have to trade one for what is inside them. As proof, Grayscale. So if it was on another chain and you were just on-ramping users from over there, probably net win. If you're just like harvesting existing hexagons and changing the relationship of the model, probably net loss. Just guessing, right? So, yeah, there's the nuance.
Thank you.
By the way, oh, Maddie, I've been listening to you this whole time. I tweeted about your tip on the clips, and everyone says they suck. I don't know. I've never seen one in real life yet, but I tweeted it. I did it, and congrats on the 600
Thank
cards
you.
handed out and the 2.2 average people pitched, and awesome stuff, man. And I like those two perspectives that I got from you guys. I love it when I hear awesome new perspectives from the hexagons, because I learned from you guys, right? Like I did not have previously in my head the yourself as a counterparty risk and the meritocracy of distribution of money to those that can best handle it. I like those two ideas a lot. So it's been a great live stream, and I'm just kind of idling here, one, because I like to listen, and two, I also figure Twitter just shills you more users because I'm listening. Just my assumption.
I appreciate that.
Do you think it's the case?
And
Do you think you actually get more users when I'm idling in here?
Without a doubt, yes.
Okay.
You pumped the room up to over 500.
Nice.
We were well below 200 earlier.
Yeah.
But
Richard, could I ask, do you have any thoughts for the discussion coming up, or are you kind of keeping that on its own level?
Well, I mean, if you guys want to pick apart his arguments in private so that he doesn't see it, so that you're not helping him prep, that's useful. He does have a lot of other debates that he's done with people and recent. So he did one with the Celsius founder, Mashinsky. He did one with Scaramucci. He's done quite a few of these recently.
Yeah, I saw you were doing your research with the Joe Rogan, right? You were watching, somebody referenced your post with Joe Rogan, watching something on gold. So obviously you're well preparing yourself.
Well,
Love to
the problem is
hear
I
that.
just am averse to listening to him because I've already heard him so many times that I don't really want to see if I missed any of his pitches, And the other thing is, it's like I don't think being responsive is the right way to win a debate. So, the right way to win a debate is to stay on the points that are, do you like losing money? Okay, well, go look at the chart. The chart says that, people have not made money versus inflation with gold. Like it was more valuable in the 80s than it was now, inflation adjusted. So you would have bought more with your gold then than you could buy now. Well, it's dumb. Like everything else in crypto went to the moon, stocks went to the moon, houses went to the moon, everything went to the moon, except this rock. It's not mooning. And if it didn't moon when they, printed all of the world's money and dropped it out of helicopters, like when might it? It's just, my wristwatches have appreciated vastly. Every single one of my wristwatches has outperformed gold. It's hilarious to me. So I've got some other, I don't want to share. I don't know if he's got his little minions hiding amongst us. So I'm willing to delay you guys enjoying my awesome arguments until you get to hear them in a couple days.
Yeah, save them.
Yeah.
We can be giving intel out. These Twitter spaces are notorious for having lingerers.
Yeah.
And because you've done so many live streams, we have that ASMR effect where people pile in here late
It's
at
true.
night just to fall asleep in these damn spaces.
Nice. That's
Get
great.
rid of these Twitter hobos.
Thanks for the free engagement, guys. Yeah, I think he's going to get slaughtered, but I don't know. I've never seen.
Does he have the ability to look up a chart and
Well, that's
talk on that's what I don't even think he's going to have the fundamental skills to keep up.
Well, how can you lose an argument versus something that can't beat the dollar? It's just like, do you buy this to make money? Okay, well, you don't make money with it. It sucks. You're like, oh, well then, how much farther do you want to talk about this? It's like having a loser employee that can never show up to time on work and does a terrible job, and he does it for 20 years, and he's always like, nah, man, I'm going to do better next time. You're like, no, You had like 50 years to do better. You didn't. It's over now. Like that's it. No more chances. You can't get like.
Hey, Richard.
Yeah, good.
Oh, sorry. Do you think that Peter Schiff sees any value at all in blockchain?
Yes, it is what. So, you know, if Peter wasn't making fun of crypto, how much press do you think he would get? So if Peter analyzes his ability to get free media or any media, it is basically totally dependent on him savaging crypto. Now, if you look at me, what percentage of my media attention is from savaging crypto? 5%? Like I say, Bitcoin doesn't. You know, we've got things that are better than Bitcoin now. That's maybe 5% of my tweets and my like image and what people follow me for. I don't think anyone's following me for the, oh yeah, he reminds us the Bitcoin price sucks occasionally. I don't think anyone's following me for that. You know,
he always got to throw that in.
And by
there.
the way, in case you guys didn't know this, I called the top 10 months ago. It's been a profit every single day by one. Just had to throw that in here in case you didn't know. But everyone said
I don't know if you were.
what happened to 100?
I don't know if you were here earlier. Maddie made a statement that we unknowingly the T-share price overtook the gold price. So just another.
Nice one, dude. Gonna have to write that one down.
I know, right? I was like, what a weird metric. I'm so glad that they came up with that.
Yeah, that was Maddie All In that came in and said that earlier.
Love
I'm not
it.
sure if he's still here now, but I want to give him credit for that.
Yeah, it's stuff like that. Like you guys do have unique perspectives that I find great value in. And some of you guys have great life experience.
Peter Schiff is like my grandpa when it comes to crypto.
Right?
Couldn't even give.
A lot of you guys know stuff that I don't know, and I appreciate learning from you.
That guy is.
I have finite time, and I have to ignore a lot of stuff. You know, like if you'd asked me before a couple of days ago which direction the Daytona cars went, I might have guessed the wrong way. I mean, I've driven in one before, but like, you know, I would have to go check my memory because I don't watch it much. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it, and I hope that the car wins the next go around. But I think that was a car problem. I think he was standing on the gas, and it was 10 mile an hour slower than other cars, and then that's it. Like you're just like your car is slower, and the longer the race goes.
It was like he was at the go-kart track, and the moderator turned his speed down because he was swerving around too much. You know what I mean? Like
yeah. Well, I mean, you could just see it in the times. Like in his previous qualifying, I remember him going about 186 and setting good laps, and then in the real race, he was doing 177. Well, you miss your 9 miles an hour. That's like 7% of your speed. That's it. Like you're done. You're not gonna win at all. So, I mean, like that. I consider that a car. That was a car problem, in my opinion. Nothing the driver could have done about that. Ask the 50 car that I'm sure no one ever went to their website, but there was another car that knocked us out. There was also a crypto car. Site's garbage. Don't bother going. Their wheel fell off. The driver probably wasn't his fault. Karma. The last guy beats the second to last guy, or whatever. Like it's not like it's not like he stole the cherry off your cupcake. Your cupcake wasn't going to get a cherry anyway. Like,
yeah, I agree with you.
Oh, 100%. Did you
the fact
hear
that there was even a car is dope.
I don't know what FS Sports.
It was just a bad marketing.
Literally, when he came out with that
bad
penalty,
use of dollars to market HEX, even though it was
this
cool.
Is how he's going to lose it.
Wasn't very good
and then
dollar value ratio.
Split of a dollar.
Because it didn't really net very many people coming into the ecosystem.
Floyd Mayweather won. We'll see you here, Floyd. And I was like, what?
Well, because I can tell you how that happened. So basically, that happened because there's team rivalries amongst manufacturers. And so I'm not going to say our dude because, it's like
this low calorie
like hooking
ice
up
cream
with a girl for money. She ain't your girlfriend. You know what I mean? If you pay like $500,000 so some guy can
absolutely delicious
have a fun few laps or whatever, I guess he's a Hexagon now, so that's cool. But the Ford guys were the minority of people on the track. There's like 5 times as many
I think we were all
GM cars as
the
there's Ford cars. And so you're more likely to be in a pack of jam cars.
It's too bad that it wasn't.
And if you've got a guy behind you or in front of you, you go faster. So the car that was kind of pulling the last two guys along, of which
I just got this tank top in the mail,
55
by the way.
car, the X car,
Hex tank top.
was
Gonna be
one
wearing
of
this
them.
shit to the gym all the time.
It went high, and it let the big
Super excited about
Chevy
it.
pack lap everybody, which you have to do, right? Or you should, I guess. And then it didn't come back down, and it went slower because it's third to last anyway. So who cares? And because it slowed down and because it went wide, it allowed the Chevy pack, of which the 50 car was in, to pass. And so there is some teamwork there.
I'll get you the
but
link.
who
Hold
cares?
on. I'll
post the
link in
was
the chat.
slow.
Just a
It
second.
deserved to
Let me
lose.
grab it.
Period. Why should someone with a slow car win a race? Like you probably shouldn't. And we're fighting for like second to last or last. So whatever. This is,
Where
by
did
the
I
way,
put
why
the
I don't
link?
watch sports. I get angry. I want things to work out. I can't make anything better. Grit my teeth. It's no good for me. I like to play games I can influence, and then I can win. But these games that I can't influence, I can't win, and they're maybe not the right game. Look, I'd much rather everybody get Maddie was playing the on-ramp users game. Beautiful game. Scales, last generations, multiplies. Just you really make the world a different place with the on-ramp users game. But all these other little sub games, they're not as good.
Hey, Hex is the way. I know you've had your hand up a while. Did you have a question or comment?
I'm sure. Hey, Richard Hart, great that you stopped in the spaces. We've been holding these for 24/7 ever since you started almost, which was a great thing that you did because a lot of new people pop into our spaces. I had an idea since the sacrifice has become so popular as a means of whatever. What if we had a sacrifice after the PulseX sacrifice for HEX on PulseChain, and you could have a bonding curve for getting some PulseChain HEX by sacrificing to a certain address that we would have no expectations from.
I think we've got enough coins. So we've got HEX on Ethereum. We've got HEX on PulseChain. We've got PulseX on PulseChain. We've got the incentive token on PulseChain.
Where did I put that link, man?
I think that's enough coins because, if you look at it from a holistic perspective, what do you really need? You need a consensus network. All right, we got that. You need value storage, HEX. You need trading. All right, PulseX. Anonymity. That's already kind of done, right? So, the contracts all come over. So if someone has an extra Tornado Cash front end to point over, or we already have one for HexNado, but just no one uses it. So that's what you care about. You care about censorship resistance, value storage, network effect, on-ramping new projects, more stickiness, things like that. But most of those projects are going to be terrible. So I think the majority of projects that will launch on PulseChain will be absolutely horrible. You'll be lucky if you get some good ones. That's what Ethereum was for years. Everything was horrible, and eventually it got good.
Trying to find the link for this.
I guess maybe you just skip to the good stuff a little earlier because we know what the good stuff is. So known working good copies are already going to be good, I guess. But a lot of these new projects, they're just going to be wall-to-wall rug pulls, wall-to-wall failures with hacks and bugs. And I tweet about hacks and bugs all day, every day. They're just all the time. They're just endless. How lucky are Hexicans that they haven't experienced them? How lucky are we because we put so much effort into it. So I don't like. I worry. There's things that I hate. I try and protect people from it happening. You guys have a good experience with me, and then you'll think that you'll have that same experience with other people, and then they'll annihilate you. Or you'll have a good experience with Hex, and you'll think you'll have that experience with other things, and you'll be annihilated. And we've seen this over and over and over again. Every single new product that has pitched to Hexicans has destroyed them, basically. And so your default rule for new things in crypto has to be that you're going to lose all your money on. And so like, when am I going to, if we have value storage, we have network, we have the trading, at what point is something going to be worth the risk of the rug pull, the failure? I don't think we need more tokens. I don't think we're lacking for ROI opportunities. I don't like, otherwise I know how to make more tokens, right? It's like if I wanted more tokens, I could make more tokens. But right now, I think getting to market with the ones that we've got and promoting them well, you know, sounds a lot cooler. Because I could sit here and just be like, oh, look, I'm going to make dog coins and change the tails. Green tail, moon dog. Like, all right, red tail moon dog, baby moon dog, whatever. You're just, you know, I don't want to go that route. I don't want to go the copy pasta route. Because why? Like, I don't know. I don't know why Elon and Mark Cuban feel good showing Dogecoin. I really don't understand it. Like, why? The technology is bad. There's no development. There's no innovation. You change the logo. You're merged mine with Litecoin. Litecoin's also trash. Why? Why do you feel good about that? There's nothing good there. Even the founders of the thing hate it. So, like, you know, I don't understand why they could feel good promoting that. And I'd rather promote stuff if we're
There's
good
the
about
link
it.
for the tank top
I think we
that
have
I
a lot
ordered
of
from.
really awesome stuff. You know, there's finite economic energy. If you put it into stuff that sucks, you're going to regret it.
I'll give you my
You're gonna
opinion
lose
on
money.
liquid loans in a
You're
little
gonna
bit
wish you
once
put it into stuff that was
Richard's
good.
done talking.
And knowing the difference between good and suck, it apparently ain't that easy, because I see people getting hacked for hundreds of millions of dollars all the time. And they're not, like, some of these companies aren't idiots. Like, some of these companies have some technologically useful people, and they still get hacked anyway, because this stuff's very hard. Very, very hard. So I would be you don't see me recommending anything that's launching on Pulse if I didn't basically found it. And if they get all their audits and they make it work right, and it works out, and hopefully the on-ramp users
Man, I want to ask
aren't
Richard a
already
question.
here, because otherwise it's like, hey, remember when Trayvon launched a game, like a time locking game? Okay, well, did it on-ramp the world? No. Or what did it do? Well, it gave some Hexicans money to him, and that seems to be the primary function. Like, it just, you know, if it had had huge impact and on-ramped a whole bunch of new users, you could say, oh, look, like, you know, it was a good deal. But I'm not sure it was a good deal, you know? Like, I don't feel bad never talking about it. And I don't think the founder feels bad almost never talking about it. So, like, you know, I see people, hey, I do what I can to protect you guys, but, like, I think there's a lot of people that don't understand how likely it is to lose all your money on a new thing. People lose all their money on crypto, and the good intentions isn't enough to override that. So one of the funny sayings is like, hey, I'm going to make something that sucks, but I'm a Hexican, so it has to be good. No, that's not how it works. Just because you're a Hexican and you love Hex, or you like me, it doesn't mean the thing that you're going to make is good. The thing that you make has to have a bunch of very specific properties, and you have to.
No, this is on Twitter Spaces.
I don't know if luck is a thing, because I just keep getting lucky over and over and over again. So maybe it's not luck. Maybe it's skill and preparation meeting, I guess. If you were to say, hey, Richard, a new project's launching on Pulse, what's the chance it has like a critical vulnerability? I'm just going to guess like 70%, maybe 65. Gut feeling. That's how hard this stuff is. I mean, how many copies of Hex have we seen go to zero? There was one called Rex, went to zero. There was one called, what was it called? They just all mostly go to zero. And you're like, wow, see, look, an inflation bug to zero. Oh, look, another inflation bug to zero. Oh, look, you thought locking liquidity was smart. Every day a new low for a year. Probably still doing new lows. Like you see this over and over again, and thought they were smart. They're like, yeah, I'm smart. I'm going to do better. I'm going to outperform. They're like, no, you're just going to lose everything. The founder will get rich, but you're going to lose everything. So, and we've seen it over and over and over again, right? And these are, like, one of those coins is by a guy that builds coins, right? Got rug pulled by the devs. Like, excellent. Watch, I haven't even been talking this whole time. Am I still live?
No.
Yeah, you're still live.
You're actually
Nice.
killing it without getting rugged. Do you mind if we call on a couple of people that
Go.
would like to talk
Chorus
to?
Orca goes with the girl first.
Hey, YV, why don't you take it?
Thank you, guys. Hello, Richard. Nice to meet you in this space. So my question is, you're talking that people are like losing money on crypto. I think it's because people, they don't really know how crypto works. I don't think that I really know like super well, but because I jumped into the crypto like super when it was last year, like October.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard about you. I've watched a lot of your videos and stuff. And what I've noticed onboarding people on HEX and telling them that it's not about trading. It's not about like trading and making money on shit coins, on useless and pointless products. But people who don't know about crypto, they actually can understand it. Yeah, they don't know what you're talking about, like inflation bug and etc. I'm talking about Russian-speaking community because I represent that community.
You've ever been in the Russian Telegram chat? We have one.
Yeah, yesterday I left the chat.
Yeah, it never grows. It never gets
It's
a new
not
user.
because it grows. It's because people who are there, like they're jumped into crypto because they can make money on that. They, I don't think they believe that we can change the world and we can go to decentralization. They are there because they make money.
Right.
So, and a lot of people who are new and who like who want to know a little bit more about crypto, they just don't have those tools, especially in Russian language. So what I'm doing now, like I actually made my own Telegram channel. I haven't started to tell about crypto yet because I'm telling people how money works, because without basic knowledge, they just can't get what is going on right now in our world. And they just can't get how crypto is important and realization is important. So
yeah, those things are true, but there's still tops to buy. So you kind of want to get you want like, it's like a guy today was on Twitter saying like, if you're selling Bitcoin right now, you don't understand how important what you have is.
Which layout do you guys
prefer? Well, that's
this
a cool
one,
story, bro. But
this
if you'd sold
one,
it 10
or
months
this one?
ago, you'd have twice as much of
I'm
that
okay with
awesome
either
stuff
one,
having
but I
rebought
figured this
now.
one would be a
yeah,
little bit
that's right.
bigger.
But we want to go from that, aren't we?
Yeah. Well,
yeah. And what I'm
gets in the
talking
game. I mean, so let me give an example, just to tell you. So when your original premise was people lose money in crypto because they don't know what they're doing, and I'm going to tell you, people lose money in crypto even if they do know what they're doing, because it's like, so Zcash, right? Oh, we're going to make a fork of Bitcoin with anonymity.
Yes.
Okay, well that sounds okay. And now it's 5,800% under its all-time high. So it would need to do a 58x in order to get back to its all-time high, which means it's down like nearing 100% or something like that. I mean, let me look. 5,941 to $100. So let me do the math there. 5,941.80 minus 171 over 5,941.80. It's down 98%. NEM down about half that, or it's the 22x to get back to its all-time high. Bitcoin Cash is a 1,400% to get back to its all-time high. IOTA is a 700% to get back to its all-time high, and this is after a huge bull run. Like everything went up a lot. So like, when people get into crypto, most things suck. So like, if you buy most things, you're probably going to get wrecked.
Yeah, that's right.
Gotta
But
let some more
how
people
to
ask
how
questions,
to
bro. Like,
to
shit.
explain people that guys open your mind,
There's lots of people who
open
want
your
to talk to
eyes and
Rich.
look what is reality.
I think
Because
charts. I really think that you can chart one thing versus another thing. And you could look at the rate that new users are being on-ramped. You could look at the walled garden of the pricing power of how hard it is for competitors to appear. You could look at how immune the community is from defection, how immune the community is from being vampire attacked. You know, there's advanced kind of venture capitalist analysis on kind of the business structure of what is an emergent community. You know, like the community has properties that businesses have. So like businesses talk about stuff they like, which is usually their own products. Hexagons talk about stuff they like, which is usually stuff they bought. Similar behavior.
Logo is
right?
sick. Logo is nasty.
So I know we can't have a better logo. I know we can't have a better brand name. I know we can't
I've
have
been
a better
in this
community,
space for a
although
while.
I guess
Like,
it
I've
gets
been a
better
speaker
with
in
every
this
new
space,
awesome
but I
person
went,
we
took a
add.
shower, and went to the gym, so they
Our
dropped me.
price chart is great. The fact that if you want to on-ramp someone, they get to be able to buy a dip is great
But
for
I definitely
someone
have
that you're
a
on-ramping
question
now.
for Richard. That's for damn sure.
Depending on like if they're dumb. Dumb people love to buy, you know, tops, and then
yeah,
some people just get outsized returns buying dips, right? Like,
yeah,
but you can't
there's
get left behind either. It's like it's not just free. Like you can't just always wait for a dip. Sometimes
This
the dip
lady,
doesn't
man,
come.
she's
So
taking
there's
up all the
nuance.
freaking space.
yeah,
Rich
but
has
that's
only
the
got limited
reason
amount
that
of time to
people
answer
they
questions.
like people, especially in Russia
I
and
can't
in
stand when people
Ukraine,
do
they
this.
don't go so deep into crypto. Many people, they just like, oh, crypto hype. Yeah, of course they get that. I'm trying to explain people that it's not how it should work. It's like different from how it should work. Yeah, and about onboarding. The other day, also in Twitter Space, which HEX ORCA hosted, we talked about your speech about marketing campaign. Yes.
Right.
So, yeah, and you said that direct marketing, it doesn't work and blah, blah, blah. And I'm
Direct marketing works great. I love direct marketing. Brand indirect marketing
indirect.
only works if you already have a really wide audience. So if you have a Coca-Cola billboard, someone can reach their arm out and touch a Coca-Cola very easily. If you have a Hex billboard, good luck, man. How do I install MetaMask? What exchange do I sign up at? Like it's a nightmare to buy crypto. So you just can't stick a billboard up and hope it works.
Yeah,
It won't.
so my point is to help people on board, like on HEX, and to explain them that this how should cryptocurrency work. So maybe we can have some maybe we can. How do you see if we
Agreed.
can make some course? Like from the very beginning, what is
I mean, there's
blockchain, like
literally
short
1,
video,
2,
what
3,
is
4, 5. There's 6 other
you might
people
want
who
to
have
skip
their
that.
hand up in this.
And like, so you're trying to mold
this
these
space right
people
now.
into your understanding
She's
of the world
hogging all the
and
talk
your
time.
beliefs and your values. Not everyone has your beliefs and values, and that's okay. Some people will buy PulseChain because it's better for the environment. Some people will buy PulseChain because they see there's more use in the Telegram chat. Some people will buy PulseChain because they like newer coins. Some people like PulseChain because they didn't like Vitalik's outfit at ETH Denver. You know, some people will buy PulseChain because it's my second coin. Like you don't know, and or any of those reasons invalid. No, they're all acceptable reasons. And so I think that your sales pitch or onboarding would benefit greatly from seeing where that person is and what kind of person that is. So if you're talking to a libertarian about saving the environment, you're not going to get very far. They don't care. If you're talking to a hippie about mad gains, they don't care. You know, and so if you can, you should customize your pitch to who you're speaking to, because you have positive traits for every one of these people, and they're real traits. You're just looking at the same thing through a different lens. So if you're talking to money hungry people, charts. If you're talking to, you know, conscientious green people, better for the environment. World's largest free airdrop, you know, help take the load off Ethereum, get them to pollute less. Like there's a bunch of different pitches, and I don't think the most compelling of those pitches is here's how blockchain works. Because if that were true, Andreas on Topopoulos would get views.
That's true,
He
man.
doesn't, because no one wants to watch that crap. Nobody wants to watch how the blockchain works. It's boring and it sucks, which is why I get a lot of views. All the guys who make weird faces get a lot of views, and Andreas doesn't get any views because no one cares about how the blockchain works. And to tell you the truth, they probably shouldn't, because it's quite similar to knowing how your keyboard works. I know how my keyboard works because I built them from scratch, but I wouldn't convince you that you should learn how to build your keyboard from scratch, because it's a huge waste of time. If someone just hands you a keyboard, you're good to go. You know? So I think you might be taking the hard road to teaching these people stuff. And by the way, you don't have to build it from scratch. It's already done. Like, so if you go to hexagon.blog or hexagons.blog or whatever, I don't know, Google the Hexagon blog, that dude's written a bunch of great stuff. We have a lot of really, really good content in the community.
That's right, but it's not. Yeah, it's all in English, and I'm trying to, like, every time I give some examples.
Sure.
Yeah, just
I
works.
have to translate
100%.
it and explain it, and like different.
You can't shortcut that. I mean, that you're gonna either have to say the same thing in Russian 20 times or write it. So yeah, you can't avoid that.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you anyway.
Well, thank you for trying to on-ramp. The Russian people. They're good people, and they've been starved of opportunity a little bit due to corruption for, I don't know, some decades. And it would be nice to see them get a fair shake, and have opportunity.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Hey,
Anybody else?
Yeah, I was going to say, just because we were talking about your passion for taking care of the community with respect to not getting wrecked on projects and things like that.
This is gonna be good.
Developer of a project building on top of Hex, and I thought,
Go for it.
Since they're in here, let's just see what y'all maybe come up with together.
Yep.
How you doing?
Somebody should clip this if they
Doing good.
can.
Hey, so one thing you'd said in the past that I really like that I don't really see anyone doing is you had said that the PulseChain sacrifice set would be if you're going to come up with some new idea or some new coin, it'd be a great airdrop candidate. And obviously by relation, I think the Hex Staker set's also a good airdrop candidate as well.
Yeah.
So it's just like I'm looking at projects building on Pulse, and like no one is doing this, and I fail to see why, other than I guess there's some obvious reasons. But
well, it's a good question, because we've seen both models work. We've seen things that weren't given away for free work, and we've seen things that were given away for free work. So, for instance, Uni was given away for free, did very well. I think there was a lot of other coins that were given away for free that did very well. And so I'm not sure whether the doing well or not is really the mechanism by which the things are being given away. I'm just like, I look at things from the perspective of, like, just if something's good, it can't just be good. It has to be better than their other options too. And so, for instance, like when Uniswap got airdropped to Hexagons for free because we all used, Uniswap or whatever, I was like, yeah, sell the crap out of it. Like, it's free. You could get something better. And I think in hindsight that everyone did well doing that. Like, it pumped for a bit, but then it stopped, and then it went down. I'm referring to Uni. So, like, I guess I'll summarize your opinion as just like, hey, why don't we see more people giving us free stuff? And I think we'll get there, right? But the trick is to make sure that the free stuff is something that our users dump on people that aren't our users, as opposed to the other way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's I look at on-ramping new users, and it's like, hey, a new coin's being existed. Oh, cool, yeah. Is anyone going to sell Hex to buy it? Oh, well, that sounds crap, right? So it's like where the community comes from is of vital importance. So I think part of the reason that these big airdrop coins did well is maybe because they get exchange listed, and then the noobs on exchange that have less opportunities available to them just buy it because it's new. But like if you're used to trading Ethereum, there's a new coin every 8 minutes. But if you're on some stupid exchange in the walled garden begging for them to send you your money. You know, oh, a new coin listed, maybe, you know, it's cooler there or something. So yeah, duly noted. If people want to give free stuff to Hexicans and Pulsicans and PulseXicans, cool. You know, I will tell them to sell it.
You know, it's just, I look at the whole, like, you know, none of us can know what's going to ultimately
I've got some good guesses too.
Yeah. I mean, I think we can all make assumptions.
I have some good guesses.
I've got a few. I think it's going to be a little crazy, honestly. Yeah. It's going to be insane.
For sure. The stuff we could guess is stuff we've already seen before. So we've seen alternate EVM networks, okay? And we've seen the coins that launch on those, all right. But we haven't seen is the world's largest airdrop. And all of these new coins, 10,000 new pairs brought into existence at once. That's never been done before. So that's going to be wild.
Well, that's the part no one understands. Maybe, you know, maybe a lot of people in this community understand, but, you know, I go out into Twitter spaces and try to talk about Pulse and stuff like that quite often.
They just don't get it.
Yeah,
like there's a copy of the coin already on a test net right now that you can go play with, and only can you access. They're yours. And soon they'll be on a real network. And they'll very likely have a monetary value for free. And, you know, I think everyone will get it hardcore once the mainnet comes.
Well, they won't have a choice.
Yeah. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah. I'm excited for the future. I think there's going to be a lot of great new users coming into the space just because they don't really have a choice. But additionally, you know, some of the things I'm working on, I think, are going to bring a lot of exposure that didn't exist before. Hopefully, you know.
Nice, dude.
See what happens.
Well, I mean, in the end, like, in an ideal world, a bunch of really awesome projects like launch on Pulse, and everyone just has an amazing time. Everything works fabulously, you know. But statistically, the majority of things that are new on a new chain are wrecked city. Like, you're really like 1,000 dog coins each with, you know, a 30-minute time life for the pump into rug pull. You're like, what is all of this? That's what I can imagine happening.
Yeah, it's gonna, like, that's the whole thing though. When you can go to Open Zeppelin and fork a contract, throw an owner's key on it, and then call it Mongoose coin, and
right.
You know, it's like when it's that easy. You know, it's
so easy as Senator could do it.
So, you know, I tend to think our community maybe, you know, this is probably wishful thinking to some degree, but I like to think our community has some collectively highly intelligent people that may build some really interesting, cool things.
Well, yeah, for sure.
Time tells, you know.
Yeah. So the trick is, we're very close. Like, we're nearly out of things to do. So the AMM bot is being tested, and the SAC totals are getting closer and closer to being publishable. And those are really, I guess the only other third one is, I mean, I want to share these. I want to share the screenshots that I have from the PulseX. We'll do this tomorrow. I want to share the screenshots I'm getting from the devs on what they're building for PulseX, but I also want to understand what they do. So I'm like, okay. So until I'm an expert on it, I don't want to tell anyone about it. So I've got to catch up with the devs a little bit before I can start bragging about where we're at on PulseX. But like, there's cool screenshots I've seen. They're like, yeah, you can stake your PulseX and get this other thing, and then here's what you can do with the other thing and all this stuff. And I'm just like, okay, cool. I got to get caught up, you know, because once I'm caught up, I can make sure the parameters are where I want them to be.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Do you know if there's going to be a V3 or not?
You're welcome, Rothko.
There has to be.
Okay.
Yeah, there has to be. I'm not going to mainnet. Our V3 will be as close as imaginable to mainnet.
Awesome.
Because that's how you get the most secure mainnet. If your V3 isn't as close as imaginable to mainnet, you're leaving open an untested surface. And what happens on untested surfaces? Things you didn't expect. So I want V3 to be as super close as possible to mainnet, so that I feel super comfortable with mainnet launching. So, like I like having the 100% uptime braggability. I like being able to brag about it.
That's definitely great bragging rights for sure. And
All right,
I'm
guys, I'll
excited
take
for
one last
future.
question and then I'm heading off. If anyone's got one,
I've got one.
go.
And it might be a ridiculous question. Is there any difference between a dollar-backed stablecoin and an algorithmic stablecoin with regard
sure.
to like Hart's Law?
Well, I mean, I'll just give you the differences and then you figure out whether it's in regards to or not.
Sure.
So algorithmic stablecoins usually just fail because they poorly designed the algo. Like FEI, they just failed on launch. None of the crap they thought up worked. And then maybe there's some algo stables that have survived, but I'm not aware of any that does like big volume. Maybe they're coming up in the world. I don't know. Because in the end, you're just replacing smart contract risk and algo risk, and then like maybe those things only fail under the circumstances of like a big dip, and then is the last big dip similar enough to the next dip to make you feel like it wouldn't fail in that way? You know, anything that's new, it's scary. So we know that like even fractionally reserved stablecoins seem to hold their peg. So like, you know, Tether, USDC, they've held their peg. Not that USDC was ever fractionalized or you know, but like the biggest difference is your failing mode, right? So you've got counterparty risk. The people that issue a stablecoin can just disable your wallet and laugh about it. They can do that. They have that right. They have an admin key. They can turn off your wallet and have a laugh. And then the algorithmic stablecoin can just fail from poor design. And so you have to choose which suck you prefer or which risk you prefer. And liquidity is also an issue. So, I mean, maybe, I don't know who's trading it, but you could either get 0.5% of slippage or 1.5%. And you just lose an extra percent of your money if you use the other one. So, you know, do you want an extra 1% that is free that you don't have to wait for an instant extra 1% because the slippage is better? You know, like, yeah, it's a good deal. You do that 100 times, you know, adds up. Does that answer your question? I mean, in regards
That
to Hart's
answers
Law,
100% of the question, actually. And all of the words that you chose to use were what I needed to hear. So thank you for offering that answer.
That's funny.
well, I feel much better about that answer than I did a minute ago. Thank you. You dropped Hart's Law in there. I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
Well, just
shower
because,
was fantastic.
You know, there's things
Alan,
that I'm
thank you
kind
for
of
asking.
looking forward to just to pass the time with regard to how different assets will be paired in the PulseX platform and things like that. And just kind of looking forward to where LPs in the community put their capital, what pairs they
had to get my
choose to
my HEX
link up and why.
my HEX tank
I've
top
put
on too.
I've put in exactly.
I literally just got this in the mail
no
today.
thought
I'm
into
super
that.
excited about it.
It's
I'm
so
wearing it to the
hard.
gym.
It's like,
hopefully get some onboards at the gym. It's gonna be awesome.
I mean, if you look at like analyzing complexity, it gets more complex like the wider out you are, like the more levels of abstracted you are.
Mhm.
And I think that the whole pricing of PRC20s is the maximum level of abstraction, and you're just like, like, I don't know what's going to happen at all. But I mean, I'd have a better idea if I start playing around with parameters in the AMM bot, right? But like, I haven't had the opportunity to do that yet.
Because you're so busy working on the game theory behind the incentive token that you wanted to tell us about right before you left, right?
Yeah, it's not that I've been filming or driving cars around filming a movie or prepping for a stupid debate or sending great tweets.
I know that you pretty much just kick your feet up all day, and that's why it's like we might as well punish him
I sit around a
for the
lot.
few minutes he makes himself available.
Well, I mean, I work pretty hard.
No kidding, man.
But
We appreciate
my work is just
That
sitting
was
here
funny.
in this chair, keeping it warm. Helping the calories stay in my body. I had lost so much weight for COVID, and it came right back. I'm like, how? How did it come back so quickly? I don't even. This is like I was like a sponge. I'm like, I didn't even eat bad. I'm like, what the hell? So now I don't know. I bought it. Well, can I give this away? I've got a new handbag in the shape of a food, which I find very
I could
funny.
get Richard
in
in shape.
commemoration of me being a lard ass. I'll show it to you maybe on the next stream. We'll see.
That's awesome.
I won't stop buying stupid things. I've got a duck bag, got an airplane, got 2 light up bags, and and then I got this food bag shaped like a food. Yep.
I
All
think
right,
as
guys,
far as
I'm
bags
heading
go,
out.
the airplane bag was the biggest flex of them all.
You think?
All right, man. Appreciate you
I
stopping
wish,
in.
you know what?
And,
I should customize it. I should chuck lights on there, like landing gear and like lights. No one else would have that. I'd be like, Kanye, what's up, bro? I got landing gear and lights.
I'd sacrifice for that.
yeah. We got to get Kanye and Richard Hart in the same Twitter space.
He needs to get world's largest airdrops stitched into the bottom of the airplane bag.
I've seen some funny GIFs. Somebody's already got a JPEG pack in the Hex trading chat of the airplane bag dropping Hex bombs. Like, it's pretty awesome.
Whoa,
that's art.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm out. Talk to you later.
Appreciate you. Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I don't know who
That was
just
nuts.
used that CIA level walkie-talkie at the very end there, but my ears are bleeding. Hey, Kareem, I know you probably wanted to speak while Richard was in here. I'm sure everyone did. So I'm sorry for stealing the last question, but you wanna take the mic?
I got you. No worries. And that was a great question. I think just to start off, I want to double down and repeat some of the stuff that Richard had says that some people don't fully understand or take for granted, which I highly urge them to pay attention to. So when he was talking a little bit about, the 65, 70% risk, this is the beauty about what we have and what we have done in the community so far. Like he said, we don't need that many new tokens, so to speak, because we almost, I don't want to say run out of use case, but the most important use case are being worked on, and we're very, very close to vertical integration. And I truly believe 2022 is the year. And if some people are not careful, they might regret it, 6 months, a year, 2 years from now, when they realize that the shiny object that they went to chase may not be as good as what they thought. That's number one. Number two, and I've mentioned that in the PulseX voice chat. I don't know if people were there. I was there for 4 hours 2-3 days ago. Some people, unfortunately, have never run a business before. And it's not like it's bad, but it's because of that they don't fully understand certain things. And I use the analogy of kind of like, restaurants, right? Restaurants can mean, well, cook the best food, but that doesn't mean that they're profitable. There's certain things that you only learn if you have done it yourself, right? Trial and failure, or have been part of a successful group that you understand what works, what doesn't work. It's the same thing when we had that conversation with the topic of, successful marketing, understand the difference between what is successful marketing, what is not, how to get the call of action and those things. And this is important because a lot of the time you will get that feel good, looks great, person is trustworthy, this and that, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to lose money. And one of the piece of wisdom that I want to always bring back to people is that it's the same thing when I say, don't be the trader. You have the luxury not to have to choose EX or PX, none of that stuff. You are in perfect position. Sometimes you just need to wait. Sometimes you just need to delay gratification just to see, because God forbid you make a wrong move that you didn't have to, and then next thing you know, you're wiped out, and all you have is nothing. Okay? Richard Hart is special not because he's smart. Richard Hart is special to me because he has multiple aptitude in different fields that makes it so good. Right? He knows the code, he knows business, he is trustworthy, and he genuinely, this is the key, he genuinely wants you, the listener, to become wealthy and to do well, because that's how we live in a better world. There's not that many people that have all those things all combined. This is also why a quote unquote Richard Hart project, it's not your average project that you see out there. And if you're new listening, or if you're in your building wealth mode, and I've said this many times, sometimes you need to put all your eggs in the basket and watch the basket grow to build that wealth, not being over diversification, trying to play the hedge fund guy, when in reality, you're barely just getting your feet off the ground. It's not very smart. Patience is key. We have learned how to delay gratification. This is how we got here. In life, you want to double down on what works. Not look back, be like, hey, I got all this money. I'm a genius now. I'm going to go by myself. And then you're going to get wrecked. Because you're taking for granted the comfort that you have being experienced. You know, even some OGs. Because maybe it's been 2 years. You haven't been in a wreck project before, or it's been a while. And you might need a reminder. And then when that happens, you're going to be like, oh, wow, I wish I did X, Y, and Z. So those are the things that I just want to make sure people are fully aware. And the beauty about this is, again, you are in perfect position. There is no rush. If somebody is trying to make you feel like you're rushing to do X, Y, and Z, that's a red flag you have to be very, very, very careful about.
Who is
And
that?
wise words.
Very, very welcome.
Super wise words.
As always, thank you so much for sharing that. Hey, I know a couple other people had their hand up for a while too. MC and then King Froggo. What's going on?
Hey, Matt, what's up, buddy? Orca, how you doing, man? Maddie, Kareem, I know a couple other buddies in here. Keith, what's up, bro? Trap, John, or Yoon. Just one thing I wanted to say, or I guess a question I wanted to ask about, what projects will be on chain, in the future, and like use cases like Kareem were saying, kind of running out of them. And I think that most of what we will all see value in that will be created that will be there soon after PulseChain launch. So do y'all think, as far as, well, of course there's going to be all these shit coins built on it, I'm sure, but do y'all think a long-term big picture, after we're well on our way to, mass adoption, I like the idea of those Mad Energy fellows, with the tokenized private equity, where however big your bag is for whatever company, that's your equity share in it. That seems like something awesome, in the future. If we have a bunch of companies that shift, globally towards tokenized equity, I mean, doesn't that seem like a pretty safe, secure way for people to, get bags of stuff, not really worry about getting rugged? Obviously, you have to do your research on the company itself, but just a thought that I had. I was wondering what y'all thought about it.
I think that's something you have to be very careful with, because companies get certain protections through the fiat, like stock market and stuff like that, that they will not have necessarily on chain. Weird things can happen when you have disparaging markets. So, and then there's the other side of it. It's like, what if it just becomes a big thing for penny stocks, and then it's no different than the shit coins we have now. So, it interests me. Certainly something that interests me, but it's at the same point also something that terrifies me.
Yeah, if I may, just to double down on what he just said. The problem is this. It looks good, you mean well, but the problem is you're talking about people's money. This is what I always urge people to be very, very careful. You're talking about people's money. I've been in business many, many years, especially in sales. It's all kumbaya when everything goes well. The moment it goes wrong, you're the first one that they're going to, come for. And more importantly, you want to make sure you do not incentivize bad behavior, gambling type stuff, because it always ends up well.
So what I was saying is,
too many times. This is the difference
I like
between
liquid
being
loans.
wise, which we should
I
always
haven't
try to
done
be, and just trying to be
the most
smart.
extensive
There's always
research
going to be a
on
few
liquid
that's going to
loans.
be, making
But
money.
the research that I
because
have
they're
done on
always,
it,
again,
I
it's
am
the level
it's
of smart is
interesting.
just different
It's
based on
piqued
the
my
people.
interest,
But the majority
but
of the
I don't
people
like the
always
fact
end up
that
being hurt.
you can be
And
liquidated.
that's
I
not
don't
looking
like
at,
that at
again,
all.
counterparty risk, systemic
Coming
risk.
from
Those
like
things
in
needs to be
crypto,
heavily,
I came
heavily
in being
battle
like a
tested
leverage trader,
first before
and
being released
so
onto the
I kind
market.
of learned. I had
That's
to learn it the
another
hard
reason
way
why,
because I got
again,
wrecked leverage
what Richard
trading,
does very, very
as a lot of
well
traders do. But I'm not
is
against
making
leverage trading.
sure
I think it's a
everything is like
skill you
super
can
tight,
learn, and I
super
think that
secure. And even that doesn't
you just
guarantee
need
you
to
100%,
exercise
but at
proper
the
risk
very
management
least,
when you're
you're
using
trying your
leverage.
absolute
So something
best
with like liquid
to make
loans,
sure
I don't like the fact that
nothing
you can
wrong
lose your pulse,
happens.
because it's kind
So
of
we
like
just need to be very, very
if I had a
careful when we
Ferrari
bring those things. They
and
look good, but they gotta be
I
battle
rented that
tested
Ferrari to some guy for
first.
a
I've seen
day,
many
and he
ideas
promises
over
me
the
he's
years
going to replace the
that looks
steering
good
wheel
on
in
that.
my Ferrari. The steering wheel. Okay, you can't hear? Hold on.
Okay.
Did you try using the test bed before you ran it out? What is that back feeding?
That is so loud.
Sorry, I think someone's mic.
Wow. Like, who is that? That is so loud.
Somebody driving?
Wow.
What
How do
about now? Can you hear
I
me?
need to like mute this.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm in the room. Okay, because I'm in a insulated room right now.
Hey, Orca, I think the feedback might be coming off of yours, possibly.
dude, that is so bad. I wish I could like mute this. How do I
What
mute
about now?
this?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, long story short, what I wanted to emphasize is those things need to be heavily battle tested first, so that we know what they're gonna do for the most part before being released in the wild. Because again,
all right, I muted it. Can you guys hear me? Let me know in the chat if you can hear me and if it's clear. I'll come back to the Twitter Spaces in just a minute, but I want to answer Winter Bull's question on liquid loans. Let me know. Can you hear me? All right, cool. You can hear me now. All right, so I've been doing research on the protocol, and there are multiple strategies. The best one seems to be that you put up 1,000% collateral. So you put up 100K in Pulse, you take out a 10K loan, and then you can then withstand an 87% drop. All right, so the research that I've done with liquid loans, I haven't done as much research as I would like on liquid loans. And I'm still doing more research into liquid loans. So first off, before I caveat any of my comments and thoughts on liquid loans, I just want to caveat that with that sentence, is I'm still doing research into it. In fact, I was just in the liquid loans Telegram chat last night, talking to, I think it was HexyCat. My brother and I were in there. We were talking to like HexyCat on liquid loans. So I do think, I think it's an interesting use case. I like the fact that liquid loans, it's not leverage trading, but it offers like kind of like leverage trading to people. I think that's interesting. And I think that there's a market for that. Personally, I've learned from my personal experience, because I got wrecked leverage trading in crypto, and it's, I've learned my lessons. Sometimes you got to learn things the hard way. Well, I definitely learned the hard way as far as like leverage trading in crypto. And really what it comes down to is just proper risk management. If you can have proper risk management, let me just make myself like fuller screen here, because I'll just make myself full screen. So if you can exercise proper risk management, and when you're dealing with like trading, leverage trading, then I think it's okay. I'm not against leverage trading. Like, as far as what Richard Hart says, a lot of people get wrecked in leverage trading. I was one of them. But I do think there's a market for it. So in regards to liquid loans, there's things I like about it and there's things I don't like about it. What I like about it is the fact that it offers leverage, and they do it in a way that seems to be like less risky, or like risk free is what they'll try and say. But the thing you have to realize with leverage is it's never risk free. There's always ways you can get liquidated, and if you do get liquidated, you're potentially losing an asset that is going to gain so much value over the long term. It just like it doesn't seem like a necessary risk for me to take. And I'm I am prefacing those comments with, wow, that sound is so loud. I'm prefacing those comments with, if you can practice proper risk management, then I think it's okay. I think if you put a little bit into it, even if you want to sacrifice for it, I don't think it's bad. Like I think there's going to be a lot of good projects on the PulseChain ecosystem. Hadron is another one that I think could have an interesting use case where you can encapsulate a stake and then potentially get out of a 15-year ladder or stake if you wanted to, for whatever reason, if there's an emergency or something. It's interesting use cases, and I think that there's a market for it. But that being said, at the end of the day, I'm risking and sacrificing, or not sacrificing, that's the wrong word. I'm potentially risking the loss of an asset that is going to be more valuable in the future, or speculated to be more valuable in the future, for something that is going to make me short-term gains that I have the potential of losing that liquidity. And so when I'm talking about, like, obviously PulseChain in particular, and I understand that there's a like the haunted strategy I've heard about, and there's strategies, like Winter Bull is saying, where you have 1,000% collateral, which lessens your risk. And if the protocol, or if let's say PulseChain goes down 80-90%, then you're not quite as risk averse to lose your asset or have to trade your PulseChain into USDL, for example. But at the end of the day, I'm still risking an asset that I am very confident is going to do very, very well. And I'm risking that for maybe another 5, 10, 15x. It's like, if you believe that PulseChain is gonna 10,000x, I believe PulseChain can 10,000x. I believe PulseX can 10,000x. I think HEX on the PulseChain could also do another 10,000x. So why do I need to risk my assets that are potentially have that potential to go 10,000x for some shorter term gains of maybe making an extra 15 or 20% with the haunted strategy of getting more PulseChain coins, right? I understand, you're potentially accumulating more if the strategy plays out, if the price goes up and to the right. But at the same time, like if everything goes down, right, you can get liquidated, and a lot of people will get liquidated when like the first 80-90% drop. And that's what I don't like about liquid loans, is the fact that you have the opportunity to get liquidated, because I know a lot of people are going to put a lot of liquidity, they're going to put a lot of money into liquid loans, and they're going to learn really quickly, because especially when coins come out on the market, at first, like, I love PulseChain, I love PulseX, I believe in them long term. But the fact is that when ICOs come out, when other crypto ICOs come out, most of the time they dump in the beginning, and then they trade flat for a while, and then they start going up. So if people are all sacked into Pulse or liquid loans, or they're using the protocol, again, like I said, I think that there is a use case for it, and I think that it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. But that being said, it's very hard to know like how many people are going to get liquidated, and if those people do get liquidated, like, they're risking their assets of potentially huge gains in the long term for just some short term, like 10-15% even. Let's just call it a 10 to 15x extra. Like, I don't see the analogy that I gave my brother yesterday was, if I owned a Ferrari, and let's say that this Ferrari was a one-of-one Ferrari. Okay, there's only one of them in the entire world. That Ferrari is going to have a very high demand. And let's say somebody comes to me, let's say Crypto Winter Bull, let's say you come to me and you say, hey, listen, if you let me drive your Ferrari for 1 day or for 2 days or for a week, I promise you that I will return your Ferrari, and I'm going to replace the steering wheel. It's a really nice steering wheel already, but I'm going to replace it with a golden steering wheel. That would obviously increase the value of your Ferrari without a doubt, because it's a golden steering wheel on your Ferrari. Okay, and this is kind of a crappy analogy, but it gets the point across. So with that Ferrari, yeah, it would increase the value of my Ferrari. But if I just held on to that Ferrari for a week or 2 weeks or a month or 6 months or a year or 10 years, because it's a one of one Ferrari, chances are that I'm going to be able to make money on selling that Ferrari if I ever chose to sell that Ferrari, right? Because it's a one of one. So if that's the case, then why am I going to risk lending my car, my one of one Ferrari to Crypto Winter Bull when I don't necessarily know who he is? I don't know if he's going to wreck the car, right? I don't know if he's going to be good on his word. He might be, right? He might keep his word and he might bring it back with a golden steering wheel, but I don't know that. So, again, if I got to know Crypto Winter Bull over the course of 6 months to a year, and I can build some rapport there and build some trust there, maybe I'd be willing to do that, maybe, right? And that's what I mean by like just waiting and seeing how things play out. I'm kind of just like neutral about it at this point. And I'm willing to learn more. I'm open to hear more strategies. And again, like I said, I am interested in the yield farming aspect of liquid loans, because I know that you don't have to like do the whole loan, taking out a loan and doing like the haunted strategy. I know that you can just purchase like the loan token and then stake that, right? And then earn more USDL and Pulse out of that. So I'm interested in that, because if that can help me earn more Pulse just by passive income, I'm definitely interested in that. But the whole like taking out the loan strategy, and then if it goes up and to the right, paying off my loan and all that, it kind of goes back to like, if things start to dump. I mean, the things that I was hearing in the Telegram chat with liquid loans is they're saying, well, yeah, like things don't dump 90% in one day. So if it starts going down, you're going to have time to like adjust your positioning. And while that's true, in leverage trading and in trading in general, that's called throwing good money at bad money. And it's a losing strategy. You never want to throw good money at bad money. In fact, I have a losing position in the stock market right now. I bought Alibaba back at like $241 and it dropped 50% on me. So if I were to throw more money at Alibaba now, it's a bad strategy, because I'm taking good money that I have on the sidelines and I'm throwing it at an investment that's already depreciated 50% in value. So you never want to throw good money at bad money. It's a losing strategy every time, because if Alibaba goes south on me even more, then I'm just shooting myself in the foot. Whereas that potential money that I had, I could have taken that money and I could have threw it in a different asset like HEX, for example, and it would have made way more money, or PulseChain, PulseX, right? So that's kind of the premise that I'm taking with liquid loans. And again, I'm open to it. I'm open to learning more. And if there's other cool strategies that come out that are like potentially risk free, I'm down. Like I'm down to like listen to those and hear about them. So that's my 2 cents on liquid loans. Yeah. So now you get the loan tokens from Sacrifice and you stake them for rewards and USDL pool. Yeah. Yeah. So I do like that aspect of it. Like I said, 100% agree with your statement. That's good. So what are you saying is tread very cautiously? Yes, I'm saying tread very cautiously. Practice risk management. Good risk management will go a long ways. I'm not saying like don't do it. I'm not like, obviously, if you want to throw, maybe like, for me personally, I think a good risk management strategy is if you had, I don't know, we'll just break it down into percentages. If you had 100% of your portfolio in PulseX, PulseChain, and HEX, I would say a good risk management to throw into something, an opportunity like liquid loans, or even something like Hadron, or any other project that comes live on the PulseChain, I think would be like anywhere between 1% and 5% of your portfolio. I don't think it's necessary to risk any more than that, because now you're getting into territory of like, look, we don't know for a fact. We can't promise, we can't have any expectations of profit from the work of others, as Richard likes to say. But we have a pretty good idea that PulseX, PulseChain, and HEX are going to do very, very well in the long term. And I'm betting long term on that. And we have track record. We have data from Richard Hart with HEX already. It's already done a 10,000x. So it's just a less risky bet. And really, if you think about it, like if PulseChain and PulseX do 10,000x's, or HEX does another 10,000x, like, are you really going to be that mad? Like 10,000, if you threw $1,000 and that $1,000 10,000x, that's like what, $10 million? Like, are you really like, I was telling my brother this because he loves liquid loans. I'm like, cool, do it. But like, are you really that greedy that you can't wait maybe a year or two or 3 or 4 or maybe 5 or 10 at the most for a 10,000x return? It's like, why rush the process? Just let time work for you. Time is our friend. And if we just strategically position ourselves in the right way, you know, it's the time that, and that's why I love HEX so much, because it pays you to hold the asset. That it's brilliant. So that's my 2 cents on liquid loans. You can't really lose by staking. Yeah, I agree. Staking's great. Like, that's why I think single-sided staking for PulseX is also great. I'm not sure what you mean. Pulse isn't leaving wallet except for fees. Yeah, no, I agree. It's like the people that make the most in crypto are the people that buy and hold, like Richard says all the time. The people that bought Bitcoin way back in the day, they're the ones who made the most money. So I'm stacking like 500 USD for liquid loans. Everything else is 3 RH projects. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. I mean, $500. I mean, I'd be willing to do like something like that, you know, like a $500 sack for liquid loans. I think that's fine. Like, you know, or even more. Like I said, it's just about proper risk management. So if you have a very large portfolio, if you're a whale or a walrus or an orca, and you've got like a decent sized portfolio, you know, obviously more than $500, you know, 1 to 5% of your portfolio might be, you know, $10,000. Who knows, or more, maybe even more than that. I'm just saying you gotta practice proper risk management for yourself. If you shouldn't be throwing, you know, a majority of your PulseX or your PulseChain or, you know, HEX. If you have like liquid HEX right now, like, I think that it's a bad idea to sacrifice all of that HEX for something like liquid loans. I just think it's a bad idea. And liquid loans, for all we know, it might do really, really well. Like, I don't know. I'm just telling you my 2 cents. And waiting, being patient, it pays off. So that's my 2 cents on it. So let's go back to the Twitter Spaces. If anybody else has any other questions too, feel
your
free.
patience as well. I know it's a lot of people requesting to speak.
Half
so
24
thanks again.
months.
Yeah, no worries.
Sure. Yeah. If you
Hey,
want to,
Sun Tzu, what's up?
If you want to do that strategy, that might work too.
Hey guys,
And I'm sure there's going to be lots of cool
hosting
strategies
this
that come
space.
out with liquid loans too, like things that we can't
I
even
had
think about too.
2 questions, and I'll let you guys decide which
But
one. you want to
my
answer,
thing is like,
or
you know,
both.
with HEX, it's
One
like
is
if
more
you
technical, the other one's
lock
more
up your
social.
HEX, it's like you're
the technical
essentially
question.
like
I'm doing
with
some
HEX,
research
you can
around a
essentially
question
do
I
what you're
have
talking about with
about
liquid loans with HEX, and it's
I wanted
virtually
to
like
understand
risk
a bit
free because you're
more
not getting.
the
You don't have the risk
price
of
mechanic
liquidation in
of
HEX. So I
how
would
you get the
argue
price to move
just
up
throw your money
with
into HEX,
liquidity
man. Like
pools.
get
So
some
if
P
we
HEX,
imagined a
right, or liquid
rudimentary
HEX.
scenario where
And this is actually what I'm
there
going to be
is a
doing
buyer
is
that wants
just
to
buying up
buy
more liquid
PulseX,
HEX. It's cheap
but
right now.
there is no
Holding
liquidity.
on to that liquid HEX, right, on
How
the
does the
Ethereum
buyer
chain,
keep
getting my
raising the
copies
price
onto
until
the
someone
Pulse
is willing
chain.
to
Once I
put
have
the
those copies
liquidity
on the
down
Pulse chain, from
to
there,
sell?
then I can either take the
Is
Ethereum
anyone
HEX
aware
that
of
I had initially, because
the
now
mechanic
that's
behind
copied.
this?
Now I can swap that for more P HEX and stake
Yeah, I
it. I
think
can
we have
do
a lot of
staking ladders,
knowledgeable
or if
people
you've
in the
seen my
space.
snowball video
Kareem
on how to do
or
ladder snowballs,
Alex.
do ladder snowballs.
So
Or, you
when
know,
the pair
then you
is
have
set up,
EHEX.
you
You
need to
could decide to
understand
do something else with that. Maybe you could throw that into liquid loans.
there's
Then you
never
could
going
throw
to be a
that into
scenario
Hedron.
where
Maybe you could
you're
throw
not going to
that
be
like
able
at
to
that point.
have
But
liquidity
like
to
my
buy.
point is
That's very
like
important. The same way
HEX is
when you
literally
see
a
on
proven
Uniswap, the
machine that we
price,
know
like Richard
works.
said many times,
So
the
I
price can
think it's
never go
less
to zero
risky,
no matter what,
and
because there's
you're
always
gonna
going to
make
be a
massive
little bit of
gains in
something
HEX
in there.
anyway. So that's my 2
The
cents.
fact that
Yeah, I know there's
PulseX,
2 people
quote
talking. One
unquote,
Sunlight. It's
don't have
because
a
I've
lot of
got
liquidity
the
compared
disc
to
running in
another
the
coin,
background. So I'll shut up now. We can
doesn't
listen
mean
to
that you
the
can't buy it.
spaces.
It's just going to accelerate the price increase faster and faster, because again, the more people want to buy it, the higher the price goes, and they're still going to be able to have availability to buy more, but they will just cost more and more and more. So let's say hypothetical scenario, it launched, obviously no inflation. Most people, if they're smart, they're going to stake it to earn the reward, right? Which then just create that supply shock. But no matter what, let's say, example, OA, somebody's going to have to take the impermanent loss and set up a pair, right? Whether it is OA, whether it is community members, there's going to be a trading pair out there set up. And then whatever it's in that pool, that's what's available. So as people buy, price go higher. And if nobody else is willing to you know what I mean, sell, so to speak, whatever they have that's not already in the liquidity pool, then whatever it's there, it's just there. And then as more people buy it, it's just going to be less and less and less, but then makes the price of the thing go higher and higher. Like, for example, if you look at a HEX pool, HEX USDC, HEX ETH, whatever it might be, if you were here a long time ago, we used to have billions and billions of HEX in that pool. From when you look at the Uniswap V2, when you look at the ratio stuff. Today, when you look at the ratio, it's like 12, 13 million. It looks, when you look at it on Uniswap, it says 12, 13 million HEX per ratio. So this is how price goes up, because you could always have the ability to buy. It's just exponentially becomes more expensive if, as the people want it, nobody else is selling, so to speak, to push the price back down. Now, if the price gets to a point where it's enticing for those who hold a bunch of PulseX to quote unquote cash out, then yes, this is when that on-demand liquidity will show up and then push the price down, because for somebody else, they're like, all right, I like this price, I'm willing to exit here. Make sense?
Yeah.
Man, someone's mic is really fucking up.
So, could I ask some follow-up questions on that, Kareem?
Yes, go ahead. Sorry, my mic got cut off for some reason. Go ahead.
You said the price can never be zero because no matter what the amount of liquidity is there, it'll just push up the price more if demand is constantly rising. I guess the question is, what if no one chooses to set up a liquidity pair in that hypothetical scenario? Is that possible for there to be zero liquidity? No one wants to set up a pair?
No, because we need a market. I am 100% certain, and this is not financial advice, but I'm 100% certain that if nobody else is set up, OA will set it up. We need a market. So it's like in the beginning of when HEX was set up, OA set up the liquidity. Somebody had to eat that permanent loss. So it's going to be set.
Okay, so like theoretically, there can be no liquidity pair setup, but there will be one setup. I guess the question is that liquidity pool, can it be affected by other liquidity providers? Like, can they affect the ratio?
Someone's mic is really
do different liquidity providers set up the ratios that they believe in, and then we get the average of those liquidity ratio pools. Do you want me to repeat the question, Kareem?
Yes, it's just weird. Every time he talks, for some reason, the mic gets shut off, and then I think I'm speaking to him, but then it's off, so that's why. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so pools are going to be set up no matter what. I'm fairly confident that in the beginning, you're going to have, the first day, especially before the bridge and stuff, you're going to have your HEX and Pulse, right? HEX and PulseX, and then probably PulseX with Pulse, because you got to be able to go with the 3 coins. So that's going to be set up no matter what. If nobody set it up, OA will set it up, because without that, you don't have a market, right? And it's kind of a fair estimate, because whoever sacrificed and know how valuable those coins are, in a high balance of probability, you want to keep them. You don't want to go, quote unquote, provide liquidity. Now, in the beginning, because of that, OA also, if decides to provide liquidity, that doesn't mean that the liquidity has to be very thick. It could just be, hey, liquidity, here's the price. And then off we start. And then as we start to run and the price goes higher and higher and higher, and I've mentioned this before, the way smart money, big money, quote unquote, cash out, they don't sell. They don't push the price down. What we do is we provide liquidity. This is actually how we cash out. That's the key, when we believe the price has reached an area that we're comfortable exited out of. In other words, if I say I don't want to provide liquidity in the beginning because I believe obviously my coins are very valuable in the long term, and then we did 100x or 1000x, and I'm like, okay, I feel comfortable, swapping some of them out here. Even without doing a market sell, it's kind of like a limit order. I can just provide liquidity. And then as the new people come in, they will quote unquote buy my coin and then give me the USDC or whatever the other coin that I want to have, and then I can just exit that way once the ratio get to where I want to be. So it's just understanding how those markets works and knowing that no matter what, pairs are going to be created, because without that, there's no trade you chart without a liquidity pool. And
And I think to complete that answer as well. Oh, sorry.
Hey Kareem, when you're not talking, would you just mute your mic? I think there's just a ton of feedback.
Okay.
Go ahead, Maddie.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, so I believe how Pulse is going to be set up is everybody who's already providing liquidity on Ethereum will have their liquidity copied over, but they won't get it anymore. It becomes part of the system. And somebody can correct me if I'm not correctly understanding that, but all of it, that's the part of the reason why Richard doesn't want to release the exact date of when PulseChain is going to launch, is because he doesn't want people temporarily pulling their liquidity so that they'll get a copy of their coins. If you're providing liquidity on Ethereum, you will not get a copy of the coins that are providing liquidity. And so that liquidity for all 60,000 coins on Ethereum, and I guess I should say plus, but you know, it's however many coins are on Ethereum that have liquidity on that system, that will be copied over, and that will be the basis for the ratio. And then the fixer bot will go through and correct things so that Pulse can be the pair that Ethereum is serving now. And so Ethereum is being replaced by the fixer bot at the correct ratio to create all of the 60,000 pairs that need to exist.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Kareem, I was gonna ask a few more nuances. So, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so imagine the biggest pairing is the USD, a new stablecoin that we don't know which stablecoin will be effective on PulseChain, but we have a stablecoin paired with PulseX. Now, does each liquidity provider provide their own pairing in the pool, and they choose what the pair they think is appropriate, and then we get the average pair from all the pools from all the liquidity providers? Or is there one omni pool that every liquidity provider adds to and generates the price, the ratio that way?
Good question. This is actually when the cent tokens come to play. Because remember, there's going to be some type of basically voting, because it's what determines where the incentive is going to be. Because where the incentive is going to be is what's going to incentivize users, community, whatever, to come in and provide the liquidity. So it's safe to assume that, you know, a HEX versus Pulse, a Pulse versus PulseX, and a HEX versus HEX liquidity pool is going to be heavily incentivized by that incentive token for that to happen. So it's going to be determined about where the incentive token is being basically rewarded, because that's why, by its name, will attract the people to want to come and provide liquidity. But in the very beginning, my assumption, just means common sense, is people wouldn't want to provide liquidity because, again, they believe their coins is very, very valuable. So what's going to be there is, like Maddie says, whatever gets, you know, copy from Ethereum, Harvester bot comes in there and then, you know, pick up whatever he needs to do, fix all the ratios and whatever. And then we just basically starts from there. In other words, everything that's been sacrificed is just kind of like on the sideline. What's there is just whatever got copied over and then fix the bot. And then from there, whoever decide to vote with their PulseX would then be able to determine what pairs are going to be able to get the incentive token. And then that's what's going to create, you know, those ratios. I like to believe the biggest pair to me that I'm the most interested about, that I want to make sure it's thick, I want to see a EXPX pair. That's, to me, that's my quick math. Because just like we told all the Ethereum bros, come on PulseChain, get your copy, back up the value of your copy, yada yada yada. To me, that's common sense. Pair that I will be voting for to make sure that it's there and it's thick and it's strong. It is a EXPX. It is in my best interest. It is in, I believe, the community's best interest, because we will quickly and easily allow our second bag to match parity with the first bag, so that we literally get a true double. Not just a double in coins, but a double in USD value. Now, maybe, price goes down a little bit and then we'll find parity. I think by doing so, we'll be able to basically double our wealth from there. And then when the price starts to rise on one side, it will rise on the other side thanks to that thick liquidity between the two. And then we'll also fight against trading bots and, harvesting bots in terms of like those NV bots out there. So
Okay. I guess the next question would be, so if the ratio of the pools is what decides essentially the price, is it possible for the community to do? Well, I had this concept that I'm working on, and it's inspired by the GameStop short squeeze. So if we think about the GameStop short squeeze from first principles, the reason why people holding out on selling was allowing for the price to shoot up wasn't just because there were buyers in the market, but because the buyers in the market were squeezed. Essentially, their demand was inelastic because of the situation they were in. Now, we have a very interesting case with PulseX of inelastic demand, because not all buyers are humans. We have a bot, which is PulseX auto buy and burn, right? Now, if the demand is inelastic for the buy and burn, couldn't we potentially, like the community, if the top 10,000 or 5,000 people who held most of the supply decide to cooperate by spreading a meme, just like with the GameStop meme, and the meme was to squeeze the bot. So instead of having a short squeeze, we have a bot squeeze. Couldn't we hypothetically create a pool ratio that creates an astronomical price that it gets cashed out by the bot?
yes, you're welcome. And you don't even need a meme for that. That's just quick math. And it will happen. This is the reason why being deflationary is so powerful in this case, because what's going to happen is, since we have no inflation and the bot's going to do what it's going to do, as long as those key core people, we don't need a meme. It's called diamond hands. You don't sell until you see the number of X's that you want to see. It's that simple. You're incentivized not to sell because your bag goes up. You're incentivized not to sell because you, chances are, did pretty well with HEX. You're incentivized not to sell because your copy also will go up, because this mechanism doesn't just apply to PulseX. It applies to PulseChain as well, because the burning of the coin is going to happen over there as well. So, and with PulseX, it gets even easier because you also have staking now. You're going to be able to stake the PulseX to get coins like that. So it's fairly genius, because people who are trying to build wealth shouldn't have to worry about providing liquidity and get impermanent loss. So basically, you're getting a layup because you're allowed to do one single way staking. So basically, you can earn incentive tokens with basically zero impermanent loss risk. And if you're smart, when you get that incentive token, you're going to use that as voting right to vote for the pairs that's going to benefit you the most, which are the HEX pair, the Pulse pair, and the PulseX pair. So it literally becomes a game of you waiting and letting the thing happen, because that inelasticity that you talked about, it's going to happen, because in the supply demand, we just continue to create a supply shock by making sure those coins don't move. They stay where they are in your wallet. And while you're waiting, you're turning that into a money printer, which I talk about all the time, because now PulseX can become a money printer because you'll get incentive token. And PulseChain obviously is a money printer because, you know, you just delegate that. So now all of a sudden, price can go up faster if people follow that directive. Now, of course, shenanigans going to happen. Some people say they got, you know, strong hands, but then at the end of the day, you know what I mean? It's not. But I believe that the majority of those top wallets that you talked about, you know, top 1,000, top 2,000, most of them see the potential, know what's going on, and already are fairly wealthy. So I can easily see that happen without even the need of a meme. And I'm not saying memes are bad. I'm just saying this is the kind of superiority level token economics Richard Hart projects have, you know, and obviously Hex a product. So it's literally, it's in the math. The question is, be here to get it.
Whose idea was that? That's I love that.
Sorry, what?
I was asking whose idea it was, the squeeze the bot thing, because I think that that's a really cool concept.
So that from what I'm aware, I coined the term. I was actually in the K4K chat. If you guys want an actual like source in the K4K chat, the game theory, pulse theory one, I coined it. And at the beginning, he looked a bit weird, and then I talked about demand and elasticity, and he raised his eyebrow, saying that he had his curiosity picked up. So that was pretty cool, and I'm probably gonna make a video to like go more in depth into it. And I agree with Kareem that we don't actually need that meme. Diamond hands is enough, but the bot squeeze meme allows people to differentiate the idea, because see, in a normal market, the price is essentially the result of a equilibrium between demand and supply, and you know, you have to satisfy humans on both sides. But in this case, we don't actually have to satisfy the bot, because the bot doesn't care. It's never going to feel like it's got a bad deal. And so we can like squeeze the bot. And so if that becomes a meme, perhaps we can, on top of diamond hands, then we can like channel it even more to like squeeze the bot. And like potentially, you know, again, the price could even be $1 million per PulseX, and the bot would still buy. And if the bot ends up being the biggest buyer in the future with high volume, then the bot would set the market price. So I think it's a powerful potential meme that we could rally everyone around. I don't know, but those are my 2 cents, and I'm working on it. And yeah, maybe I'll release a video about it. So
great job.
The liquidity pool discussion really has helped me like think about how the bot will be squeezing the dynamic. So thank you, Kareem and Maddie, for giving me that technical insight.
Yeah, great job coming up with that. And I think that right now the bot is not really a bot, but I still love the marketing, right? We know that Richard
bot squeeze meme
corrected himself and said that actually we're not going to have a buy and burn bot, that it's going to be more of an OA situation of the unknown account looking out for everybody. But still, I think at the end of the day, like Richard said earlier, you know, people don't need to understand the blockchain except for the people who are coming up, you know, with the good ideas. And it seems like in other cryptos, that's never overlapped before. And here we've got a lot of people coming up with great ideas. And I think the meme is powerful, and it does differentiate, as you say. I like it.
If it's possible, I'd like to run a quick question by Maddie and Kareem.
Sure.
Yeah. My question is simple. I understand, and I may have this wrong, that Kareem is actually working on some form of encapsulation, and I get Maddie's point as well, that we don't want to discourage current hexicans from buying physical hex and staking it. And then Richard made the point that if we were bringing outside people in, then that's good for the ecosystem, because it'll end result more physical hex being bought, but only if it's bought by folks that wouldn't normally be in here. And it seems to me the biggest demographic of folks that wouldn't be in here are those that are not tech savvy, the grandmas and grandpas that want to, you know, put $50 aside for their grandchildren, for their birthday, that type of stuff. So my question is this: could we come up with portions of stakes that could be chopped up, but they would not be appetizing to hexagons because the fees would be too high, but they'd be very appetizing to grandma and grandpa because they're comparing it to the 2% they get in the bank? Is that possible? And could that, in fact, grow our ecosystem substantially because there's a whole lot of grandmas and grandpas that aren't tech savvy out there?
I'm glad that, like, you know, Richard was so positive with me about, you know, my thinking in this area. And I would encourage everybody to go back and listen to exactly what he said. And I think I'll do the same as we continue to digest, you know, this, all the different types of technology, financial technologies that can be built on top of HEX, and how we can simplify, you know, the user interface or reach new markets, right? All those things are super important to the success. And I think, I think that there are things that can be built that don't hurt the buy pressure, but that there are always going to be people incentivized to try to tell really cool stories that end up scamming users, and we won't be able to save everybody. But still, I would just say go back to what Richard said, and you know, people can really pick it apart.
I would suggest, Maddie, that it's the dollars that will separate the hexagons from this new stuff. So, for example, my girlfriend has a 93-year-old grandfather, and he and I have gotten into discussions about different things, and he's fascinated by crypto, but as he says, he's far too old to get into it now. He's 93 years old, and to be very honest, he's even scared of using the internet. However, I know for a fact that this type of person, if he could walk into a bank and get the upside of HEX and get, I don't know, 7% a year on his stake, he'd be beautifully happy with that. And so my question but yet the average hexagon would go, well, I wouldn't do that. I can just go buy HEX and stake it. So my question is I guess it's to Kareem, could something like that be done? And could the price being charged be the thing that would save the ecosystem from, you know, hexagons not buying physical stuff, but grandma and grandpa coming in and not having to use blockchain?
Okay, good question. So my answer is gonna be twofold because I see what you're coming from, and it's a matter of just understanding even the history behind even how this thing came about. When we wanted to do encapsulated stake at the time, also, you know, PulseChain didn't exist, right? The goal was to lower the fee for as much as possible for hexagons when they go to end the stake. That's why, you know, Firebone, genius as it is, came up with that. So I want to make sure everybody get the history straight, how this thing even started about. Now, the implication of what you just talked about, which is something that I was thinking about potentially doing, we need to be very, very clear. This is a potential add-on. It's not here to cannibalize the primary product, because for the simple fact that to even begin to set it up, it needs to be over collateralized with a real stake, which means somebody needs to come up with the money, right? Which most likely in that case, if this had happened, we're talking about us using our money. So, and in the beginning, you're talking what? 100, maybe 1,000 T-shares, you know, whatever that might be. And then tradable will be whatever is inside that bucket. But in the grim scheme of things, when you have millions and millions of T-shares out there, we're talking about like 0.1%. So even if people wanted to get it, it's going to be oversubscribed very fast, because it's not going to be having enough anyway to go around for everybody. So that's another thing too. It is something that I have done the study. See, that's the difference when you understand and you're learning business versus just like, hey, let's just go try something. I have done the math in the past, and I realized that hexagons were 90 to 95% stake. And at the time I was watching, there was like 1.5 billion, obviously less now, but at the time it was 1.5 to 2.5 billion hex, just what I call rotation. Those people were just using the system 25 days, 30 days, 45 days. And I'm like, what if we were to come up with something so that they realize that the fear that they're waiting on, aka, oh, the world's gonna collapse or this or that, is most likely not gonna happen, so that they can just be staked and then not have to worry about that. And then obviously it will be easier for price appreciation because those coins are not out there being liquid. And only if there were to be an emergency, that's when they will get to deploy potentially that capital. So it was to target a very, very niche of users who already have their original hex stakes, ladders, and everything like that. So this is also another thing to be very, very clear about. The main product is the main product. Hex staking is hex staking. And to your point, the reason why we will be putting a fee is to not create an incentive for people to do that too much, because it's like, well, why pay the fee if I can just do the regular staking the regular way? So you will be using a set product for, like you're talking about, the 93-year-old, gentleman, some type of use case like that. And then the value will be, okay, you get the flexibility, you get a little bit of yield, and then boom, if need be, you can pull out. But then again, those type of products, the way we wanted to do it, potentially, eventually, whenever that comes out, we're talking not a substantial amount of T-share, because again, those are real stake. We need to create the real stake, put it on the blockchain, and then do the tracking, and then people can come and potentially buy it. So hopefully that answers your question. But I just want to make very, very clear. The primary thing was to fight the fees. And then what derives out of that after that was, well, let's try to potentially help those specific people who already decide not to stake long. But our goal was to lock more hex out of circulation because it's good for the game theory. But then again, unless we miraculously get way more money in the future, in the beginning, we're talking like 3,000. I mean, less than 10,000 T-shares. So,
well, Kareem, imagine that you do a small test run like you're talking about, and then it gets sold out really fast for that subscription. And we find that our buyers are, in fact, grandmas and grandpas from all over the place. The same folks probably that are buying gold, the same audience that Peter Schiff will bring to the table for Richard. And, maybe we could start to bring them in. They're not going to be eating T-shares that aren't being eaten right now by hexagons, because a hexagon is going to look at this product and go, I'm not going to do that. The fees are too high. But the gold investor is going to go, man, this is great compared to gold. And I don't have to do that crazy crypto blockchain stuff. I just, I give the money and I know that it's there. So if we could come up with something like that, yeah, you test it small at first and you put a smaller amount of money in. If that sucker sells out in a couple hours and we figure out how to market it, wouldn't it really advance our ecosystem and boost Hex to have all these T-shares out there in these encapsulated stakes, because they're serving a different market than our current hexagons?
Yeah, I think it's definitely an interesting idea, how to get the word out to people that otherwise wouldn't interact with crypto and make sure that they can reap some of the benefits of the high APY, at least comparative to the legacy products that they have currently. Hey, Gold Key, I know you've had your hand up for quite a while, brother. I just wanted to make sure we jump to you and you have a chance to hop in here.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me up. I really, really love that we're having just kind of an open space to talk about exciting ideas. I know we're all really excited for PulseChain. And it looks like we have a bunch of really smart minds up here. So just kind of wanted to share, it sounds like we're all kind of in the same space right now with our thoughts, and wanted to share something I'm building as a tool for Hex. And you guys may have seen this, but I'm working on this product called Maximus. And essentially, I really think the next wave for Hex, I think, we were talking about that there isn't any, we're running out of ideas. But I think that a lot of people are seeing this opportunity for liquidity. And so what we're building is essentially a smart contract that facilitates a pooling for a max-link hex stake. So basically, there'll be a mint phase where anyone can pledge.
How about now? Can you hear music?
A certain amount of hex, whatever they decide, to the Maximus DAO. And then once the mint phase is complete, the smart contract executes a max-link stake. And then once that is staked, you'll have a maxi token, which is essentially represents equity of the pool. And once the stake ends, you'll be able to redeem your portion of that pool per hexi or per maxi. So I think it's a really as inspired by Richard Hart as possible, fully trustless, and it basically runs itself after we launch. But I'm very curious, especially Maddie and Kareem, hearing your thoughts on this. I think I've been having thoughts because I know that in a lot of Hexkins' minds, there's the design, like by design, Hex was designed for delayed gratification. But clearly with how many people emergency instakes, I think that that's not always the best case. So there's that risk of needing that money that you locked up. And also I think that what people are doing today is a staking ladder. And I'm actually writing a blog about kind of comparing this tool versus a staking ladder, because essentially with the staking ladder, you're buying that liquidity at the trade-off of foregoing T-shares, right? The shorter amount you get less T-shares. So this provides you the maximum yield of a max length stake without foregoing that sacrifice of T-shares.
Richard Hart just tweeted something.
Shorter stakes. So yeah, I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts, and if you have any questions on that.
Okay, let me jump in here because I want to make sure something is not losing in translation. And thanks for asking. So there's a distinction here that I want to make very, very clear, which is important, okay? Because what you're talking about, all those are a good idea, but again, you're dealing with potential contract risk, something like that, because why would you be in a pool, right, if you could basically just do it yourself? Because also that will avoid, if there is some type of, no offense, bug hack or whatever, this whole pool thing could go down, and then it could turn very, very bad for other people, and you're introducing another coin. So to me, when I look at, that's the first red flag that I see. That's that can, again, mean well, but that can turn out very bad, very, very quick. And again, why do we need another coin? The thing that we just talked about, what makes it different, is we're not trying to change the fundamental about how the system or how the staking works. Staking ladders are very, very useful. And this is the reason why I even come up with the Dream account and spend countless of hours every day, every week, everybody knows, teaching people about a different level, having a level of delayed gratification, but also learning how to be disciplined, because this is part of the system. This is how you get to build wealth. Emergency penalties are part of the system because you need a carrot, you need a stick too. If not, people don't get the discipline. So it's nothing that's bad. It's designed on purpose to do what it's supposed to do so that people check themselves before they wreck themselves. That's very important. What we're specifically talking about is what I call rotation states. Let me give you a better definition. Like the gentleman was talking about the person that's 93 years old, whatever. I'm talking about Hex that, to make it very clear, those people were not even wanting to stake it. It was just their emergency fund. In other words, maybe you listen to me, you did your Dream account as you should, blah, 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 you're 30%, blah, 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 and then you move to maybe a level 2, level 3, and you have like your 90% stake or your 95% stake, and then you just happen to have that 5% that was just sitting there for emergency, whatever the reason is, because of old age, because it's just there, never to be sold, but it's just there for if there is an emergency. Now, this product that we're thinking about doing at Sticker App is just basically saying, since you were never, that's the key, since you're never going to stake that anyway because it's your quote-unquote emergency fund, and it just happens to sit there, and I see you doing 30-day stakes just because at least within 30 days you can access the money, why don't we come up with something that you could use to get a higher yield from? And then we're betting on the fact that more often than not, that emergency that you're worried about, like a boogeyman, most likely won't happen. Therefore, we can get even that 5% out of circulation just to allow the price to go higher. And God forbid, if the emergency do happen, you can still take that out. Yes, you pay a fee, but while you're waiting, you're earning as if it was a 15-year stake, although it's a 30-day rotation stake. So this is where the nuance is. We're not talking about, hey, take all your money, come here, go to this other pool. No, 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 and no. Decentralized. Not your key, not your crypto. You keep everything to yourself. We're talking about a very, very specific niche of people, like the gentleman was talking about. People that literally, they did the ladder already. They've been a customer, they've been a user. Everything is great. It's just that 5%, what I call rotational stake. This is the targeted audience. The 5%, or it's, for some people, it's even 2%. Those are the people we want, because we also know that we will have to over collateralize to make this thing happen, and it's not going to have enough t-shirt to go around anyway. But that's okay, because we're just trying to create a potential additional product that is separate from the main product. So I really want people to understand the nuance between the two, that it's not the same and it doesn't target the same quote unquote either customer or portion of the Hexagon that has already his plan set up. And more importantly, there's no new coin. Okay, this thing will
Kareem, I just want to say I wasn't trying to compare like what I'm building to what you're building. I was just kind of floating. I'd love to, if you have white paper, I'd love to research and learn more. Just to touch on a few things that you brought up. So one, we're keeping it as very simple as possible. The smart contract actually only has 4
Yeah, I agree with you, Chris.
that it can run, and it has no admin keys. So it's going to be there's going to be very, very little counterparty risk, and there's also no fees on Maximus. So even there's no budget for our team or anything. This is simply a tool for people to use if they choose to. I would say my last point too. I don't think that like being afraid of a new coin. I like a coin like I don't think that it's like a mentality to have that, just a fear of a new coin. I view this coin as a tool, and it represents a MaxLink. It's backed by a MaxLink stake, so it represents equity that's redeemable from the smart contract. So yes, it is introducing a new coin, but it's really more of a tool, an equity coin that represents earnings on a MaxLink stake, if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense. For the record, nobody's scared. It's just, again, we're just talking about the mathematical fact that it's introducing a new risk. It's called, it's a contract risk. And because there's a new coin fluctuate up and down. Now you got to look at grayscale, right? So you could say, hey, you represent this, you represent that. But then again, it could become oversubscribed or undersubscribed. And all of a sudden, it's worth less than what it's supposed to be worth because of the stake. Or it's worth way more than what it's supposed to. And then now, people can get wrecked in and out because now there's timing involved. Now there's trading. Now it's like you're adding an extra bad behavior into the mechanics. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm just bringing that to the picture. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying you add that externality that can turn into something that's not good, positive game theory. Does that make sense?
Agreed. I think, anytime you introduce something new, there is definitely risk. I think the difference between us and Grayscale, for example, is that Maxi will bake in both the price appreciation and the maximum yield from a MaxLink stake. And so regardless of if you try to sell Maxi while the stake is active, yes, you may be able to sell at a premium and lock in some gains, or you might be able to pick up when it's at a discount, buying into like the future yield of the stake. But the thing is that regardless of the market action while the stake is live, that Maxi will be redeemable at the end of that stake for that portion of the yield. So if you believe in Hex and the yield that it will return and the price appreciation, you will believe in Maxi because it's backed by Hex, if that makes sense.
Hey, Goldkey, I got a question as well. Just real quick. So when you're pulling funds and a MaxLink stake is created, that's created from a specific wallet address. What happens if the person that creates that stake or the smart contract that creates that stake is no longer accessible after that 15 years. Down the line, let's say, I don't know, whoever did it passes away or something. What mechanism would the people that pooled those funds have to be able to end that stake and actually realize the value from HEX?
Great question. So anyone will be able to, once the stake is ended, anyone will be able to end stake. And there is no need for an intermediary to actually distribute the tokens. So you'll be able to call upon the Maximus DAO contract, and that will actually handle the distribution of the HEX that's within the treasury.
Awesome. Thank you. Hey, Kareem, I didn't know if you wanted to add on to that. I just had a burning question.
And by the way, thanks for providing those details. Let me give you like a basic example of what I mean by a new token being potentially risky, right? When you want to determine a stake, and then you see the value of stake and the yield, right? We're very fortunate that in the HEX ecosystem, we already have very powerful tools and so much data that we can piggyback off, that we could use without having to use a coin. Like you said, it's the value of the stake, the value of the yield. The value of the yield is determined based on the value of the T-share. So in other words, instead of even having a new coin, for example, you could just base everything based on a T-share rate, because T-share rate is another way of creating that kind of pricing, but you're still talking in HEX. You're not, and again, my biggest risk is with new coins is when you talk about premium and discount or whatever. Like, I get what you're saying, but average person, mom and pop shop, grandma, they don't know that. And then they may end up buying. This is, and I've talked about this in the very beginning. When other stuff were doing tradable shares or whatever, I exposed right away. There's the benefit, but here's the downside. Because you have to be able to know how to value a stake and the value of its yield. Some people don't know how to do that. And that is my biggest fear, my biggest risk. They're going to buy something way too expensive that's yielding probably way less than what it's worth. You know what I mean? More often than not. So because you're potentially subject to, like, I don't want to say market manipulation, but again, those who know how to manipulate those premiums, like how Grayscale did their thing, running the premium like crazy, artificial demand. I'm not saying you guys are doing that, but again, you're talking smart contract. Smart people comes in, they see the code, they start doing stuff. Next thing you know, people don't know the difference. They go buy this stuff, and then when it's no longer worth what it's worth, now they get trapped. And that's my biggest fear, especially when you're talking with new coin. You can create pricing of stake, create pricing of the value of a yield. We're very lucky. HEX has so much data, it's crazy. We know at Sticker because we track everything. And there's so much data that can be used where you can generate the pricing that you're looking for, but everything is in HEX. There is no new coin that's needed. I really want you to understand that difference. I can price you a T-shirt cost of a stake that you can buy or trade, whatever, straight up based on T-shirt. It's already there. It has the time component, it has the length component, it has everything there that I need. If somebody buys a T-shirt at 21,000 HEX per T-shirt, and then let's say 6 months, a year from now, when somebody buys the brand new stuff, maybe it's 25,000 or 30,000 HEX per T-shirt, but then somebody exits from the old T-shirt. Well, guess what? I can go buy the old T-shirt at 21,000. It's in my best interest to do that instead of buying the new one. But although there's a different cost basis, we're still talking in HEX. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's
yeah,
like,
I totally agree with what you're saying, and I think we're actually in agreement with that. I do believe in HEX, and I believe that what we're building actually, like you had mentioned, we're building something on top of HEX, and all those numbers and like we are able to utilize that to better provide information. I do think that there's still some disconnect. Like, I don't think this product isn't necessarily for like your grandma. This is for people that probably already understand HEX, but also they might not they might not have the funds to actually buy a T-shirt at this moment, and so we by pooling the funds, there are also some benefits that I didn't necessarily touch on. One is obviously maximizing the max length HEX bonuses, but also the bigger pays better bonuses, and depending on how big this pool gets, it could allow people to tap into those bonuses that might not otherwise have. And also, especially on Ethereum, for those people that are under like 1 T share right now, probably aren't able to even end their max length stake if they did one today, with how gas fees are. Now, that being said, PulseChain obviously solves the gas fee issue for smaller stakers, but Hex on Ethereum isn't going away, and so we're trying to provide some solution for those smaller stakers as well. So that's kind of, rather than like old people, we're kind of trying to provide a new outlet for those smaller stakers.
Absolutely. No, I agree with you. Again, like I said earlier, the story, we started that thing because we wanted to solve the gas fee problem. Makes sense? Because at the time, PulseChain didn't exist. So I'm totally in agreement with you. But then also we were able to pivot because once we realized, okay, PulseChain is coming, blah, blah, blah. And then, you go over there, you end over there, then you take the money, and then you go to EX. And this is where also the education is very, very important. That's why I always preach that for people, even though, because there's no timeline when this thing is going to come out, even on our side, because we're too busy focused on what's in our plate right now and making the process better and the other coins. That's why I still heavily focus on, don't worry about shiny object, focus on doing a better ladder. I'm still teaching people how to build their dream account, all this other stuff. Even some of my friends, and I use that as an example, who were actually those potential customers that I would have talked to, and I say, hey, bro, you have $1 million that you're just rotating every month. Look at how many freaking T-shirts you lose, blah, blah, blah. Instead of saying, hey, keep doing that, keep wasting, losing T-shirts, and then just wait for us to come up with a product, blah, 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 and then you can use that product. I spend the time teaching them the value, again, of a strong staking ladder so that instead of waiting, just, hey, let me show you, a level 3 dream account that you can set up that can allow you to capture the value. And let's do the real hard work that people need to do at the end of the day. This is the piece of wisdom, is because they don't do the math of how much money they need every month. They don't even know what discretionary incomes are. Because once they actually do the math and they break everything down, like my friend, he did with me, he realized that even though he wants to do the lifestyle and traveling and this and that, I sat him down, we ran the math. It's like, bro, you only need 15 grand a month. That's like what, $180,000 a year. You don't need $2 million liquid. That's just stupid. You have dormant capital. And then I teach him how to stake the rest while still having the emergency fund and everything. But now he was able to get literally 150% more T-shirt that he had previously because we just redo the ladder. Sometimes you don't even need a new product or whatever. You just need better education, better discipline. Sit down with yourself, sit down with your finance, find out what the hell's going on. And then that way you just have a better ladder, everything is clean. And then no harm, no foul. So I'm just saying, like, some of this stuff, we can't just fix it with a new project. It's just old school, hardcore education, sitting down with people, breaking it down, making them do the hard way if you care for them, because I care for people, so I always do that. Or at least provide contents that teach people what are the steps. Because ultimately, that's going to solve all of these problems so that people can get the best out of things and not be afraid because they think that, oh, I need all this cash liquid because what if something bad happened? When it's like, yeah, you can have emergency funds, but if you actually know your expenses and what you do and all this other stuff, you will realize more often than not in crypto, you have way more than you actually need. And then, yes, from time to time, you have the 93-year-old gentleman or those special cases of like, okay, this is the emergency fund no matter what. I've done the math. This thing cannot be staked. And then out of that pool, then we can maybe target those customers. But all right, come use this product over here. You are not planning on staking that thing anyway. So let me show you how you can potentially get some yield out of that. So I really want to make sure that nuance of that conversation is always there. I appreciate you sharing. Looking forward to see what the thing looks like so we can continue conversations. But I just want to make sure let's not forget what the main thing is.
Totally. Kareem, I just want you to know I respect how much energy and quality information you put out there. I'm always watching your streams. So keep that up. And I'll back away. I really appreciate the opportunity to kind of share, a little bit about what I'm working on. And I'm gonna tweet out like the white paper if anybody wants to read more about it. And please, if anyone has questions, feel free to reach out to me as well. But thank you guys so much.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Key, for coming up. And I think one of the beautiful things about these Twitter Spaces is that we have the mechanism to have these open dialogues, and kind of discuss these things in the marketplace of ideas among some very, very smart intellectual type people, as well as people hearing it for the first time. So thanks as well for coming up. I just wanted to say, we've got a lot of people listening in the space. If anyone wants to come up and speak, it's a totally open forum. Feel free to just request the mic, and we'll bring you up when we can. We try to cycle speakers as new people request. So if anyone has anything on their mind,
Hey,
this is
Kareem, get some
not
headphones,
necessarily
man.
a crypto-only space. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Sorry, Maddie, go ahead.
I was just thinking, there are a lot of devs, actually, I've noticed this, that really, really hate any audio disturbance. And so I was going to say, Kareem, if you grab some headphones, that way there won't be any feedback.
I tried, Maddie. It's not connecting. It's just the weirdest thing ever. When I became a speaker, my headphones wireless doesn't connect. So I tried that.
All right, it looks like we do have a new speaker, Kaizoku Dread. Welcome to the conversation. What's going on?
Hey now, I'm going to play devil's advocate here and bring a little bit of controversy because controversy breeds good conversation. I totally understand what everybody's saying, especially the OGs, about FUDing. Like, don't going all in on these new projects. Play it safe, stick with HEX. I get it. But it depends on your point of view. Most of these people that are speaking already have their backs. They don't have to worry about money anymore. And all the people and the way that they got their bags is by taking a risk and investing in an unproven project. So I'll only talk about maybe liquid loans and Keytron. And definitely don't go YOLO into all these new projects. That's the safest thing. Don't do that. But when it comes to, like, for example, liquid loans, and they follow a lot of the same principles as Richard talked about with, like, just, no admin keys, etc., etc. Please do your research, look at the code, look at everything. Don't risk what you can't afford to lose. I get it. That's what you should do. But
I'll request.
They're going to get their bags by, putting in $100, $200, $500. And they don't care to lose that. And they're going to get millions of the coins. And they only have 10 days to do that. And if the project fails, they lose a couple $100. If it's successful and it goes to a penny, they don't have to worry about money for a while. And don't wreck yourself also goes the other way. Yeah, don't YOLO into it, but also maybe taking a risk is not such a bad idea.
I'm glad you brought that up. So let's tackle this. This is fun. So I don't know if you heard of the term fallacies. There's a couple of things that you have said that I was writing down that I want to address so you get to see the difference. Okay? It's very, very important. And I can even use myself as an example. When you say a couple of things like some of those people already got their bag or this or that, that's an assumption that you have. That is not necessarily true. Okay? Some people are so heavily staked for the long-term delayed gratification that they still work, they still do their basic thing. They're not out there living the crazy lifestyle or whatever. It's not because you've seen some people out there traveling, doing X, Y, and Z, that it means that, every OG is made, so to speak, and then don't have to do anything else. That is not true. That is an assumption. That's number one. Number two, when you say $100, $500, $200 investment, that's still a lot of money. I have some personal friends, OG, that $200 turned literally into $3 million. This is crypto. A little bit can turn into a lot. So when you're saying oh, this is only this, it's only that. You don't know. Some of those people could literally end up throwing way more money than you anticipated because number three, you're not incentivizing kind of like a bad behavior. The amount invested should not be the issue here. I have the same level of discipline when I do my research for anything. It doesn't matter if I invest $10 or if I invest $1,000,000. It doesn't matter. The value is into the teaching of did you do your due diligence? It's not the amount of money. A lot of people will use that so that, oh yeah, don't worry about it, don't do your research, da 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 da. And then you throw money there and then it's gone. Okay? Some of the stuff that you talked about, where is the audit? I haven't seen the audit. You comparing to Richard Hart type? No. Richard is different. The thing was being built for years and years and years, came without an audit, 3 audits, right? If you want to follow all that full strength, let's check all the boxes. And you will realize that some of those stuff don't have it. Now, does that mean they're bad? No. It just means that you can't compare apples to orange and then come and tell me that this is also an apple. No, it's not. It's just simply not. You gotta have your proven track records also. Rich has been running businesses successful for a year. He's been in the Bitcoin community. He's been talking, quote unquote, a lot about crypto, very knowledgeable. He has that sweat equity. He's knowledgeable. It wasn't just like, hey, here's a good idea. Da, 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 da. No, a lot of the stuff has been backed up, proven, community input, all that kind of stuff, very transparent. It's just, I can go on and on and on and on. It's not the same thing. All we're saying to people is take your time, run all the checkpoints. You're very lucky to be around a community or with people that literally survive some of those bear markets, learn all the do's and don'ts, and just literally just take the cheat sheet and then run the checklist. But be very, very disciplined. You can't just like, oh, it's only qualifying 3 out of 5 of the checkpoints, so it's okay. At least I got more than one. No, you got to check all the checkpoints. Because if you lose your money, $100, and then let's say one of the 3 coins, we're not going to say which one, that's launching do 1,000x. That $100 could have been worth literally 100 grand. So what you're losing isn't $100. Your opportunity cost is 100 grand. And I'll end with this. It's exactly that kind of mindset. I hate to say this, but it's the truth and it's tough love. I need to say it. It's exactly that kind of mindset that keep the people broke. I started very, very poor. I had some friends that were like, hey, you know what? Let's go play this. Let's go play lottery. Let's go do this. Oh, it's only $20. Da, 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 da. I used to know people that just waste thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars just playing those kind of gamble type mentality instead of investing themselves, delaying gratification, doing the thing that wasn't pleasant. But this is how we got out of our situation because we did the research. And then it just so happened that what we had at the time, was, whatever the money that we had, whether it's a couple $100 or $1,000 or whatever. But do not minimize the amount of research, time, checking everything before investing the money. Because for those people, those OGs, because I wasn't the day one guy, the $200, $300, $500, that's all they had. So for them, that was a lot of money. So they had to do the research. I came later, so I put like multiple 6 figures, but that's what I had. That's my money. That was some of it was my retirement money. And meaning like if it's gone, it's gone. There's no like, hey, plan B. No, there's not. So we need to really, really put that into perspective and understand and how to fight the negative cycle. It's actually just by doing the research through and through and not cutting corners. It doesn't matter if you invest in $10, $1 million, because if you don't get that process, that system, that thought process, you will be the first one to lose all your money. Even if you were to win lottery today, with that kind of mindset, you will lose it all very, very quickly because you still don't get it. That has nothing to do with the amount. It's just about the principle, doing the due diligence, making sure everything that we call as a red flag is being checked for because they serve a purpose. Because in the past, some of us lost money because we didn't check that. Or we tell you, hey, watch out for this, watch out for that. We know for a reason. We're not saying that it's bad, but we're just making sure that those things are there. Because if they're not, the likelihood of you losing your money increases. That is literally the key. You need to change your mindset to then become successful. That's how it works. If you don't have the millionaire mindset, it's hard for you to become a real millionaire. It's not the one before the other, unless you got just pure luck. But even the lucky one end up losing all the money afterwards because they don't have the blueprint, and it's not sustainable. So I'm glad you bring that up, and I know you mean well, but we're harsh on those things for a reason, and we're not gatekeeping anything. People who just want to hate says that stuff just because they don't have an argument. They cannot attack the idea, so they're just trying to attack the person. We're just saying, hey, we have a checklist. We're very, very fortunate that we know what we're doing, and we have a leader that's done great stuff and helped us understand stuff in the blockchain space that we would have not otherwise learned. Because I can know a lot about business, but I wasn't an expert about blockchain, and I learned so much from Richard. But now those things become checklists. So we need to run the checklist. And if somebody genuinely means well, they shouldn't be afraid of going through the checklist. As simple as that.
Yeah, Kareem, really well said. And Kaizoku, I just wanted to add on top of that too, that I think one of the huge benefits is that we have this community to run these ideas by, right? And the guys that were early into HEX took the biggest risk. Now, as Kareem said, most of them did a lot of research. They listened to Richard, right? They probably bought into Richard before they ever bought into HEX. And the thing I can tell you about investing too, just from my own experience, is that if you don't take any risks in your life, you're just not going to make it, right? But you can take more informed risks and less informed risks. And just like Kareem said, as you do your own research, you can come to some pretty stable conclusions that make sense to you. And you can also come to this community and always run by those conclusions. It's funny because before HEX, before Richard Hart, like Kareem said, we didn't have a checklist. We didn't have a checklist of things to look for in crypto, which is the riskiest asset class in human history, right? It's the one that, oddly enough, offers the most asymmetric upside potential and the most downside risk simultaneously. And at least now we do have a checklist, right? We have some things that we look for. There are certain red flags that get pulled up. I'm not going to speak to any project specifically. But I appreciate that you came into the space and you asked the question, and I share your perspective as well, just in terms of you have to be able to take some risk, right, to reap reward. And I think a lot of people probably in their life, they don't take enough risk, and that's why they don't make it. Everybody wants to be rich, but why isn't everybody rich? Well, there's a lot of different ways to answer that question. So I don't want to discount anything that you said. I totally agree with you, man. Taking risks is vital to achieving some form of financial success. And I just wanted to see if you had anything else that you wanted to offer, and then we can hop to Jawa that has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you for everybody's perspective. I just think, thinking in a very common sense way, we're not living in a utopia. You're not going to save everybody. Everybody is responsible for their own bags. You can educate as much as you want, and they're going to either listen or they're not going to listen. So thinking risk-wise, I think there is a very safe way. I mean, if you're coming into crypto with $200 to your name and you're putting in all of it, you shouldn't be investing in crypto in the first place. In this society where the money is inflated so much, people can afford to lose $100 or $200, and they're not going to become homeless. I get what you're saying. There are people around the world that are in that situation, but they shouldn't even be in crypto at all if they can't risk that much. And if the risk to reward ratio for $100 that could become $10,000, $50,000, in my opinion, is worth the risk. I mean, it's common sense. You're not going to go homeless. But I totally get your point of view too. Just do your research.
Again, like Matt said, nobody is discounting the fact that we are going to make a risk. I mean, we all had to make a risk. And then when I'm talking about the $200 person, talking about the person, the $200 just happens to be his budget. In other words, he's not being irresponsible. He's just probably being very responsible, making sure his life is in somewhat order that when he put the $200, now he just needs to wait. So again, we in crypto because it is risky. But then again, let's not just add unnecessary risk. We're just saying we have a checklist. We're very fortunate. All those years of experience that we have done in this space, all those years when we lost money, even with a quote unquote good idea. I'm going to use this example. That's an example I use all the time of EOS, right? Dan Larimer, smart guy, delegated proof of stake. I mean, heck, that's what PulseChain is going to be. I got a first-hand experience. Everything was great in the beginning. Amazing community. Traveled to DC. I mean, it was my first time seeing a 50,000 people in a Telegram chat that wasn't an exchange. Everything was great. But guess what? Ultimately, Block One rug pulled us. And then the valuable lesson that I learned from that was you can do everything and all sort of stuff, but still you want to try to invest into finished products, not just project, because ultimately some of the promises that people tell you they're going to do after they take your money may not happen. So why am I using that? That's just one example. We have had other examples where, oh, you put your money here, boom, rug pull, money's gone. What do? You write it down. Okay, in the checklist. Another place, oh, anonymous founder, anonymous this, rug pull. Oh, well, it kind of helps to kind of know who's behind it. So what I'm saying is all those checklists are there for a reason, because we actually had to, like somebody, us directly or indirectly, had to really lose money for this thing to become part of the checklist. So taking the risk isn't the issue. We're just saying, let's minimize the risk so that the reward can really be there. Because this is the same thing gamblers have, or, when you go to casino, everybody wants to focus on the dream part. Look, you can be rich, you can do this, you can do that. But nobody wants to talk about the part where, okay, here's the stat. 98% of those people lose their money. You want to see all these nice fancy buildings and stuff? Guess what? It's built on the back of the losers. So we're just here just to remind people and bring that wisdom, like, hey, it's great. You're going to invest. You want to be in crypto. Richard said it best. Cryptocurrency is the thing you have to figure out, because it's going to be the most important thing in your lifestyle. But the part when he says figure out, it doesn't mean go in and YOLO and then play the little mini VC, because number one, you're not a VC and you can't afford to do those, like, hey, I'm going to invest in multiple projects and this and that, because they have the fucking money to afford to waste it like that. They literally, that's how they think. They literally will waste 8 or 9 out of 10 projects or whatever, and only just bank on the one. And then they'll just very cutthroat, and they'll just keep it moving. And that's why you see a lot of shitcoins or people, they just do their stuff. They don't care about the community. They build it up just enough to exit. And then when they exit, they don't care about nobody or nothing else, and then just move up. This is what we're trying to avoid. Our community, we talk about 10, 15 years. We're talking about like meeting people, doing events, collaboration. Like, it's just a different mindset. Because what after you get all this money, now what? Maddie talks about it also all the time on Therapy Life. First you get the money, but then what? Sometimes money is not just an all be all. You know what I mean? Like, you got to fight with the wealth syndrome. You got to make sure you got all the other stuff in a row. And I personally like to say we stake, we date, and we chill. So underrated. It's not just making money. You're making money passive while you sleep. So you still got your life, but you can go and deploy that money. So all we're saying is just use the checklist, be careful, bring the stuff to us. We'll do our best to also help out, do your own research, obviously, but try to leverage the checklist, because that checklist, not to sound too like poetic, but that checklist has been made out of blood. Like, some people die, some people, lose money and then they exit. I mean, it's crazy. So do not take the checklist for granted. Understand how hard it was even to put together. A lot of blood and sweat and people losing money for that checklist to be created. It's there for a reason. It's not to stop you from investing. It's just there to say, hey, keep an eye on this thing, because it might actually save you. That's all.
Well, I'll take that as a segue. You mentioned finished product and your checklist. So have you looked at Hedron at all, Kareem? And just wait for a second before you get mic in, because I know your mic's kind of screwy. Um, you know, it's immutable, right? And that's proven by the fact that he can't even remove the contract that he already put out there after a gas savings was discovered, and he submitting that. So like that's proven that it's immutable. He can't even remove it if he wanted to. And the audit is out, and he's gone over it. What else, man? Sometimes these things can get a little long-winded, and you lose half your thoughts.
There are no admin keys, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
You know, a couple different
Oh, I
checklist
mean,
items.
so you mentioned battle tested, and you said it numerous times. Have you personally gone and used it on the testnet? You know, I mean, I just feel like we're going over a lot of.
I can tell you at least
There's
one
that
thing.
mic again.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, we can. Sorry, guys. I can tell you at least one thing. Again, without endorsing anything or anybody, I can tell you one thing. Out of what I'm seeing out there, it's at least the one that's closer to complete the checklist. I can tell you at least that. Honest thoughts. Because he when he get the audit, and then he sent it to me via on Twitter. I saw that too. What I'm saying is that as much as some people trying to discredit, audit this, audit that, at the end of the day, audits are not like cheap. It's not free. It also show good faith and then all the other stuff that now, for me, the only reason why I'm saying this publicly is also because the way it is set up is that there is no sacrifice. In other words, it wasn't like, hey, look, I got all this stuff. I'm cooperating, please sacrifice. It's more like, hey, it's going to launch. Let it run on the wild. Let it battle test itself. And then if you're going to go use it or whatever, then you can get involved and quote unquote buy the coin. That's a safer approach than saying, again,
I mean, you never have to buy them.
No, I know. But my point is that let's say hypothetically at some point it's so, I'm just giving an example. I'm playing devil advocate. It turns out to be amazing. And then new people want to use it. People that are not Hexagon, okay, that don't already have stakes and whatever. I know how the mechanics work. But new ones just want to come in, use it, do the loan, whatever. At the very, very least, it's a better setup where, hey, let the thing run. Some people got freemium, so they're going to go use it. You can watch it in the wild. You can watch it run, do this other stuff. And then, as a new guy, if you want to get involved, then you can go buy it if you want. Versus, hey, we just sound good. Everything's cool. No audits. Give me your money. And then I may or may not come up with the product later. That's to me is the key nuance out of the all, because it doesn't have all the checklists, okay, but it has you know what I mean, quite a few of them in there. And obviously he's public, known to the community, coming his face, trying to explain things. The fundamentals are there indirectly to help Hex. Again, I've watched the game theory. But the key thing is, again, to me, it's like when you don't have the track record, the last thing you want to do is ask for money. So by just letting it kind of like launch, see how it runs, whatever, and then we get to see, that's a better approach, because I take what I'm thinking very, very carefully. Because, it's easy, because if you're not careful, they're going to say, oh, Cream said this, Cream said that, Cream endorsed this, Cream endorsed that. No. I want to see things for their own merit, living in the wild. And then after that, we can have that kind of conversation and see where this goes. Because at the end of the day, anything related to like loan, I'm not saying that's the only product there, but I've always told Hexicans the key is like the late gratification is there for a reason. You know what I mean? Credit cards are fun, but credit card crisis is a real thing. Because some people
but also, I mean, banks supply a service, which one of those services is credit. And we have to try and get everything that the bank offers us, not just certain things, right? So like
absolutely. I agree with you there. This is what I also said in the past. Hey, we can't just be like an ostrich, put our head in the sand. If we don't do it, quote unquote, in the community, somebody else's will do it and trying to victimize the user. So again, I applaud the guy for trying, for being out there. As somebody who runs businesses as well, I always want to encourage people to want to build stuff that's going to be doing good for the world. So I totally agree with you there. Again, back to the checklist analogy. Out of the whole lot that I've seen, it's at least the one I can tell you at least that it's the one leading the pack. There's still some stuff are missing, but
So
it's only there's only so much the guy can do. At this point, it just has to be run in the wild so we can see it for ourselves.
did you try it out on the test net? I'll ask again.
No, because for me to get involved, again, even trying it out on a test net, that can send some type of, I don't want to say flag, but Kareem is in on this. Does that make sense?
No. What it tells people is that you're battle testing and seeing for yourself.
Yeah, but my thing is this. There's certain things that even it's called testnets for a reason, right? There's things that on the testnet that let's say everything goes well on the testnet, and then you run it wild and then something bad happens. Make sense? So, and again, I'm not saying something bad will happen. I'm just saying that for me to even have this conversation right now with you about it, or everybody is listening, to me, that's already a big deal. So I'm just saying that now we just need to wait and see. And when the thing comes out, see how it runs. Because again, my biggest thing is worried about the shenanigans, like the way potentially people can get liquidated. Because again, you're paying back the loan, so to speak, in the coin. It's not paid back in dollars. So there's certain things I just need to see the behavior. Because again, most of the community, those people they don't go too much in depth about how mechanics work and everything. So I need to see how that thing running in the wild. Of course, everybody knows I have a lot of t-shirts, so I don't need to go test net. I just need to watch the thing do what it's gonna do, and then from there we'll be able to advise in what's going on. So it's better that way than something where you don't even know what's going on, no checklist, no audits, and then hey, give me your money. Like hell no. So I can tell
Kareem. I'm with you there, buddy. I'm with you there. I was going to ask, are you going to claim your free tokens? Are you going to claim your free Hedron for owning T-shares?
What do you think? Let me hear what you think.
Well, no, that's why I'm sincerely asking. If you've looked at the contract or if you read Solidity, generally you understand read-only functionality, very low attack vector. So I was curious if you think you're going to claim your tokens.
Okay, so obviously the way I look at it is like this, okay? And I even, I was having the discussion briefly, and I wanted to, even send it to our team, to, Fiber and Steph, to see what they think, right? Because again, guys, I handle support, okay? Hundreds of emails almost every other day. How many emails do you think I hear about, Hedron, this, that, whatever? So we always got to be on the side of caution. Even PulseChain, I hear stuff sometimes like, hey, we got to make sure this thing in testnet v3 launch live, whatever, because we just want to make sure nothing bad happens. So to answer your question, when the thing comes out and it runs, I might claim some of the free stuff, like you said, low risk, whatever. You still got to pay for gas, so it's not like it's free. But at the very least, to me, at this point, I can say it's a lesser attack vector than me sacrificing, right? So if, for example, quick math, if I take one of my big stake, whatever, and then I claim that stuff, and then it costs me, I don't know, $20-30. At the very least, I can say, okay, it's $30, and then the coins are there or whatever. It's not like, hey, I put hundreds of dollars somewhere and I don't know what may or may not happen. And then when the thing launches, I can just watch it from there and then decide what I'm gonna do. To me, it's a lesser risk versus I have to give all this money up front, see what happens. Because what's beautiful also about the claiming, so to speak, is there's no rush. Thanks to this bonus structure or whatever, the first 100 days, that means you have time. You can literally just do nothing, watch it grow, see what happens, and then claim later. If you have enough T-share, it doesn't matter. Bonus multiply or not, I mean, you're going to get a decent amount. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and you know what? I'm going to wait. because if you don't mute, all I hear is scratching. You're in a unique position. Nobody can interrupt you, Kareem, because they get an earful of feedback. It's hilarious. But I did want to thank you for your honesty, man. I do give you props for that for sure. It's awesome that at least you are admitting that you're not even playing with it on the test net. So like, I feel like I have one more hard question for you though. Is there something competitive in Staker, and are you involved in Staker that would make you lean towards not giving Hedron your 100% endorsement? You know, you said something in 2022 is coming out, so I just kind of want to know if that's where that may be coming from. Is maybe something more personal.
Okay. So let me try to put it in perspective. On the staker side, what I can say on our business is we like to focus on redundancy and make sure everything's tight. I know it sounds crazy for some people, but guys, we have literally 3 extra new tokens that we have to make sure when this thing comes out, everything is clean, everything is great, just like we want it so people can have access to their coin. Because remember, like I said, I manage support. Imagine people saying, and then we launch, and then PulseChain launch, and then they don't have access to their coin. They're gonna be like, "What the hell is going on?" And I'm gonna be the one being bombarded with emails. So it's not like we don't want to give the attention, but you gotta understand, we are also a pretty small team on purpose so that we can minimize costs, run business super efficiently, so we can then literally keep paying people every week to do the right thing and delay gratification. Again, money has to come from somewhere. So it's just right now we have so much in our plate, and we want to make sure that everything is just spotless when it comes out. You get all your coins. V2 is coming, potentially, the hardware integration, whatever. So it's like, for us, that is the number one priority right now before we start adding all the stuff onto the plate, okay? Which is the reason why the potential thing with the hedge on is like, it's not like we're going to compete on that. It's just right now we're focused on other things. And I can say from what I have witnessed since I've heard about this thing, the guy is definitely trying. I will give him that. Again, out of the lot that I'm saying, if I were to, you talk about percentages, I can tell you I'm 60% there. And that's a lot. Because some of this other stuff, bro, I wouldn't even give it like 20%. I would be like, okay, this is just a gamble. It's kind of like, hey, you put the thing there and just write it off and then see what happens. But it's like, I don't even going to do that because, like I told the gentleman earlier, that is not the best strategy to invest. To just YOLO, throw a little bit of money and sample. No, because more often than not, you lose. That $200 could be used better somewhere else. And the reason why he's at 60%, yes, I will tell you this, because there's no sacrifice. And then to get the rest of the 40%, there's nothing he can do right now that can increase that. The rest of the 40% is just the sweat equity. The thing needs to be released in the wild, and then we need to watch what it does. Because my biggest worry is this. I'm going to formulate like that, right? Worst case scenario, because it's some very, very smart people out there who understand how market works. They may not even be part of the community, but that doesn't mean that they cannot prey on people. When you don't know what you're doing, and then some of those people go and, let's say they go borrow, even though they shouldn't. But again, there's the function there, right? And then all of a sudden, price run away from you. It's the same thing as a liquidation. Even shit coins, we know they can pump. And remember, Hedron basically has no supply besides what the people are going to be minting or going to be doing. So it's almost kind of like, I wouldn't say it's deflationary, but it's like, if you extrapolate it over the many, many years and the stakes, and if you understand how T-share works, right, the way I talked about that, it is deflationary over time. Technically speaking, even the hedron over time will be deflationary. Plus, you add the fact that not that many people are going to even try to claim it in the beginning. So you're looking at something that whatever you see is going to be very small supply. And I'm afraid that if some people start doing loan stuff and then the price goes away from you, you will be forced to give up on that stake because you won't be able to pay back because it's just way too expensive. And then when you give up that stake, and then years later, you realize how valuable a T-share is, and then you realize how valuable that stake is, it's going to be very bad. So my worry isn't you know, the person behind Hedron or whatever. It's just more about the behavior of taking a loan. That's a behavior that I'm just very wary about it, right? Are credit card good? Yes, for the 2% of people that know how to fucking use it. Because 98% of people don't know how to fucking use it, and they abuse it. They always start well. I'm just gonna use what I need, and then they don't pay back, and then they start using more and more. And next thing you know, it's literally like a drug. So that's why I need to see how the thing behave. I need to see what certain other actors are gonna do, because you can mean well, and a malicious actor can come in, abusing the system, and then getting everybody else's wrecked. So is this thing gonna be potentially be a victim of pump and dump attacks? You don't know. So it's just like at this point, it's just proceed with caution. Let's watch what happens. We might make some of it free, and then just gotta go from there. But I've said it on Coin Game too. Like if it turns into some like crazy shenanigans or whatever, I might just mint the coin just to dump it to push the price down. At the very least, those who be the loan, they're not gonna be trapped. At least, you know, I'll just flood it with supply, and then at least those people will be, you know, they're not gonna lose their stake. So again, I'm in the watch mode right now. Oh, another thing that he did that I like, that got into the 60%, is he didn't fork out the coin from the OA. So that's good. That means that at least is basically saying indirectly, I want to do good. And if you think that I'm not going to do good, then hey, indirectly, you can kill the thing too. So I like that. Because some other places, they're not really OA friendly. We're just going to leave it at that. And in my book, if you're not OA friendly, that means you're against the community. I'm sorry. Because again, OA has track record, you don't. And if you're gonna come in and try to talk shit about OA, then you got a problem with me. So hopefully that answers your question.
Totally respect that, Kareem. I know that we got a couple hands up. Kaizoku, I know you said your phone was about to die. If there was the last minute thing you wanted to chime in, and then I think I don't remember who was first. I'm sorry. I don't know if it was Crypto Fitness. Just work it out. Who's going to go next after Kaizoku?
I think it was the turtle guy.
Yeah, Turtle, you're next. No, you guys actually naturally brought up what I was just gonna say my piece about. We can disagree about the risks financially, but I wanted to fork it to the risk of security-wise, like connecting your wallets to these new projects and stuff. So, yeah, Kareem, I want to thank you for your time. I mean, everybody in here respects your opinion, so we want to hear what you have to say, and you gave us your honest opinion about this stuff, and I want to thank you for it.
My pleasure.
All right, Sun Tzu, go ahead. What's on your mind?
Hello. So, really interesting conversations and more technical stuff. But this time around, I wanted to ask something more on the social cultural level. I don't know if you guys have heard about level 0, Balaji Srinivasan's concept about how we want to fully vertically integrate crypto. We can't just focus on the tech stack. We have to focus on the legal and migrational stack. And so seeing as World War III is looming, and also seeing as potentially we're going to make a lot of money and we want to optimize our taxes and our standard of living, what could Hexaco be? Like what place could we actually migrate to and turn into our own little Hexaco? Is it Portugal? Is it Singapore? I'm just, I'm young and I'm Gen Z, and I'm ready to pack my bags and explore the world. And so if anyone has gone to cool countries or jurisdictions and knows where we could congregate and optimize for, just better standard of living, better financial taxes, everything, that'd be awesome. Just want to hear what people's thoughts are, because it'd be awesome to download this community and vertically integrate onto physical land too. Like that would be full vertical integration. Right. So that's my starter question, and then we can go from there.
El Salvador seems to be pro crypto, so at least so far, and then you got Dubai as well.
Yeah, Dubai is amazing. I could certify that. I was there in November for a month visiting a friend. But I will caution that although very amazing, no tax, yada yada, I mean, it is fairly pricey. So I would say, unless you plan on living like kind of outside the city, and it's kind of the place you go after you basically got a bunch of money. I'll be honest. Or you're on your way and you target it in a way that, hey, I'm gonna get there and tough it up a little bit and then wait for my bags to really grow and then boom. Because it's everything's amazing, you can do almost anything. It's free, it's beautiful, but it's not your average price. If you want to be in Dubai, Dubai, of course. If you want to be a little bit outside, Abu Dhabi is a little less pricey. It's about a couple hours out, but it's on its way to become more expensive because a lot of people are coming in there. So Puerto Rico is another option if you want to stay close to the United States. I'm currently there right now. Again, I'm hearing those places, and I like to go check for myself to see what is going on. But the number one asset for Puerto Rico, I would say, is the proximity to the U.S. If you respect, Act 22, all this other stuff, then you can kind of get away from federal tax. You do have to be at least 6 months out of the year. But the infrastructure is not as bad as some people have said. The roads are not as bad as people have said that I've heard. Obviously, if you're in the main big city to travel the island, some places are not as good in terms of roads. But I mean, it's a beautiful place. It's an island. You know what I mean? If you're escaping concrete jungle and you come to a beautiful island, I mean, I don't think you're gonna miss the concrete that much. And there's enough concrete in the main city. And then again, the proximity to the U.S. So I would say that's the asset value, and other islands too nearby. You got Bahamas, Cuba, Dominican Republic, whatever. If you want to be in that retirement low key, cost of living is fairly cheaper here. It's the equivalent of, I mean, if you're from the Northeast like myself, it's definitely way cheaper here. So, but even it's cheaper than Texas. So
No, I'm from Spain myself. Yeah.
Kareem, I would tell you this. I've been living in Puerto Rico since April of last year, and I live in San Juan. And you're right about a few things. We get a worse rap than reality. The second thing is we have no less than 8 nonstops per day to Miami. They're 2 hours, 20 minutes each. So I even have an app on my phone that counts my days, so I know if I'm in trouble with my 183. But there's a few things that make this super good that most people don't know. If you're in Puerto Rico now, in the next couple of days, if you want to DM me, if you have some time, I probably will have some time, and I'd be happy to grab lunch with you. I do know the best lawyers and people to answer questions and get you done here if you decide you want to do that.
I like to I like to pitch Portugal. I just moved here like a month ago, and it's good for Europeans. So it's closer for where I come from originally, but I think it will be good for everybody because of the other crypto-friendly countries. I think Portugal is quite safe in regard to like violence and kidnapping and all that kind of stuff.
About Singapore, someone mentioned Singapore earlier, right? No capital gains tax on crypto, 0.
I
And
know
it is the
capital
first
gains
world,
tax is also
first
zero
world
in
country.
Portugal. Yeah, Portugal and Singapore.
The problem
Yeah,
for us
and it's a
Americans
first world country,
is
so you're gonna have
the problem.
have all the conveniences you're used to, no problems at all. It's
The
also
problem.
it's a major flight hub. The only problem is if you need to fly back to the States frequently, it's a little bit further as the opposite side of the world.
The problem for us Americans is quite literally the only place we're allowed to move and have no cap gains on crypto is Puerto Rico. It's the only one of the U.S. territories that offers that. The next best is going to be St. Thomas, and that gives you a 12% across the board tax. But there is a way that I have discovered to get my 0 capital gains on my crypto, and for the most part, only 4% tax on any staked or farmed or interest income, which is something a little bit newer, which has come about. It's called a Foreign Services Corporation. But for anybody that's a U.S. citizen, unless you're going to denounce your citizenship, your only real choice is Puerto Rico, unfortunately.
I was just about to say that because the problem is not just the capital gain tax. The real problem, honestly, is the federal tax at the end of the day. Because, you know, if you don't really, you know, use a W-2, so to speak, you know, you can kind of not really care about certain taxes, but the federal always, you know, find a way to get you. And it's sad because, yes, as an American, you know, you could be halfway across the world, but if you still have the citizenship, then you still gotta pay, yeah, that minimum or whatever. So that's why it's a little tricky, but it's definitely a start. And it's good to have those things out there. I mean, you know, if you can pay less tax, then it's still better than having to pay both. You know what I mean? I've heard of a country, I've never been. I've heard of another country in Europe called, I think, Slovenia. I think they also have like a no tax type situation for crypto. I don't know if somebody here can confirm, but I've heard Slovenia is another.
Well, I've advised some of my European friends to go to places like Portugal. I don't know if they're changing things there, but there's plenty of options for Europeans to pay no tax. But unfortunately, the only real option for us Americans is Puerto Rico. But like I said, it's not really that bad. There's a few sacrifices you make in your day-to-day living. So, for example, the food choices, if you want fresh produce, are going to be Sam's Club and Costco. So you're not going to buy some grapes, you're going to buy a shit ton of grapes. Having said that, you know, all the time I get on a nonstop to Miami. I go to Whole Foods, I load up my suitcase, and I come back. And Amazon works amazingly well here. And so it's not like I'm really depriving myself of any form of living. And I would still say that real estate is cheaper than Miami, for example, here, even though it's gone up. But there's a few tricks. I would say this, Kareem, if you're so inclined, feel free to hit me up directly, and I'd be happy to sit down with you at lunch and go over what I've learned.
Sounds good. Now, like I said, I'm here. I've been here for about a week. I wish I've known of you earlier. It's funny because I'm actually flying back tomorrow night. You know, because I've been here like for a week because I have to go to New Orleans. That's where my car is, and my friend invited me to Mardi Gras, so that's gonna be probably
Okay.
good to experience and everything. But the app that you mentioned, I think that's really cool because my other friend that's already here, yeah, he had to go pen and paper. I can actually tell him about the app. That's very, very useful.
Well, the app is part of the Act 2022 Society. So one of the requirements, if you move here, is that you give $10,000 a year to charity, and $5,000 of that you can easily give to the Act 60 Society, and they will provide you with a lot of information as well as give you the app for free. And so I check my app almost every day because I probably don't want to be here during the part of the year when hurricane season is strong. And so I just as soon be back in the States. Plus, I have a real estate investment business in the Midwest and all that. So there's all kinds of reasons for me to not, you know, to get my 183 in early. But I literally could go every other day to the States. It's not overly burdensome. I'll tell you what, just feel free to shoot me a DM and we can talk privately at some point if you'd like.
Sounds good. No, that's very useful because my friend did that too. Obviously, you know, he paid the 10,000. Maybe he didn't know he has access to the app, but yeah, that the tracking definitely helps because you know you don't want to get yourself in trouble because then it defeats the purpose. Again, it's not for everybody, but again, in the 7 days that I've been here, and I always try to be as honest as I can, it's truly not as bad as people have said, especially for the infrastructure. I was worried also about the internet connection, you know, because some of my work I do remote, and turns out pretty great. I mean,
well, I've got half a gig a second, so 1/2 of a gig per second, which isn't 1 gig per second, but it's pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's pretty, especially Send One. Send One, the big key, and so that's the key. I want to very emphasize that. I mean, the other night when I was talking on the PulseX voice chat, obviously we were in the mountains, so I lost service, obviously, and I found a real spot. But you're literally in the mountain, and it's gorgeous. It's like it's the same thing when you go to like a safari or whatever. But I'm talking specifically the big city, which is where you want to be anyway. Not too far from the airport. Everything is good, and some of the really nice gated community, whatever. We rented a car. You can do the entire island in 4 hour driving. So it's not that big. So even if you live outside the city and then like let's say you want a residence there and then you want to be in the city to do other stuff or buy your groceries and stuff on the beach, it's very, very flexible. So because those are the things that I look at. Not just like, hey, the tax or whatever, but like what's the infrastructure in and out, the roads, because if eventually I gotta move the Tesla, then I gotta worry about that. They do have some mini highways too. So again, it's not like your typical island of like, oh my God, it's actually and they're building. So maybe that's why the real estate is starting to go up because more people are starting to move over here. So if you think long term, that's also a possibility, especially if you, like you said, if you're American, your choices are limited. But it's worth. I think it's worth the try, and I've said that to one of my friends because if you really believe in crypto, you really believe in what we're doing, and you see where your wealth can potentially grow, it's a serious option that you want to consider. And I say all the time, nobody says that you can't have a second residence. You just need to kind of like handle the tax stuff, and you can have another house anywhere else you want, and then just go there for the other 6 months.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Here's the deal.
Oh, you
Okay,
do that?
closer to home test. And so you can have other property, but it has to be rental property and rented out. You yourself should not stay in it. And the reason you don't want to do that is because IRS has now keyed in on anybody living here. And you better be able to pass a closer to home test. And one of the keys to it is that you only have residential property in Puerto Rico. However, I own almost 600 single family homes in the Midwest, but they're all leased out with options. And so those are considered rental property. I can't stay in any of them. So what I do when I go over is I'll take a 30-day, Airbnb or something. But you just have to, there's a few things you could fall into. And that's one of the traps is having a residential property elsewhere.
Nice. Well, see, valuable information. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was about to say either Airbnb or hotel, but the point that I'm trying to make is that imagine this quick math. If you can save hypothetically over a few years millions of dollars, or at least even let's just say $500,000, your bag grows very well. Pulse do very well, PulseChain, whatever. Imagine you're in 2025 and you have saved up so much money in taxes just because you made that move. I mean, forget Airbnb. You can literally be living in the hotels for 6 months. Not that it's ideal, but it's like there's ways where you can do all of that or travel the world for the other 6 months so that you don't have to just give away the money to the taxman. That's all I'm trying to say.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, it's not how much you earn, it's how much you keep. And if we are going to do anything close to 1,000x or a 10,000x in this new environment, then you sure as hell don't want to be paying 40% of that to the Biden administration.
It's a lot of money. Again, do the math. Most people don't do the math. They're just quick to complain when it's like, hey, we're not talking about just like a few bucks here. We're talking about something that's serious enough that you should be at least considering. And that's why I appreciate everybody sharing different options. Obviously, it is different when you have, kids, family, all that. I get all that. But when you do the math and the money is big enough, you can use that money to alleviate that transition pain. And you probably still have some money left.
Right. Now, here's the thing. That pain that we're talking about. So, for instance, I did a little due diligence for one of my friends with children, and you can get first-class private schools here. Now, they cost a few bucks, but it's this. Here's the way to think about it. IRS is not a consideration. They are your damn business partner. And they are going to want, under the way that we're spending money in this country, they're going to want 40% because you're going to be in the rich class. And with that 40%, that may be conservative, by the way, but that 40% is going to go to them because Mr. Biden has hired $80 billion worth of IRS agents to target. And one of the questions that's expected on the new tax return is, are you a crypto investor? Yes or no? You can't lie on that question. And if the answer is yes, expect an audit.
Hey, Crypto Fitness, I know you've had your hand up for quite a while. What's going on?
Well, actually, I'm kind of glad the conversation went this route because I just have some, I guess, a thought about specifically with NFTs and hopefully this is kind of more of a forward-thinking question because it would require some, I guess, some litigation and some regulation as far as like direction as far as the United States goes. But I'm curious actually for Danny's perspective on this specifically because he's in real estate. There's a mechanism in real estate called a 1031 exchange that allows you to essentially defer your taxes indefinitely for amount of time for an investment property by, you know, moving your capital from one investment property into another one. And I know that NFTs can be considered as property. And if that's the case, obviously there need to be some sort of like litigation and regulation around this, but it'd be interesting to see it because this whole conversation around like moving to a country that's potentially crypto friendly to avoid paying the taxes. Well, what if there's a way that you could just purchase NFTs to, you know, as a 1031 exchange essentially and forego you're paying your taxes indefinitely if you just keep switching it over. I mean, eventually maybe you might want to like liquidate it, but I'm just curious to hear anyone's thoughts about if
Well,
that NFT ecosystem goes that way.
So the first thing is I have done, believe it, this is going to sound bizarre to you, but I've done over 700 1031 exchanges in my time because my background is I'm an old fucker. And 30 years ago, I started buying crypto. I locked myself up in, or not crypto, houses. And I locked myself in those houses by giving each and every tenant the right to purchase with an option. So nobody wants to buy my position and I can't sell their houses. Now, I'm not complaining. It's done very well for me. But you want to talk about proof of weight, I literally could not sell. So when people do cash me out, we always do a 1031. Now, I was hopeful that that would apply to crypto. It does not. They've specifically eliminated crypto. Now, NFTs, if somebody has a court case and is willing to go to court and blah, 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 maybe. There was also a recent IRS ruling which is favorable towards staking income. So it's not actually a ruling. It is a result of a court case. But essentially, if you stake, let's say, your HEX and you get HEX, but you don't cash the HEX in, at least in one court case, the person didn't have to pay capital gains tax or earned income tax, I should say, on that HEX. But in terms of you being able to realize capital gains, unfortunately not. They won't allow an exchange. One thing you can do is a self-directed IRA, but you're going to be limited by the amounts you can put into that self-directed IRA. But that's really, if you want to seriously consider the large amounts of money, and you do have to make large amounts of money to make this worth it, then you come over here. Now the other trick is this: you need to do it before you realize those gains in the U.S. because the day you move over, and that means the day you've signed a lease to get started, you have 2 years to buy a property, but from the day you move over, on that day, IRS is entitled to capital gains on your income. So if you're in the unusual situation of having sacrificed for PulseX, let's say, and you expect a windfall, I think you would want to move the hell over here before the fork, because then you really don't have a taxable event. But if you fail and you wait till after the fork, then all of your gains on the day that you finally do move over here, up till that point, will be taxed as U.S. income.
Interesting perspective. I appreciate it. It's too bad too, because how dope would it be to 1031 your NFTs, or just funnel your wealth away from taxes.
Well, at the end of the day, they need money to spend for all this bullshit spending, and they're going to tax you and I to get it. And so, listen, I don't want to hog the conversation, but there was a favorite judge of mine, and you can look this up on the internet. His name was Judge Learned Hand, and he was a tax judge from the 30s. And he famously said, there is no obligation, not even a patriotic obligation, to pay any more to the Treasury than the least you should have to pay. And he says, everybody does this. They so arrange their affairs in such a way to pay the least tax possible. And the rich do it and the poor do it alike, and all do correct. So That's just my thought. And Puerto Rico is that place because of the fact it's a U.S. territory. They get to write their own tax law, and they certainly have done so.
During this entire
Very well said.
during this entire conversation about places to live, I just can't believe that there's crypto up at the top of this space as the name, and nobody mentioned the moon. Just, it's beyond me.
Yeah, I'd just like to chime in a little bit. Thanks for letting me speak a little bit. Yeah, just on a question, what Kareem said about going to Dubai, that you went there for a month. I'm a resident of Dubai for 8 years. I'm a UK citizen. I left the UK in 2009 for this particular purpose. And I think wherever you are in the world, crypto is there on your doorstep. And I think you need to embrace what's going on around you. Here in Bangkok, where I'm a resident too, it's incredible. I mean, the infrastructure is massive. And of course, it's all designed for the digital nomads and the Thai community to better their lives. And I'll tell you what, if you ever sort of like investigate or do some research here in Asia, Asia is the biggest crypto users in the whole entire world. And there's a huge market here for HEX. And, there's a few hexagons here in Thailand. They're sort of like getting together, having little meetups. And there's also other crypto guys here. And the biggest exchange in Asia is here in Bangkok. And it's actually been backed by one of the largest banks. And of course, the government here are very crypto friendly. So, here is a great place. But, the cost of living, everything really. So I'm really happy to be living here in Asia and also be residents of Dubai, Singapore. And of course, I'm married to a Filipino. So I'm a resident of the Philippines. So I got a very diversified experience in knowing what I've done like 12 years ago, 15 years ago, when I decided to move away from the UK. Yeah, it's kind of worked out quite well. And as a working expat, I just found my way through. So, I think now here in Bangkok or in Thailand, the tax is 7%. They're introducing the crypto tax now, which is going to be about maybe 11%. So everything's kind of easy, and it's very friendly, very crypto friendly. I just thought I'd just chime in.
Appreciate your perspective, brother.
Just wanted to take a minute with you guys. We have a lot of people that have joined in recently. Space is open to everybody. Feel free to request a microphone, and we'll get you called on to have you share whatever you're thinking about. The topics are totally open and on the table. So I see Crypto Maximus, your hands up. Go ahead, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to turn the conversation back on these new PulseChain related opportunities like this loans we were talking about before. Because like I said, I just moved, right? So I haven't really been able to follow all the new stuff at all. So I don't really, this other Hadrian, right? I don't really understand them at all. So I was wondering if, because when I got here, my neighbors, they are like a restaurant, and I've become really close with them. And then they asked me, what I work with and stuff. So I told them about all this crypto. And at first they were all like, oh yeah, we're happy for you, Anders, but it's nothing we would ever be able to do because we don't understand crypto and we heard it's very risky and stuff. But then I told them just how simple it really is, just get a MetaMask account and then you can really just get going. But then because of the timing, right? Like we just had the sacrifice phase. So I was wondering to get these new friends in, what the most secure move would be for them, timing-wise. And then I heard that there was this, like Hexologist, he has the video where you could get free, Pulse free or something. So I thought maybe that would be a good way for them to understand the crypto and maybe get some free polls. But then I also heard about this this loans thing, and as I understand that, then when if you do the sacrifice, then you can use that as well to get polls. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There's quite a bit of
There's
topics
a
you
lot.
brought up there. I can help with one specifically. So there are a couple different ways that you can get Pulse. I know that there's a project that's going to launch free Pulse, FREEPULSE.io. And essentially what it is a faucet for people that have an account, like you said, on MetaMask, to be able to obtain a small amount of Pulse to transact on the network. Another way that people can obtain Pulse is either holding Ethereum through the fork. You'd get 1 Pulse per 1 Ethereum, or you could hold a liquid ERC20, right? Just any liquid ERC20. The AMM harvester bot's going to come through and harvest all of that liquidity. It's going to, basically duplicate whatever that ERC20 is that you're holding on the Pulse chain. And from there, you're basically getting something for free, right? And that something for free that you're getting, let's say it's P-Link, for instance, you'll be able to swap that P-Link into Pulse. And because you got it for free, your risk is very low, right? And then if you wanted to, you could just sell off the link on the ETH side. That would work for any ERC20 as well. So there are a couple different ways to go about it. I know I've seen a lot of people suggesting swapping PulseX for Pulse, but again, you have this opportunity to get a free copy of something. So I would just encourage people to look at that as a potential strategy. I'll let someone else, if they want to, speak to Hedron or liquid loans. I don't want to hog the mic.
I got something to say about that. So I tend to agree with Kareem, what Kareem was saying earlier. And I don't necessarily have like anything against liquid loans or Hedron. Like, I think they're great projects. I think the people behind them have good intentions. My thing is, I kind of I was talking to my brother about this the other day, actually, and I came up with this really bad, shitty analogy, but kind of accurately portrays, I think, what Kareem was saying earlier about like your risk and just like the timing. So it's kind of like if you were to own a 1-of-1 Ferrari or some exotic car, 1-of-1, and somebody comes up to you and says, "Hey, let me borrow that car for a day or a week." And so you're like, and the incentive for that person would be like, "Hey, let me borrow your really nice car and I'll replace your steering wheel with a diamond steering wheel if you let me take it for a week or something." Well, you could do that, and maybe the guy will do it, but you could just hold on to that 1-of-1 Ferrari for a day, a week, or month, or a year, or 10 years, and you're probably going to make out better than what you originally bought it for. So what's the next? Like, what is the point of risking losing that potential asset to somebody you may or may not know or may not trust? He could have the best intentions in the world, and maybe he means what he says, but you don't know that, and you have to let time play out. You can go to lunch with that guy maybe for the next couple months, next 6 months, a year, and get to know him, and maybe you end up pulling the trigger on that deal. But the bottom line is, relating that back to like Pulse and PulseX and HEX, is we have a really good foundation of Richard Hart, and we have data as to the actual price action of what his assets, or I guess in this case of HEX, will do. So it's like a big opportunity cost of like, look, because there is a liquidation point, and I'm not even against like leverage trading. Like I have been a leverage trader. I've been wrecked in leverage trading, but I'm not even against that. I think with smart risk management in your portfolio, I think that even leverage trading you can play around with if you really exercise proper risk management and not do, in my opinion, I would say any more than 1 to 5% of your entire portfolio. And if you have a larger portfolio, like, sure, maybe play around with a little bit more, but you don't have any data points on any of these other projects yet. Even if they have great intentions, it's still just kind of an unknown, and it's better just to wait it out and see how they play out and then make your decisions from there, because there's always going to be buying opportunities. I mean, crypto, it never goes up all the way, and it never just goes straight down either. Like it moves in waves. So there's always going to be opportunities to get into it, and by waiting for something, I mean, they could be great, right? I mean, they could be fantastic projects. I'm not saying that they're not going to be, but there's that opportunity cost of like, look, you could potentially lose your pulse and by getting liquidated. And I'm sure there's strategies that in Hedron and in liquid loans that, people will try and tell you about that. Oh, it's like potentially risk-free. But at the end of the day, if you can get liquidated, you can lose your pulse. And if that's the case, it's the opportunity cost of, that pulse may be only worth a few, maybe less than pennies right now, but in a year or 2 years or 3 years, that could be potentially worth, millions of dollars to some people.
If I understand correctly, right? If I have Pulse, but my new friends here, they don't have anything yet, right? So if they, if I help them with getting fiat into crypto, then I understand if you want to make the sacrifice, then you need to convert it into stable coins. That's the only thing they accept, right? So they're not really, they don't have the opportunity right now to get Richard Hart's product yet. So I thought it could be like a beginning now, an opportunity for now until it launches. Like, is there any concrete thing I need to worry about? Because the reason why it came on my radar was because I saw Crypto Coffee talk about it, and I have followed him like since HEX was born. So I have like pretty high confidence in Crypto Coffee.
Hey, Maximus. I generally hold my tongue on this subject because I do want to see people building in the space, right? The more builders we have on PulseChain, the more successful PulseChain is going to be. But I cannot stand to hear liquid loans and Hedron mentioned in the same sentence because they are drastically different. So number one, Hedron is building on top of HEX. Liquid loans intends to build on top of PulseChain. Liquid loans is having a sacrifice. Hedron is airdropping their tokens for free to anyone that already owns T-shares. I could go down the list, but they are so drastically different.
Yeah,
I can tell you that
I didn't mean to point him in the same light either.
Extremely put off. I can tell you that I was extremely put off that there was a sacrifice opened for liquid loans during the end phase of a Richard Hart project. I cannot believe the gall. And I'll leave it there because I don't want to go on a rant, but I feel pretty strongly about it. I can tell you that. and HEX ORCA, I don't want to derail your space, man. I know we're about love in this and sharing ideas and economy of ideas and all that. And hold on, Kareem. I'm almost done. We're talking about people's money here, right? We're talking about people's money and where they think they should place it best. I can tell you that at least with something like HEX,
Guess I triggered something
like
in some people.
He's live streaming constantly, right? You have some type of believability, but the rest of it, it's going to be up to you to make your own decision. And I know do your own research gets thrown around so often it almost becomes inconsequential, right? In one ear and out the other. But truly do your own research, because if you're investing $10 like Kareem says, or $1 million, you should be doing the same amount of research. Sorry, HEX ORCA. I know I wouldn't normally proffer an opinion on these, but I do feel pretty strongly about them. So,
thank you for your comments and.
Very well said. I want to add one more thing too, which is very important. And this is just purely based on quick math and just how token incentives kind of work. I apologize, I'm outside, so there might be a little bit of feedback because I have to go grab some food. So when I was looking at the book, there's one thing that really popped out to me. I want everybody to really understand how dangerous liquidation actually works, because some people don't understand. It doesn't matter if you are 200, 300, 1,000% collateralized. It doesn't matter. You can still be liquidated. Those things are called scam wig for a reason. And this is actually how most people can't believe it when they lose all their money. I'll give you an example. Somebody maybe thought, hey, I have all this money. Maybe I just want to borrow $1,000 worth of stuff. Okay. So I think that I'm going to be smart, and maybe I'm not going to put $10,000 of real capital there because I'm thinking, you know what? A 10x ratio, maybe it's not enough. Maybe I'm going to put 100 grand, right? So I'm going to be, Cream, it's super safe, right? I'm only going to borrow $1,000, but I'm going to put $100,000 worth of collateral. What that person doesn't understand is that, especially in the beginning, with a lot of volatility and people having a lot of coins out there, you know what I mean? Some people can collide, know where your liquidation is, and still create a wick that could go down 99.9%, liquidate you, you lose your entire 100 grand, and then the wick just come back up like nothing happens. That is the most dangerous thing. This is why those things are so risky. You got to ask yourself, also, how does those people make money? What's the incentives here, right? Especially in the beginning on PulseChain, when you got heavy volatility already to begin with, then you're going to add that on top of the heavy volatility. All kinds of shenanigans can happen. This is what we want people to understand, to be different. We can sit here and say, oh, it's smart contract, it's this, it's that, it's decentralized. The smart people will be able to get access to the data. Or if it's building an adapt, they're going to know, just like an exchange, they're going to know where your stop loss or your liquidation is. And you're running the risk of putting enough money there and then getting liquidated. And funny enough, although you thought by over collateralizing this much, I will be safe, that's actually why you lose money. Instead of maybe you only put $1,000 in there, and then if it gets liquidated, then you only lose that $1,000 because you'll be incentivized to over collateralize, and that's the play. But then you can still get hit by the scam wick. That's why it's very, very dangerous that you have to be very, very careful, especially in crypto. Because if you want a loan, man, go to the bank. I know it sucks sometimes. There's no people, but yeah, that's the
Okay. So
but thank you for your feedback, Karim. I really appreciate what you just said.
No, you're very welcome, because people don't look at the worst case scenario. At least with the Hedron, you're liquidated by the time because you have the coin. The other stuff, there is no, I don't care what anybody says. I've seen so many crazy scam week in my life, especially in crypto, that any level of over collateralization, you're still not safe 100%. That's what I'm going to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, and as part of doing your own research, there are a couple other points that I just want to point out to get everyone on the right track. Hedron is audited. Liquid Loans is not audited. Again, sacrifice phase, no sacrifice phase. Liquid Loans also has to solve an Oracle problem, which has not been solved yet. So if you're sacrificing to this, your hope, right, is that they're going to solve this issue and be able to launch a completed product on PulseChain. That's something we cannot know. And the team cannot know until PulseChain is actually running and they get their protocol up and running after that, right? There are so many more risks involved. I mean, again, I just don't want to see the two compared like they are the same. They are drastically different. And Jawa, I know you want to chime in here. I know you've got a lot of knowledge on this as well. But I would just hammer home, anything you're sacrificing for, you're truly sacrificing. So keep that in mind.
Well, I need ETH in my wallet to claim the free Pulse. You just you're gonna get copies of any free. Let me mute this real fast. You're gonna get copies of any ERC20 tokens that you have in any non-custodial wallet that you hold. Okay, so if that's Ethereum, it's Chainlink, it's the Shibas, it's USDC, USDT. Of course. So you don't have to necessarily have ETH in your wallet. Although if you do have ETH, you're going to get copies of that of Pulse on the Pulse chain. So I hope that answers your question. I thought Hex moves counter to the coins. Hex does do its own thing, but ultimately it's part of crypto still, and crypto is still dictated by Bitcoin at this point. So what's the link to request the mic? Let's see. It's a Twitter space. So if you go to my Twitter, I'll link my Twitter here. Hang on.
And you'll never, if you do it that way, it's called a native stake. There is no way you can even make a borrow on that, going that.
You can click that link and then join my space, and you can then request the mic. You can come in here and request the mic.
Off of it if you went through edrop.pro. Now, so that's one way you could just completely ignore ever. It's not. It's impossible. It's an impossibility to ever take a borrow out on it. There's also if you did go through the Hedron contract to create your stakes, you don't have to ever click that button that says borrow. All right, it's just an option, and I don't like having options like gate kept from me or taken away from me or my family. So maybe it bothers me a little more than most people. I don't know. I like options. So I just wanted to say that, like, you have to be specific when you're talking about something. If you're going to talk about liquid loans, talk about liquid loans. I'm not going to talk about them because I don't know enough about them. I didn't do any research on them because I'm not really interested. So yeah, I'm just going to leave it there.
Well, it's probably my fault because I'm the one who put them both in the same sentence. So I know there's major differences. The point that I was trying to get at was just the fact that like Richard Hart's projects are different from any other project that's even built on Hex or the PulseChain. And so we have data there, and kind of like what Kareem was saying, it's like specifically in regards to, I'll say, liquid loans, like, you know, when you have those wicks and stuff, even if you decollateralize your position, you're essentially throwing good money at bad money. And in trading, like, that's something you never do that. It's a losing position. So I was kind of more focusing on that, but I know there are differences between Hedron and liquid loans. I still have to do more research myself on them. So I'll say that, but I just wanted to caveat my earlier remarks.
Thanks. Oh, I'll add one more thing real quick, and then I'll just get off as a speaker. It's getting kind of late here, but there is a third option as far as never getting yourself liquidated. And if you created 2 matching stakes sometime in the bonus, token distribution stage in this first 100 days, let's just say, to play it safe, in the first 50 days, you would get at least a 5x bonus on your matching stakes. When you borrow, if you ever do a borrow function, it's always at the base rate. It doesn't include the multiplier, right? So if you had a matching stake out there, you would always be able to mint whatever Hedron you needed to pay back for your loan with that other matching stake. You would always be able to have a payment for it. So there's a third option that will always keep you from ever getting liquidated, So I'm just throwing that last one out there.
And that's the other thing. I do like the fact that Hedron is doing like the free tokens for anybody who has a stake already. So, I mean, to me, that's like pretty risk-free. So I don't see much downside in claiming those tokens. In fact, I probably will, but yeah, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, thanks for clarifying. Ultimately, this is what I said. It's the only one that's at least at 60%. And I say that, for a reason. We still need to see just to make sure everything comes out great. But all those valuable points are there for a reason. And I want everybody to know the distinction. And then from there, they can still go make their own research. But there's certain red flags. Like, to me, they're just non-negotiable. Like, there are no audits to me. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Jesus. No audits to me. No. Like, because again, we need to remember something. We are in a fantastic position that we do not have to do anything, and we can still, I firmly believe, be massively successful just with what we have. This is what makes it so cool. We're in a position of force. Imagine you're a negotiator. You're in a position of force. You're the one that have the money. I think sometimes people forget that. They're coming to get your money. you don't want to get the money. So at the very least, if you're not 100% sure, or if you don't know what you're doing, because some of those, loan products out there, some of those people play with this thing. They don't even really understand how it works, what it does. All they hear about or what they've been pitched out is the good part of it. Oh, you can get this, you can get that, but the negative aspects are not fully explained to them, or they don't fully understand it, and that's how it's the catch-22. So understanding the difference is very key. And yes, Hedron is way different than liquid loan. I will at least say that confidently. Thank you.
Yeah, really well put, Kareem. And sorry if I got a little too passionate there.
Hey,
I've taken a pretty
Brock.
deep dive. Oh, sorry. What's up, Orca?
I was gonna say Brock's had his hand up for a while, so I
Yep.
just want to make sure they got to speak.
What up? What up?
How's it going, man?
Pretty good. How about yourself? How long you been at this?
Liquid Loans hasn't disclosed if they
less than
will
a day.
pre-mine
Less than a day.
loan for
God,
themselves, diluting
I
stake
thought you
rewards
said
as if
initially
that's not
about a month. I'm like, yeah,
sacrifices
sounds
business.
about
No.
right.
Yeah, I agree. It's just
Yeah, it feels
there's just a lot of
like a
unknowns with it. So I,
About a
personally, I'm
month
gonna wait.
straight, you know.
So that's just me.
I'm sure it's been like discussed a lot between you guys, but what happens with like anything pegged to Ethereum? Like let's say wrapped Bitcoin, right? Or wrapped whatever. You know, there's like those kind of things attached to Ethereum, like a stable. What happens when that goes to the PulseChain? What do you guys think?
Does anybody want to speak to this?
Has this been discussed? Yes, no?
Oh, for sure.
You're talking about stables being
So like let's say wrapped Bitcoin, right? Like what's the one? I think it's called wrapped Bitcoin. It says Bitcoin and Ethereum. So when that goes to the PulseChain, does that thing like what in theory what would happen, right? When you have the two copies.
Sure. I mean,
So a
Kareem,
couple
do you want to speak to it?
Yes, I got you. So a couple things, so you can have it just in general, right? Because whatever gets copied from the Ethereum, right, should show up on the other side. But the key is going to be, we're going to find out, first of all, who got admin keys and who does not, right? That's why we use the USDC as an example, because those are the only people that can, quote unquote, stop the show, right? Those who control their smart contract, if they want to stop the show, they can stop the show. Those who don't, technically, they cannot stop the show, but you still need somebody to bridge. Because at the end of the day, even the other coins that don't have admin keys or whatever, if the bridge is not being, like coins are not being bridged over and liquidity being formed on, let's say on PulseX, then there is no chart, there is no play, there's nothing to go. So you have to look at those two things. We're fairly confident that, you know, USDC should be, it will be used. The question is, are those coins going to be invalidated by the parent company? And like Richard said, you know, they probably risk a lawsuit if they do that, but then again, nobody knows. This is why in the beginning, the beauty of the first 2 days, we're just going to focus on the pair that we know for sure is going to be there. Because guess what? We're going to be there putting the liquidity for it because it is in our best interest. So that's why we are very confident telling you you're going to have a HEX pair, a PulseChain pair, and a PulseX. Everything else after that, it's just wait and see. That's the honest truth. But technically speaking, if those people provide liquidity and the show is being started, the moment the show is being started and the harvester bot got in there, then the show cannot be stopped. But first, the show needs to be started. So hopefully that answers your question. And those who have admin keys, they will decide the fate of the coin. But hopefully they do the right thing.
Right. Here's a super noob question. So, like, what about an NFT? Is it literally two copies, or like, is it two different assets, or is it the same on PulseChain versus Ethereum?
Two different assets who are the same.
Right.
Well, Crypto Winter Bull, I hope that I didn't persuade you, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's like what you were talking about earlier. I'm trying to let me turn this down a little bit. Like what you were talking about earlier, like sacking $500, man. Like if that's like a big part of your portfolio, then I would say that's probably a good thing to wait. But like $500, if that's like not that big, if that's like nothing to you, if that's like disposable income to you every single month, like I don't see anything wrong with like I said, if you're practicing proper risk management, this was like I was saying in the space is if you practice proper risk management, even something like leverage trading, you can still like have fun with and you're just basically, it's like if you were to go to the casino with $500, right? It's kind of like that. It's like, look, I'm just going to throw $500 at this thing. If it does great. If it doesn't, it's $500. So like, I hope my opinion didn't sway you to like wait, but like for me personally, I just think waiting is just the better option to see how things play out. So I mean, if that's what you want to do, great. But if you want to throw $500 to it, I don't see that being bad either. So just want to throw that out there.
Orca, you're live tweeting his money, man, in a space. I don't know, like I tweeted you, but I don't know. I never thought of that. Like that's super smart. Like when the topic changes, to tweet it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Pro
the first marathon Twitter space.
Yep.
We had so many people talking about so many different things. It was like flipping through television channels.
Totally.
It's like, that's why I called it. It's like a Grand Theft Auto radio station. So you might as well just let people know, because like the topics can change rapidly. Topics can get heated, but it's all good.
People
like,
pop in and out too, right? So it
yeah,
keeps a good size room, and like keeps probably keeps the conversation going as well, because if someone's interested, they pop in. And
yep,
yeah, super smart, man.
And then there's also, you're just tweeting out like
it's
a
tweet,
beacon
yeah.
for these moths that like to come in here to sleep, man. These degenerate hexicans that are all about their ASMR hex talk, and they just come listen to the good info and fall asleep in the middle of the stream.
Yeah, man, that's if that's actually the case, like if that's like a real thing where people are dumping hex so they can sack in liquid loans, like I don't like that at all. Personally, I like if you're looking at hex and liquid loans, like I'm choosing hex every single time. If you give me a choice between the two, you said you got to pick liquid loans, or you got to pick hex. I'm picking hex every single time. It's just like that's like a no brainer to me. Like to me, getting rid of your hex for liquid loans. And it's not shade against liquid loans. Like I'm sure the guys have good intentions. I think they could be a great project, right? And I could be eating my words in a year or 2 years or 3 years, maybe they end up being like this huge thing, right? It's just not proven. And because it's not proven, and Richard Hart's ecosystems, I have more faith in it, and I've done more research in it. It just makes more sense. Just makes more sense for me.
A blip of silence, then I just start talking, and it depends on how bad I want it.
I gotta get Kareem's mod so that like anybody tries to interrupt me, they just get an earful of fucking
That's
feedback.
super, super secret service level, like anti-tracking.
Yo, you know what's quality watching is who is it that Richard Hart who did he debate? The British dude. Oh, what's his name? It's like a Bitcoin maxi.
Oh, the broke guy. I remember him.
What's
Peter.
his name?
Peter.
Yeah, McCormick. Damn, that's some good.
That guy's a
watching,
fool, man.
That was hilarious. No, it's a scab. It's a scab. It's a scab.
Oh yeah, man. Super articulate.
So good.
We should find a link to that.
I should maybe I should study McCormick, and I'll pretend like I'll do my best McCormick act, and then I'll do a live stream with Richard.
You don't want to put
just for the quality.
You don't want to put yourself through that, and I don't want to be put through that.
It's entertainment, though. You guys would like it.
Listen, just saying the word entertainment does not make it entertainment. You can't just say words that actually have meanings to make them mean the things you want them to mean.
What are some other good ones? Is there any other ones like of that caliber?
Yeah, I like that the pickup artist guy. He made me really laugh. The pickup artist hater, crypto hater, hex hater.
Oh, okay.
And I think he was with a show with another guy. But then later, I think the other guy became a Hexican.
So YouTube pickup artist, or what's his name?
The guy streaming from the Toyota, from Cabana stream. That was funny.
I like the stream from the day that Hex launched with the 3 to 5 lawyers on Tony Basil's channel. That was one of my favorite RH moments.
Yeah, that stuff's legendary. I'm trying to see if I can just find tweets of those videos, but I think I'm gonna have to write my own and then pin them up.
Did
Things I do for spaces, man. The labor behind.
we
the
love you
scenes.
for it, Orca. We love you for it.
Clicking
They don't
buttons,
know.
so much labor.
Oh my gosh, it's taxing.
God, your poor thumbs.
Bold of you to assume I would waste my thumbs on this.
Did when Richard was in the space earlier, did anyone catch that he mentioned they're already testing the AMM bot? Not that they were writing it, that they were already testing it.
Yeah, I caught that.
Good catch.
Yeah, that was epic. And he's gonna release some picture tomorrow, he says.
I thought it was funny. Like he was ready, he was getting kind of antsy, he wanted to get off, right? But as soon as somebody like mentioned a bag or something, it sucked him right into another 5-minute conversation. He likes talking about those things, doesn't he?
Another nice thing, I hope people.
That's quite funny because I was just thinking about the reverse of making HEX fungible, in the sense that, you know, most people are talking about HEX on the PulseChain reaching parity and equivalent amount to HEX on the Ethereum. I was thinking how funny it would be if HEX on the PulseChain actually appreciated an increase in value higher than HEX on the Ethereum, simply because it's going to be a lot cheaper to stake and unstake on the PulseChain.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Hope everybody's having a good day. I know Tone Vase is in a space right now, and he's got Christopher Green and a bunch of other crypto people in there. So if you would like to go and check that out and troll them a little bit, feel free. I was trying to bring them over here, but of course, who am I?
What's up, King? Good to see you.
Yeah, what up, Kareem, Maddie, everybody else? Yeah, just I'm at work right now, but trying to be quiet here. Have a good one.
Bro, I like the peace sign in the PFP, and then you're in a spaces so you can do a peace sign as well. That's dope.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Crypto King is the legend. He, I think he has a surprise for us for a surprise speaker for the HEX conference, but it's not confirmed yet. So I'm excited though. That'll be the one teaser that I just said.
Hey, what's up? Can you guys hear me?
Sure can.
Yeah. Do you guys know where can we watch that slaughter? The Mr. Hart against Peter? Is it going to be on YouTube? Oh, anybody? Anyone else?
So if you look up at the top of the
I hope Liquid Loans does well too, Chris, but it's just what they're doing is just I don't like their sack phase at the end of PulseX sack phase. I mean, they're just kind of going about things the wrong way. But again, that doesn't mean it's a bad project, and you shouldn't like let these biases affect your judgment. Obviously, you should do your own opinion, do your own research on them, and like just think for yourself, right? Just do if it feels right to you, like. Again, just make sure you practice proper risk management. That's like the thing. If you got a big bag of Pulse or PulseChain or PulseX or HEX or whatever, like 1 to 5% max into something like that, because max. And I would even say 5% is like too much. Like maybe 1%, and just it's just money you're gonna forget about. And if it does well, great. If it doesn't do well, then you practice good risk management. Oh no, I didn't at all. Just the points they brought up in the space were very, very valid. Yeah, they were valid. They're very, very valid, and that's why I've been hesitant. my little brother, he's a big liquid loans, like he loves it. He loves the fact that it's a loan and not a leverage trading or whatever, and he likes the protocol a lot. He likes it. I keep harping on the same points. It's like, look, if you can get liquid, and he's never leverage traded, so he doesn't really have the experience either. So, but I just told him, I was like, dude, look, if you can get liquidated, you're gonna lose your pulse, and that pulse could be very, very valuable one day, and that's what you don't want to do.
Yeah, Canada's crazy right now.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to support them.
Yeah.
What's that?
Orca, do you think that Richard potentially saw your video?
I don't know. No idea. Potentially, sure.
I kind of hope so, man, because that game theory video was pretty alpha, man.
I appreciate that, man. It was just a fun way to kind of spur some conversations outside of just like number go up. But based on some of the language that he's used in the availability that he's provided, I wouldn't hold my breath in considering that it's like a feasible integration option.
Well, and he did say when he came in here earlier, he did say that he values like a lot of the Hex community's opinion on things, and
oh, sure,
you know what I mean. So I feel like he's at least heard about it, or at least thought about the ideas.
I would say that as long as we don't make too bold of a jump to assume that a compliment is like a reference to specific contributions, I think he is just a really compassionate leader who recognizes that this is a unique crypto community that tends to go above and beyond when doing things like research or producing useful tools and communicating insightful data and things like that. It's a pretty unique experience. So I think he probably is more so referring to that. There's been a lot of excellent front end contributions and things like that. So probably more so what he was referring to, in my opinion.
Hey guys, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So how does the second chain work? So the Pulse chain. So you get all of your assets that you have on the Ethereum chain, you get it copied over to the Pulse chain. How does this whole function? Sorry, I'm a little new at this. You're able to sell it on both chains. It's just incentivized to sell it on Pulse chain because the cost is lower. How does this exactly work?
Are you at least familiar with the fact that you can change chains on like your MetaMask?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So, well, if you know that much, I'm not quite understanding your question then.
So if you get whatever you're holding on your ERC20s, you get a copy of that on Pulse chain. Is that correct?
Yes.
So then you just use that coin just to sell it on the Pulse chain? Like, what else is exactly happening? Is that all?
It's an option. You can do whatever you want with it. In other words, Pulse chain, if you remember the ethos, right? Faster, fee less, all that good stuff. So when you get your copy, chances are you want to use it on the Pulse chain. So you'll just use it the regular way. So let's say we talk about HEX, for example. You get your HEX copy, and if it's liquid, for example, then you can stake it, you can sell it, you can try to bridge it to the Ethereum blockchain if you want. I don't know why you would do that, but again, all the options are there. The same way if you have your staked, your T-shirt, all that stuff copy. It's just literally a better version of Ethereum. It's just there. Now, the way you could do some action to save yourself some fees is, let's say you have a ladder set up and you don't have the money to end the stake on Ethereum because it's too expensive. But because it's like everything is copied, that means on the day where the stake end on one chain is ending on the other chain. So maybe you end it on the Pulse chain first, get the money there, and then take some of that money, you bridge it to Ethereum side, and then you end the other stake over there. So these couple strategy things based on what your needs are. But at the end of the day, you're getting 2 coin or 2 chain, and then you do whatever you want with it. the same thing you would do right now, whatever you want to do with Ethereum, within the limitation of the gas, of course, you'll have that same thing times 2 on the Pulse chain with way less limitation, if any, because it's going to be so cheap and fast. That's why, not to troll, that's why the other gentleman had a hard time understanding the question. So it's like what is it that you want to do? Like, besides what you're doing already on Ethereum, it's just, better, faster, feeless.
Understood.
Gotcha.
Thank you. That was great.
You're welcome.
If anyone else has any questions, feel free to jump up.
I have something. I'd like to talk about the Pulse, the fixer bot. A couple parts of it. Precisely how many of the PRC 20s will it be buying from buying from the other pools? And then also, how much Pulse is it going to then pool those against? So I'm thinking about liquidity and how cheap are we going to make Pulse to people with PRC 20 copies?
Okay, I'm trying to give you an easy answer to a complex problem. All you need to know is that he's trying to fix the ratio, okay? Which is there's a ratio between the 2 chain, Ethereum and Pulse. It's about 1 million. So he's going to fix the ratio to create that million on one side. So 1,000x, and then the other side 1,000x. So now the exact number of coins, you wouldn't know that until the sacrifice phase ends, so we can know what's the total amount of coin that's out there, total everything, total bonus. When is the snapshot? What are the liquidity looks like when the snapshot is happening? Because nobody knows when it's going to happen exactly, rightfully so, for security reason. So the exact number, nobody is going to know. All you need to know is trying to fix a ratio. As long as the ratio is fixed, that's all that matters. However many coin is going to need to fix the ratio is going to be fixed for the pairs that's going to be traded, of course. Those who choose not to participate, or they get, admin key and, shut off or whatever it might be, then those are not going to be relevant. But those who get in or get used or decide to play the game, that's what the bot is going to fix the ratio for. And it's going to be based on what's the liquidity look like for that particular pair, that particular coin, at that particular time that the snapshot was taken.
Right. So what I'm thinking is, if we really do 1.2 million X, the amount of Pulse as there was ETH in the pool, right? So if there's 1,000 ETH and then we 1.2 million X and put that much Pulse in a pool against the PRC 20s that were harvested, basically then we're going to be putting up a shit ton of Pulse for sale at the $0.0001 per Pulse, and as if the copies of the ERC20s are worth the same amount of dollars as the ERC20s are worth. So the way I'm, unless I'm thinking this through wrong, people are going to be able to come in and dump the copies of their ERC20s for Pulse at a crazy cheap rate for Pulse. I'm thinking that that's going to get a ton of Pulse into the hands of people that were really late at really undervalued Pulse.
That's not going to happen. The bot is going to be the first one there before you and before anybody else. He's getting that deal. He's the one scooping the point and sucking that liquidity out. Nobody else is going to catch that deal. Let me tell you that right now. So you're talking
about the bot buying from the pools, though, right?
Yeah, because that's how you fix the ratio. He's going to have to buy it. It's going to have to move.
No, I don't think that's right, because it doesn't matter what the ratio is in the pools that we're emptying out. What matters, what the ratio is in the pools that are being filled up, the new pools on PulseX, right? Pools that exist on ETH right now and that we're emptying out, who gives a shit what the ratio is in those pools? It's going to be empty, who's going to use them? The ratio matters, but the ratio is on the pools the new pools that are being created by MixerBot PulseX, right?
So what I'm trying to tell you is that extra supposedly so low discount that going to be able to buy super cheap. It's not going to happen because the bot is going to move that. It's going to absorb all of that as it fixes the ratio so that it's just ready to go with that low liquidity that's out there tradable. So it's gonna look like the coins are being removed out of circulation and stuck somewhere. And they're not gonna be there to be like dumped or for somebody else to buy it super, super cheap, push the price up crazy, and then trying to dump later. That's what I'm trying to do because I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that crazy opportunity for you to come and buy super cheap in the very beginning is not gonna be there.
You're talking about buying PRC20 super cheap, right?
As it sets the ratio to make sure that after that, the only coin that's quote unquote dumpable are just going to be sacrifice set. Because those liquidity after snapshot are be drained. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So imagine a bunch of coin, bunch of liquidity sitting somewhere because Ethereum is those are going to be harvested, drained to make sure that as it fixes the ratio, there's nothing there for somebody to randomly come in, buy a bunch of stuff, and then wait for people to come and buy and then dump on their head.
Right, right. Add that though, then the fixer bot is going to take those PRC20s that are harvested, and it's going to put them in a pool, in the new PulseX pools. It's going to put them in a pool against a bunch of Pulse, right?
Yeah, but as he puts it back to the pool, if remember, he's harvesting all the other coins too. So you're gonna have to use your quote unquote pulse from your sacrifice set to then buy whatever's left at a much higher ratio. So
Right.
you're gonna have to quote unquote sacrifice your existing pulse if you want to get the other coin and then push the price up. So it's gonna be like not a zero sum game, but it's gonna be kind of like impermanent loss. It's like, okay, you want to push this price of this coin here, it's going to cost you a lot of pulse to do so. That's also how you fight shit coins or people trying to create pump and dumps. You know what I mean? Because they'll just try to cut you.
I hear that. I'm talking about people on the other side. I'm talking about people who get PRC20s and them then going to the pools and trading their PRC20s for Pulse. I'm
in that case, you're right. It's a pumpamental. Yeah, you're right. Some people can just, hey, whatever free coins I got, I want to get rid of it to more pulse. You know what I mean? But again, I don't think there's going to be a lot of pulse out there too, because also pulse there's no inflation. Again, this is my supposition, right? A lot of it is going to be locked away, delegated. You know what I mean? So, but you're right. It's a hidden pumpamental. If everybody that had a shitcoin decided to drop their shitcoin to just buy Pulse, yeah, you're right. That is a pumpamental. Is that going to happen? We'll have to wait and see.
Basically, what I'm saying is, I think it could be a pumpamental if there's a small enough number of pulse put into the pools. But if there's too much pulse put into those pools, I think it turns into a dumpamental. Because now people can come in, they can dump their copies of shitcoins for shit tons of pulse, and now they have shit tons of pulse that they can then go dump with, and they got those shit ton of pulse for a copy of something that was worth nothing to them. So does that make sense what I'm saying?
It does make sense. And I don't know if you were here earlier in the conversation about 2 hours ago. This is what we're telling you or explaining to people that most hexicans and those who are obviously smart and that got pulse understand that we control the supply. Because again, there is no inflation. The supply is literally the sacrifice set. And there's a majority, I can confidently say that a majority of us, or in those who are big bags, they want Pulse to do very well, which means they will literally limit that supply. So to answer your question, it won't hit market. It won't go to the exchange, the decentralized exchange, because it's just going to be held because they believe it is very valuable. And on top of that, they're incentivized to hold it / delegate it to earn more thanks to the trading rewards. Same thing with the PulseX, because if they stake that, they'll get the incentive going. So they know what they own. They know this is a Richard Hart project. They know that it's deflationary. Deflationary because of the buy and back feature, because there's no inflation. And they know that they even have an incentive to hold, and they know that they have diamond hands because they learned that playing with Hex. So everything is geared and incentivized to do what you're asking, which is limited supply. So whatever's left is just what's left on the exchange after the harvester bot did his thing. And then if everybody else from the other ERC communities, whatever, dump their shitcoins to go buy whatever's left, it's also going to push the price up. So as those people become wealthier, and I've said this many times, the wealthier we get, the less the rich people needs to sell, because they like to feel wealthy even more. And then they'll just sell what they need, because it's just, as it gets scarce, it gets more in demand, price goes up. It's just a feedback mechanism. You understand what I'm saying?
Hey,
Yeah, and I'm totally with you. Go ahead.
Hey, Eric, I think it's a really thoughtful question, and I'm not sure I have an answer for it, but I want to make sure I understand the question. So if the AM
Crypto Cliff Notes, are you Twitter on a computer like a Mac or like a PC? Like, are you trying to get in the space via computer, or are you trying to do it on your phone? Because if you do it on a computer, you can't request the mic on the computer. You can only do it on your phone. It's some weird thing with Twitter. So if that's the case, if you're on a computer, switch to your phone and you'll be able to join and request the mic on your phone.
So to address what you just said and what Cream said, I'm with everything Cream said, except for there is yet one more inflationary event, and that is the mint. How much does the fixer bot mint? And it doesn't need to mint very much to buy up the PRC20s. So the first kind of easy half of my question is exactly how much of the PRC20s does it buy? If it buys 99%, then it's super cheap. If it buys 99.9% of the PRC20s, it's actually 10 times more expensive. If it buys 99.99%, it's actually 100 times more expensive than if it only buys 99%. Because now we're getting to the tail end of that pool, and the price of the PRC20 in Pulse terms skyrockets. So then I would suggest, and this is just coding. It's like what the devs decide to do in these last stages of programming the fixer bot. So I would say let's only buy up 99% of the PRC20s and leave them 1% instead of giving them 10x more pulls just to buy that extra 0.9% of the original stack. But then the harder part of the question, the more important part, is how much does the fixer bot mint to put in the pools against those PRC20s? If it really does mint 1.2 million X and it puts all that in the pool against the PRC20s that it just bought, then we're basically giving away pools at the same sacrifice price, and as if their PRC20s are worth just as much as their ERC20s. And so then Richard Hart's talking about 2.5%, minting 2.5% of the pool supply to put into these pools. But that's like about half as much as all the sacrificers combined. If we put all that pulse into these pools, that's a shit ton. Now it's a third of the total supply, excluding the OA, is in these pools, and it's available to be bought by people with copies of shitcoins.
Here's the thing, and you're correct on that. This is why to give you as factually correct answer as possible, I said it all depends on what the result of the snapshot will be. As much as I want to give you that number, nobody knows, because it's a moving target right now, because we don't know what the total amount is going to be, because sacrifice is still going. Because, even when you say 2.5%, okay, 2.5% of what? 30 trillion, like 100 trillion, like nobody knows, right? So we have to, the honest answer is we have to wait to see what the number looks like. Then we also have to wait on the snapshot, because we will know clarity only after the snapshot is announced, because then you can go back to that snapshot date, snapshot block, and then look at all the relevant, let's say the relevant pools, so you can try to derive, okay, during that snapshot, how much was there? What are we talking about? Then you can run the numbers, because if you know roughly what has been snapshot, how much is in each pool, then you can kind of derive what the bot will have to do, mint, to create the million ratio that he has to do, because that's the static answer that we have. We know what the ratio needs to be. We just don't know when is a snapshot, how much are we talking about, because once we know that and we know the total, then we can start to derive what the numbers is going to be, so we can answer your question. And also number two, and this is very important, there's nothing to fear in terms of supply and stuff like that, because if the harvest about get all this stuff, and let's say some of the stuff is just never sold, so to speak, or just kind of stays there, it's fine. Like I was saying with Hex, and in terms of like liquidity and how much coins are, it's all about the velocity. A lot of coin could exist, but if they never hit quote unquote circulation, they just sit there waiting to be purchased. It's not necessarily a bad thing because it's not being dumped. It just sits there. Again, big money don't sell. Big money provides liquidity. That's how they say it. And somebody has to eat that impermanent loss. Let's not forget that. Because that's why smart people who sacrifice, they're not going to provide liquidity in the beginning because they know that PulseX is going to do very well. So why would I provide liquidity and eat that impermanent loss when I can just hold my coin and then just enjoy the ride? But then that also means somebody else needs to fucking do it. It's not going to happen by itself. Pairs needs to be created. Richard talked about almost 10,000 pairs. Like you need Pulse to create those pairs. It doesn't just create by itself. Does that make sense? So the bot is serving a function. So all I know for sure is the real supply of Pulse is gonna come from the sacrifice set people. I can confidently say that. The other stuff is just to set up the system. The same way in the beginning when we were doing the launch phase of Hex, those extra coins were just there to set up the system. That doesn't mean that they're gonna go harm the price.
Hey Kareem, so a question to build on top of that. Let's just make it super simple numbers. You have 10 Link and you have 10 ETH in a pool. When the AMM harvester bot comes through, it's going to replace those 10 ETH with 10 Pulse, or is it going to replace those 10 ETH with 1.2 million Pulse? And you still have the Link and now P-Link on the Pulse chain. I guess that's my question. Is it 1-for-1 copying 1 Pulse per 1 ETH per the liquidity pool that's currently set up on Ethereum? I mean, I know we're 1.2x million xing the supply of Ethereum, but I can't imagine that all of that is going into the existing liquidity pools, right? A lot of that's going to the sacrificers. So I guess is it 1 Pulse for 1 ETH? Is that how the liquidity pool would initially be structured, or is it a different ratio?
Good question. Let's do it like this to make it a simple math, right? Quick math. Forget 10. I don't want to lose anybody. Let's do 1 and 1. Okay. Let's say the ratio was 1 and 1. 1 ETH, 1 Link. Okay. 1 and 1. The way you get to the million is because remember they move as a function of a square, the way the Uniswap works or whatever. So you 1,000 X buy on one side, and then it goes 1,000 X on the other side, ratio like inverted. So one's gonna be a 1,000, and then the other one could be, in this analogy, like 0.001, because that's how you get the million, right? One's goes up by 1,000 factor, and then the other one goes down by 1,000 of 1,000. Make sense? That's how you get your million. Okay, so if I were to put like a ratio, let's say they were like, no, I'm doing the same math. They were 1-to-1, but it was like 1,000 on the left and 1,000 on the right. When the million fixer happened, on one side you have literally a million, and on the other side you have a 1. Does that make sense? So look at a ratio like that. Left side 3 decimal higher, right side 3 decimal lower. That's how because then you multiply by the 2. That's how you get the million. And it happens automatically because it's like a scale. Just like I was talking earlier also about like way back in the day, when you look at a hex pool, you used to see hundreds of billions of hex per whatever Ethereum on the other side. And then hundreds of billions became 1 billion, then it became hundreds of millions, then tens of millions where we are now. And then in a couple of years, we're going to look at hundreds of thousands of hex versus USD or whatever, or Ethereum or whatever it might be. This is how those ratio works, because it's how we get to that million. It's 1,000 on one side, and then one side is multiplied by 1,000, the other side is divided by 1,000.
Ain't that the truth?
Does that make sense?
I think it's probably getting a little too late for it to make sense in my brain, but I appreciate the explanation.
Ain't that
Plan B, I know you had your hand up too, brother.
Plan D, go ahead.
Hey guys, just a quick question. Does anybody have any idea about any bridges like from BSC or Phantom to Pulse or ETH to Pulse?
The bridge is being built, and I think it's pretty much done. I mean, Richard has showed some pictures. Now we don't know exactly what's going to be on the bridge per se listed. It's more like a wait and see. But the bridge has definitely been built, and I think it depends on those other teams to want to then utilize the bridge to build their stuff and then add their liquidity. So because ultimately that's what happens. A bridge can be built, but you have to still bring your coin to then use
Yes,
the
it
bridge.
was.
So more of those stuff will be released, I think, after when the testnet V3 comes out, because Richard did say something very important that I hope people catch. He said that he wants V3 to be as closely as possible to mainnet. So in other words, I'm expecting a situation where whenever V3 comes out, nobody knows, but whenever it comes out, very soon after, we can go mainnet, because it's literally like basically saying, which makes sense, get everything together that needs to be built, and then V3 is just kind of like final testing, and then launch. Kind of like how you do an audit. Once the code goes to audit, it's supposed to be locked, meaning we're just going there to get the audit, and if it's good, we're ready to go. We're not going to try.
Crypto Cliff Notes. Are you? I'm confused about where you are. So, are you trying to enter the space altogether? Like you can't find the space on Twitter, or are you already in the space and you can't find where the request mic button is? You have to tell me which one.
The whole list of what coin is being put there or not. So hope that answers.
Thanks.
All right, you guys, just wanted to give you a friendly reminder. Anybody can request the microphone if you'd like to come up and speak. Any topics are allowed. The stuff up at the top is just a friendly reminder of some crypto-related information. Big debate coming up between Richard.
If you can't request the mic button, then maybe your phone, maybe you haven't allowed Twitter to access the microphone on your phone. So maybe go into settings on your actual phone and see if you can turn on or activate your microphone for Twitter Spaces. That could be the problem. But it should be like here. If you look at this, if you look at the stream, the mic button should be like right here in this area where my mouse is hovering. It should be like right here in this area. So you have like the three buttons over here. You got like the share button, and then over here on the left side, you have the mic button.
I guess I'm trying to add you.
Does anybody actually own Pulse, or is it still being waited to like be delivered or whatever?
Nobody owns any Pulse yet. Some people sacrificed in support of the freedom of speech and have received points that may correspond to a future airdrop, but no expectations that would necessarily be the case. But people are anticipating the launch of the new blockchain.
I don't see it as a
PulseChain.
problem.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not sure if this was already discussed, but what's everyone's opinion on the OA's $18 billion sacrifice? Like, how do you guys think that affects things, or what does that actually mean?
I don't see it as a problem.
Okay, I love this question. I told you about it earlier. By the way, it's just getting started. There's way more after that. Even as we speak, on the lives, you don't see guys follow well, but it's gonna get more and more and more. So the thing is this, especially what we were talking about earlier, also about like new stuff and whatever. You got to understand that security is also very, very important. Imagine, I'll give you an analogy, like a newborn, right? When you're born a baby as a parent, you want to make sure, baby's healthy, everything's cool. And then you want to make sure he goes from crawling, walking, and then running. So I'm looking at it like a security blanket in terms of making sure no other shenanigans like could be like a systemic risk were to happen, right? Like contentious forks, random projects, this, that. So having that kind of insurance policy is something that you want to have in terms of protection. Things that we have seen already, obviously, from HEX acting like a defense mechanism. That's number one. Number two, also, when we're talking about, again, impermanent loss, providing liquidity, like somebody needs to do that, right? Because if everybody just want to keep their coin, wait for the price to go up and whatever, well, when new participants comes in, new buyer comes in or whatever it might be, they need to get the coins also from somebody too. We need to be able to set all those markets, all those things. So to me, it's one of the reasons why that extra liquidity is needed. Same thing in HEX during the launch phase. That extra liquidity was needed for new buyer to come in. Yes, price is gonna go up, but you don't want price to also go up too fast, too early, because it's going to turn into a pump and dump, whether you like it or not. If people get too much gain too fast, they will fucking sell. I don't care who you are, unless you hardcore time lock like HEX, but then you might even still emergency instinct. So it allows it to make sure that things are smooth. Nobody has to eat impermanent loss. Systems get set in place, and it's a smooth transition out there, and to allow new buyer to come in and get a slightly, good deals. Because you have to remember, it's going to start very, very cheap, even after the bots and whatever, which means those who have a fairly decent amount of money could still buy a lot of coin, including the whale. Godwell got $30 million cash sitting on the sideline, USD, ready to go. Who knows what he's going to do with that? Maybe he wants to buy more Pulse or PulseX or whatever it might be. So those extra liquidity serve multi-purpose, and it's good to see and to understand that, hey, the thing that's helping launching what's going on is having skin in the game as well. Anything that's proof of stake, anything that's taken to me, that's a great insurance policy, because you basically mathematically you say that, hey, I got skin in the game too, I got more to lose than you have. Therefore, I am incentivized to well behave. So to me, it's always a bullish thing. Just like we saw on PulseChain, I'm expecting a 96% ratio, 95 to 96%. I tweeted about it. So 18 billion, that was just the start. Because what people don't realize, quick math, when they sacrifice that, remember, the ratio is 8 times worse than what it was compared to those who sacrificed before January 9th or January 10th. In other words, that 18 billion is not as many points as people think. That's why more will come. And we have already seen more and more sacrifice by like 1.2 billion, and it's just getting started. There's probably more. By the time it's done, I'm expecting a really, really nice ratio of, like, again, we're looking at, if I were to do the math off my head so rough, but if you want to do a 96% ratio based on $1 billion plus of real sacrifice, I think this time around, he probably will have to sacrifice anywhere between 22 to 24 billion dollars when it's all said and done, more or less. Maybe somebody can do the math. Yeah, it has to be a ratio to create 96, and that's what my guess is. Because last time we did 14 billion, 14 point something billion, based on that 700 million sacrifice. This time around, we sacrificed in dollar roughly one something billion. But then again, the sacrifice phase this time around is longer. The ratio got worse, so you might have to sacrifice more to compensate for that. So, but again, we have another 3 days to go. So I think we're gonna see more sacrifice. Just keep an eye on that.
I had a question.
Go ahead.
First of all, and since then I've been onboarding people left, right, and center. I've been onboarded by one of the Quant Gang videos 7-8 months back. So big shout out to you guys. Watching the Coin Gang video is what convinced me to, buy HEX. And since then, I've been onboarding people left, right, and center. I've literally lost count of how many people I've got them into HEX and all the sacrifices. So big shout out to Coin Gang. Love you guys. You guys are my favorite Hexicans. Kareem, on that note, I have a question. I just love the way you talk about delayed gratification, and I've really embedded that into my mindset as well. So just a quick question on PLSX, right? Now that it has the staking feature, I just wanted to understand what your thought process and game plan is. I mean, are you looking at now, holding on to that new money printer and staking it?
I mean, are you gonna hold on to that and stake it?
Sorry, that was a total accident. Please continue.
Those into t-shirts going forward. Just wanted to get
Yeah,
your
so
mindset
I had a
on
question
PLSX
around the PLSX. Now that PLSX is also
what your
technically
plans
a
are
money
on there.
printer, so Kareem, do you have, are you gonna hold on to that and stake it, or do you have plans of probably converting those into t-shirts moving forward? Just wanted to get your
get rugged?
mindset around the whole PLSX staking part, and
He's connected
what
back
are your
in.
plans around that?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that glitch. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Repetition is key. Yes.
You get
Turning
rugged?
to a money printer,
Yeah,
especially
looks like Kareem disconnected. He's connecting back in now. If you just
with
give him
no
a second.
impermanent loss.
Sorry. Yeah,
All right.
that's because I
Sorry
have it
about
on my
that glitch.
phone.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. Repetition is key. Yes, turning to a money printer, especially with the fact that now you can literally stake with no impermanent loss, and you don't have to worry about or even know about, liquidity farming, none of that stuff. Again, I onboard a lot of people too, just like you. So congratulations, because I know it's not always easy. So I want to give you a big shout out for doing that. Keep up the good work. And as we know, some of the people that we talk to, even when they have a lot of money, they don't really know too much about crypto. They see the value, they see the potential, they love delayed gratification. They just want to know that, oh, I can turn that into another money printer. So that to me is the key. So you keep your coin, you turn that to a money printer, and then in the future, if you want, you can literally just sell the yield. In other words, imagine you got 3 money printer now. You got your HEX, you got your Pulse, you got your PulseX, everything goes well. And then if you want to sell, maybe whatever yield that's generated while everybody is playing the degenerate and the crazy volume is being created, you're going to be first and early in the pool staking when nobody else is there staking because they're too busy playing traders. So your yield will be much higher in the beginning when nobody is there staking. And then the beauty of that is if you just sell that yield and you never sell the principal, aka the money printer, you literally just have money forever. That's the key. Same thing with the incentive token. It's the only thing that technically you cannot quote unquote stake. So maybe that's the only thing that you actually sell because it is a lower class compared to the other 3 coins because in my book, it is not a money printer. So that will be the only thing that I might be tempted to sell. Now, in the beginning, I might keep that a little bit because maybe I want to vote for some pair that I want to see happen. But if, as a community, we all vote for the right pairs and everything is great, then at that point, I'll just cash out the incentive token. So hopefully that answers your question. But yes, collect money printers at all costs. That's the key.
Kareem, I have a quick question, if I might. So you had mentioned that the OA might end up providing a lot of liquidity to make this whole thing work. And my question, because I'm not an OG Hexican, in the early days of Hex, did the OA ever do anything like that to provide liquidity for Hex historically?
Yes, it did. Because again, also in multiple ways. In the beginning, there was for about a year, 500 million HEX were being kind of put into circulation. So in a way, as people were, claiming or having all this sort of, that's when the copies were being made. So it provided liquidity. Money was being used in the AA for new people to buy, so new investors can come in and build a bag. but very, very more important for HEX. And this might sound a little complicated for people, so I'm going to try and explain in a simple term. The 3.69 that pays the inflation, first of all, it is readjusted daily based on the total amount of HEX that exists. So it's a forever increasing number. This is what we need. We need that so that as new people come in, buy HEX and stake, there's always meat on the bone. In other words, the APY doesn't get too affected by it. Because if too many people come in, buy whatever's left, yes, price goes up a lot, but then the yield also goes down. So you need a way to accelerate, to kickstart that 3.69 so a lot of coins comes out. That's why in the beginning, there was 500 million HEX that was just distributed to circulation. It wasn't just to provide that liquidity for investors to buy. It was also to help kickstart the 3.69 inflation annualized. This is how we went from quickly 0, 10, 20, 30 million HEX payout per day, and today we're about 63 or 65 million. It's a slow, steady grind from here, but we needed that kickstart. And we wouldn't be able to get that kickstart if we didn't have that 500 million HEX distributed every day. So the kickstart helped for that. Liquidity was provided so that new people can come in and buy a bag and build their T-share account, because they want to make sure if, for example, let's say I have a lot of money that I want to put in, I want to be able to buy a lot without pushing the price up, not too high. Because if not, then I'm not incentivized to continue to buy, because maybe I want to wait for the price to go down lower. So having that extra liquidity allows me to ape in hard. Yes, I'm pushing the price up, but I'm not pushing it too up for me to build my bag. And lastly, another function OA does, which is super important, it acts like monetary policy to set your APY, because those coins are not staked, purposely just sitting around, providing the most important thing, which is not being in the pool, so that your APY can stay at 38% and possibly goes higher as other people who are non-OA exit the pool. So by not staking, it allows you to have a high APY, but that function wouldn't have been possible unless those coins were there, existed, and also not staked. Same thing with the sacrifice. The value of those coins, people don't realize, is going to help the APY for years to come. Because they just sit in those wallets. They never meet circulation. They never get sold. And quite frankly, they're being devalued because, again, if you're not earning the inflation, that means you're paying the inflation. Always paying inflation to everybody every day. 3.69 compounded annualized. That's insane. Because in the future, when we get $1 trillion market cap, which I believe we will, it will be 3.69 worth of $1 trillion payout every year. A lot of money.
It's a lot of money. Now, if I understand correctly, what has happened with HEX is that since the original days, the OA has not been needed on a day-to-day basis because we have enough whales that provide our liquidity. However, in the Pulse ecosystem, which is going to be massively, massively larger than the HEX ecosystem, we probably will need the OA on a day-to-day basis. In fact, the OA may become our version of the Fed. Am I far off on that, or does that sound reasonable?
No, it is reasonable. Again, that's why he sacrificed as much that he sacrificed. And that's why I was just kindly reminding everybody, using HEX as an example, that low supply doesn't mean bad for price. Price only care about supply, demand, and velocity. So a lot of those coins are just going to be sitting around, not being sold. And then some of them are going to be used to provide liquidity for the new people to buy. So in other words, the beauty about providing liquidity is like you don't really affect the price. It just sits there. And then until somebody decides to either buy and push the price up, or somebody sell, but that's nothing to do with OA. That's just somebody else from the sacrifice set that decides to get rid of his pulse. That will be the person affecting the price per se. But liquidity doesn't do that. As a matter of fact, in the beginning, if he doesn't want the price to go up too fast, maybe he provides a lot of liquidity to make it thick so that as people buy, price goes up, but it doesn't turn into a pump and dump. Or it might just be, you know what, fuck it, low liquidity, and then we just fly. So it just depends on where the demand is going to be, so that we're making sure that it's always available for the new participant. but it's not too much. So it's also about
And it's a
timing.
balancing act.
Yeah.
It's a balancing act, but it's going to be a balancing act with so many more dollars than we have in the HEX ecosystem that it's not even a fair comparison. So I would say this now, because that just helped me understand something that I didn't understand prior. You know, of all the things you can do in the new ecosystem, one of the suckier things to do would be probably to be a liquidity provider. Yeah, you'll make some fees, but you might get some impermanent loss. And there's so many better ways, like just holding the Pulse Exchange token or, you know, all kinds of things, helping validators. All those things probably are going to make you more money with a lot less risk than being a liquidity provider. So by comparison, we are going to need the OA. So the knock on the OA is everybody goes, oh, the OA is Richard. Okay. And he's just getting rich. Well, I tell you what, we want him in there if it is him or whoever the OA is, because that person will be very benevolent and make this motherfucker work. Because without billions of dollars, we are a failed idea. Everybody will come in, they'll go, oh, well, there's not enough. We can't do anything in that stupid Pulse ecosystem. But with billions and billions and billions of dollars backing us, yes, we can, and we can be amazingly successful.
Exactly.
And I'll tell you what, I don't know about you guys, but I can't think of a better guy to be the Fed than Richard Hart. If Richard Hart was a Fed director in the U.S., we wouldn't have the problems we have right now.
Yeah, that's hilarious. But yeah, ultimately, again, you need to crawl first, then you need to walk, and then you need to run. So this is why those things are very, very important. Does that make sense?
100%. Thank you for that explanation.
Kareem, somebody in my chat wants me to ask you, what is the one thing that keeps the OA up at night?
Broads.
Sorry, Fitness. What was your question?
I can answer that. It's global domination. The goal of global domination, fully integrated system. In Richard's words.
Hey, I had a question for Kareem. You've been pointing out very succinctly on Quant Gang recently that, you know, Bitcoin's going down. We can see right now we're in probably a bear market, and what with grayscale, etc., those prices are just reaffirming where BTC is going down. There's been a lot of talk about PulseChain potentially launching in a bear market, which it's looking like it's gonna. And I'd like to talk about like how that is gonna benefit Pulse and like where that whole potential seems to be playing out and what that looks like to you.
You get regged again?
Hey, Kareem, are you there?
I personally think it's a positive thing because a lot of.
Let's hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Jesus. Sorry about that. But I was able to hear at least some of the questions, but I just wasn't able to speak. The thing about the keeping the OA at night is it's funny. Nice joke. Yeah, I mean, listen, glory, global domination, and genuinely, if I were to speculate, it's like just showing just that we know how to win without having to victimize users or shit like that. So this is why everything is set in place to show that crypto is not only here to stay, but crypto actually can save the world. I genuinely mean that. If you see what's going on in the world, and this is going to sound a little bit, woo-woo, but think about it. We got one big shot to make this work. If not, those people might enslave us and be like, hey, you guys can't do anything without us, so to speak. So we basically don't have an option but to make it work. Because if we don't make it work, people are gonna give up. And then what are we gonna do? What's the alternative? CBDC, and then here's your new crypto coin, and you can only spend it for this and buy that, and then we get enslaved. So at this point, I don't know if people realize, to me at least, and I think, if I'm speaking for the way, it's bigger than just making money. We have to build and they will come, right? We have to create the solution so that we can literally truly escape from the enslavement. And we're gonna do that in a non-violent way, just by saying, you guys, we know how to build it efficiently, better, fair for everybody. That crypto is not just about, rug pull and scammers and this. There's more than that. But we can't just say it. We have to show it. We have to demonstrate it so that other people can have faith. And when shit starts to really hit the fan, like it could happen, at least there's an escape route that's created for them. That's why, to me, for many of us that work relentlessly so hard for free, is for us, it's beyond money at this point. It's like, if we don't do this, we might not even have a way out. And one time Will said it best: what's the point of getting all this money if the rest of the world is enslaved? You can't spend it, and whatever, you're still gonna be trapped. You still need to live in the real world. And we need to build allies, community, so that at the very least, if things start to really hit the fence, we have at least some type of escape, if that makes sense. I don't want to sound doom and gloom, but you got to start now, because we might really need it 5 years from now.
Speaking about starting now, sorry, Kareem, I asked a question before you got rugged a little while ago. And my question thought was about, been pointing out recently on Gang, not recently, for a while, the BTC's on the way down, Grayscale's trying to prop it up, it's not, potentially in the bear market, and Pulse is about to launch in that bear market, which a lot of people have been saying may be a good thing. I'd like to know how you're feeling about that side of things, how Pulse, how it could be beneficial, will be beneficial to Pulse to be launching in this forthcoming bear market, and what your feelings are on that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's a great opportunity, because I wanted to talk about that topic. Maddie, if you're listening, it's funny. My flight got changed, so because I'm flying tomorrow night, and I might miss Kwanging because I can't change my flight, so it sucks. I'm going to try to be there towards the end. But that said, this is an important topic that I wanted to tackle. Yes, we are in the bear market. There's no ifs or buts about it. We have called it for a while. Richard's called it for a while. If people are not convinced yet, listen, they're living in a delusion. And the way and why bear markets are so dangerous is because it grinds you. It's a slow death. Just like I've been talking about a couple of weeks ago. I said, guys, it's the buy rumor, sell the news. They're just playing the, All-Star game, and they're playing the Super Bowl commercial just to, get the exit liquidity. Because, again, Grayscale premium is negative. The DXY is still rising. It's at 96 still. Probably, if you look at the chart right now, DXY, for those who are new, the dollar index, it's rising again steadily. It might hit 97 very, very soon. And once you stay up there, it's going to be bad. Interest rate almost touched 2%, literally just like a couple of days ago. Now it went down a little bit, but it's still 1.9. They're going to raise their thing. There's a rumor that they might raise it even more than people expect. And like I've said before, March is right around the corner. So even with we're not going to raise it yet, whatever, Bitcoin can't even get up to where it was before. What do you think is going to happen next month when they're actually going to start raising it? Because they don't have a choice. Because the CPI number were not just bad, they were worse. It was another all-time high record inflation, more than even the estimate. Next month, it's going to be bad too. It's not going to be better. It might not be exactly 7.5, but it's still going to be a lot of inflation. And this is where I was really going to say that for tomorrow, but in case I can't make it, the timing is just too perfect. Somewhere in March, I don't know the exact date, it's the 12th or the 14th, that's when El Salvador is supposed to start their new Bitcoin bond or whatever, trying to give the middle finger to the, big money and stuff. But that's also the same day when the Fed is supposed to have their meeting again. So I don't believe in coincidence. They might decide to do something crazy, raise the rate, crash the price even more, so that when Salvador launched the bond, it might just make Bitcoin even more worthless. And then they're going to use that as headline to say, don't fuck with us. We're going to teach you a lesson type of thing. So there's so much headwinds coming in just because you need to understand the math, because they have to raise the rate at this point. They don't even have a choice. And this is what big money is doing. So you got to be prepared for that. You got to understand that big money is exiting because that's why the dollar is rising, because that means they're going risk off. You know what I mean? They believe what they say, what they do. If you go risk off, they always know something you don't know, and they're always at least a couple weeks to months ahead of you. So you need to prepare yourself for that. Now, how does that bring all circle with what you asked about PulseChain? In the bear market, DeFi has always been king. Period. Full stop. End of story. This is what HEX did extremely well and will always do extremely well in the bear market, because when the reality really starts to settle in, that, oh my God, we're not going back to 60K anymore, which is starting to kick in for some people. But definitely once we start reaching that 33K to 30K, the panic really start to hit. And those who are smart, they don't wait for the panic. But at that time, people are going to be desperate and they're going to look for, where do I go? How do I save my money? And typically that's also when certain new project who have product market fit, good hype, yada, yada, supposed to do well, those people may start to ape into that as a kind of like a YOLO mechanism, like, hey, my Bitcoin is getting worthless. I need to exit out of that. The same way some of them sacrifice when their Bitcoin or Ethereum was a higher value to protect that value indirectly. So you're going to see a lot of that action. Plus anything related to yield, staking, DeFi is going to do very well, because in the bear market, nothing just kind of goes up easy money. You put your money here and then you get 100x like in a matter of a month or two. It's no longer the case. It's a fight now. It's a grind. You'll be lucky if you get a 10% pump. So next best thing you want to do is play the yield game, because at least there you can live off of that. And this is why HEX is really going to shine, because while we're going sideways, we're still getting paid every day. So apply that to PulseChain, because a lot of DeFi is going to move over to that because they want to use the lower fee. And I mean, just playing with PulseX by itself is like playing DeFi anyway, because you got everything you need, right? It's a coin. I don't think this is Uniswap. It's going to be as good as BNB. And then you got incentive token, so people can play the liquidity farming game. Plus, you get the other half for free. It's going to be the biggest liquidity farm in the world, biggest airdrop in the world. I mean, you got all the ingredients that made DeFi popular. And the timing couldn't be perfect, because when you're in a bear market, there's less distraction. Most stuff goes to shit, and we're going to be the shining light. Plus, you add the, shining new token syndrome, which is a joke, but some people still fall for that. Well, at least on the PulseChain, they're going to see that PulseChain is the real deal. So when you mix everything that I just said, plus the timing and everything like that, this is why this is not the time for you to fuck around. This is not the time for you to be, oh, let me go diversify and then get wrecked. This is the time for you to focus. This might be a once in a lifetime opportunity. I know it sounds like, oh, I've heard that before, but this is for real. So when we say to you, do your research, all this stuff, we genuinely say that because we actually care. We don't want you to get wrecked. You find yourself here at the right time, you're in position, you sacrifice. Now is the time for you to chill, relax, watch it play out. It's like meditation. You should try that. It's good. Standing still is an art as well. It's important. Does that make sense?
Well, that brings a question to mind, Kareem. If you had money on other blockchains and investments and things, what would you do? Would you stay in the layer ones, or would you sell off, or what would you do like today if that was the case?
First thing is, for those things, if it's not already in HEX, because I was just getting money printers, is I will go risk off first. Again, it's the same tactic that if you watch what Godwell has done, it's the similar to, if I had the similar amount of money, I would have literally done the exact same thing. It's so fun. I know he watched our show for sure. He did something that's genius, right? And it's related to what you just talked about. Godwell had a bunch of ETH, and I've always had a bunch of ETH. When he saw the writing on the wall, ETH started to tank, and again, we called it out on the day. It was epic. He sold a bunch of it for USD, literally the 30 million, whatever, plus when ETH was almost $4,000. Then the whole thing crashed. He bought back all the ETH that he sold, plus he had another $20 million profit. And then he did it again on the second dip when he went to almost where we are now, but a little bit before. So he's keeping similar amount of Ether to some degree, but he's stacking a bunch of USDC, just playing the dip, because like Richard said, dips are in the game. It doesn't go down in a straight line. Like I'll tell people, hey, this week is gonna be the relief rally. You're gonna hear about the Super Bowl or whatever. If you long that dip, good for you. But remember, it's gonna come to an end. It's not gonna go back up to the all-time high. You're gonna become the exit liquidity. Be careful. So once you do that, and now you have the USDC, the next best thing you can do, I'm very, very specific, if you don't already have your hex bag set up, your staking ladder, your Pulse sacrifice or your PulseX sacrifice, your next best bet is doing what Godwell is doing right now. You sit liquid USDC, you wait for the launch. The launch comes in, there's gonna be shenanigans, people may sell, and then you might see a nice dip, and then this is when you load the truck. Godwell has $30 million sacrifice for Pulse. $20 million for Pulse sacrifice, $30 million for PulseX, and he got $30 million liquid USDC waiting on the sideline. All he has to do is just wait. The 3 tickers start to play the game. Whichever coins dip the most, you just throw up $1 million there or whatever, or basically you just top off whatever of the 3 where you see a discount. If one coin starts to fly off the gate, don't add to that position because it's getting exponentially more expensive. But if another coin is dipping hard for whatever reason, because people want to do X, Y, and Z, that's the one that you load up on. Why is that important? Because every time you do that, you're a net buyer. You're not creating a taxable event for yourself. You know what I mean? You're entering with new capital, which is, by the way, that's what I'm going to be doing on a monthly basis with any new money that I generate. And then literally, I just look at my portfolio of beautiful money printers, and I'm looking every month which one of the 4 is the cheapest to buy, and that's going to be the one I'm going to load up on, and I'm going to add to the money printer. I'm going to stake it and then earn more yield, and life goes on. Easy, simple, no shenanigans, no trading needed. You enjoy the show, and then
go ahead. Even though the market is sort of tanking right now, it's still better to get out now because we have a long way down to go, you think, from here. And if that's correct, then the second part of my question is, when you're storing that money in a stable coin, would you consider doing something like, I don't know, US dollar Terra Luna, where you can earn like about 20% while it's sitting there? Or what are your thoughts? Maybe I cut out. I don't know.
No, I can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. I think Kareem's just reconnecting.
Doesn't want me to give you guys this alpha. It's crazy. It's like, it blows my mind. You see this? Like, it doesn't happen to Rich. It's crazy. Like, don't give it away.
Yeah.
Can you finish your sentence? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. So it was twofold.
Yeah, go ahead.
If in fact we are still tanking, is it your opinion that we have a long way to go, so it's still better to sell off today or tomorrow than to not sell off? And if we do sell off into a stable coin, would you consider something like a US Terra Luna, where you can earn like 20% in the Anchor protocol and let it sit there as dry powder? Or what are your thoughts about that one?
Good question. Twofold. Number one, when we even talk about, stable coin or this or that, which I see, my thing is this. I always look at how much capital are we talking about? It's important. Is it 3 figures, 4 figures, 5 figures, 6 figures, 7 figures? And here's why. If I have access to like potentially, 5-figure and above, instead of even going to stable coin, I will literally just go into X and literally turn that into a money printer right off the bat. even if the price were to continue to drift down for whatever. Why? Because I don't care about the price. I'm caring about the T-share. I'm caring about the duplicate. And the moment that I'm just compounding, it doesn't matter. I use this analogy all the time. If you're compounding at 40% APY, the price can go down 40% in that year. You don't lose money because the excess coin that you're generating compensate for the price discount. So literally, Hex is like a mathematical stable coin. If you can compound a 15-year stake, 40% APY, and the price goes down 40%, you're basically a stable coin. You're not losing anything if you calculate in a year, right? Now, I have some of my stakes doing 65%. Because again, my average is 13 years. Because you got to add all the penalties and all this other stuff. When everybody's playing shining games here, we're getting penalty up the ass. It's crazy. So, in other words, if it's a substantial amount of cash, I wouldn't even go waste my time in a stablecoin because the yield is just not there. The value of the stablecoin is yes, you're going to risk off for the dumping. If you don't know what Hex is, if you've never heard about us or whatever, yes, that is your best move because at least you're protecting your capital. And after that many time on CoinGame, even for the haters, hey, even if you hate Hex or you know about Hex, at least take this free alpha, protect your capital because this shit is about to dump, and it did dump. But if you know about Hex, you will swap that back because if you stay in the DeFi and whatever, and going back to exchange like that, technically, I mean, it's not really a taxable event in my book, you know what I mean? Because I'm not playing on exchange. But my point is, we're protecting that value like that. Now, if we're only talking about a couple of $100, $1,000 or whatever, then if you're gonna play the Hex game, you better put that thing for 15 years to really get all the bonuses and whatever. Because if not, then yeah, just put it on the stable because maybe you have an emergency that may come up and then you just keep your $3,000 and then maybe the price dump hard and then you buy back more coins or whatever the thing that you had. And then after the next pump, then you can switch it back to Hex. So it really depends on how much capital I was talking about. That's very key.
Well, you mentioned that the Godwill is got millions and millions and millions in dry powder ready to pounce on some of the weird stuff that is probably going to happen in the PulseChain. And so that's what I'm thinking. I have a lot of Hex stake now anyway. I have a shit ton of it. But, I'm kind of going back and forth going, well, maybe I'll do a 30-day stake in Hex, or maybe I'll turn it into US Terra Luna and let it earn 20%. And then it's just super, super liquid. And really it's all to take advantage of what you're talking about, which is hiccups in the ecosystem.
Yeah, very well said. Because now you gotta do this math, okay? Even when you say Terra Luna 20%, first of all, it's annualized, right? So that means you have to divide it by the monthly to kind of see what kind of yield you're looking at on the monthly basis. That's what you gotta compare with Hex. And then also, when I say Hex, the key was the duplicate. Because let's do this math. If Terra Luna is 20% APY, but let's say you only want to stake it for 30 days because you assume potentially, again, it's a gamble, but let's just play this game. You assume that maybe Pulse launch in a month. So you're staking for 30 days, that's all I need, blah, blah, blah. So now, 30 days is 1/12 of a year. So 20% divided by 12, you're looking at somewhere around like 1.6, 1.8%, right? APY.
That's true.
Now,
when you count the doubling, yeah.
Exactly. Now, look at this. You look at the Hex staking for 30 days, you get roughly about the same, 1.5, 1.6. But then the doubling kicks in. It's like, well, that's better. And then on top of that, that's before price appreciation because potentially you could argue we're potentially near a double supply shock, blah, 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 all this cool stuff that I talked about. And then I tweeted about it too. Share rates almost 21,000 Hex per T-share. Deflationary action is happening faster and faster. Liquidity shock is happening faster and faster. OA is not done staking. On the 28th, I'm sure there's going to be a big stack that's going to be sacrificed. So when you look at all this other stuff, plus all the Hex that got removed out of circulation, in the balance of probability, from here, once we digest this move, we're flying from here because the Hex ETH ratio is right around the same. It's like a bull flag. The little price going down is just mainly because the other stuff, then the other market got killed. But when you compare Hex to Ethereum, or HEX to Bitcoin in crypto term, we're right around where we have been for the past couple of weeks. And at any time, we can just fly from here. So it will probably be wiser to do the 30-day stake with a big amount of money, because you might even get some bigger, pays better bonus than doing the Terra Luna when you're talking all the copies and stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a great question. You see, I always say this: it's not a yes or no. It's always about doing the math. Make sense?
Kareem, I have a question for you. I'm going to touch on a controversial topic, but I really, really want to get your thoughts around it. PulseChain, ultimately, the success of PulseChain is going to come from adoption, with users coming over, with people, innovators coming over, building their products, projects on top of PulseChain, and we get that mass adoption, right? But now the problem on the flip side is, I think us Hexicans, we're going with a whip with every single person who's trying to innovate on PulseChain and come with their projects. Because I understand that, with Richard Heart projects, we've kept the standard high, immutable code, admin, without admin keys, etc., etc. So we've got a standard, right? But for example, if you take the case, I'm talking about a recent product which is about to launch, right, on PulseChain. Whenever it goes live, it's liquid loans, right? Now that's a Hexican community team that's quote unquote coming out with with their protocol, which they claim is immutable, is admin key free, and meets all the Richard Heart standards. But still, on Twitter and on social media, I see a lot of OG Hexicans and a lot of Hexicans going really after them with a whip, and throwing a lot of negative word out, saying that we're a Richard Heart backing this, we're not going to look at it, blah blah blah. So now those innovators have two challenges. One, they want to come to the PulseChain to build products that would supplement or complement the chain or whatever. And then on the other hand, they've got this challenge of getting the whip from the OG Hexicans that this is not good for whatever XYZ reasons, even though they're meeting all the Richard Heart standards. So
okay, hold on. I need to pause you on this, okay, because it's very important. Sorry to cut you off. It does not, I repeat, it does not meet the Richard Heart standard. That is something I cannot let you say, because it is not true. And I'm just gonna, not to go too much in details, we don't even have an audit. Okay, that's step one. Richard Heart standard, like you talk about, there's an audit. Where's the audit? There's no audit here. So, and there's many other stuff. I'm just going to use one. And there's a logical fallacy here that I want you to be very careful about. I'm going to explain. We do not need, and I use my words very carefully, we do not need any of those extra stuff or project or whatever for PulseChain to be successful. Let me be very, very clear. It is a nice add-on, but we do not need any of it. We are very close to a vertical integration for things that actually matters. You get a consensus network, like you said, a blockchain, fee less, cheap, blah, blah, blah. We have our store of value, which Hex is the killer app, finished product, the only in the entire fucking space. 60,000 plus crypto. To my knowledge, there's only one that's a finished product. Period. Okay, everything else, projects. So if you have those two things, then you add the third thing, which is the exchange, because people need to be able to buy and sell, right? Then you have the incentive token to provide liquidity, which is important to incentivize people to become liquidity provider. Because if you want, like in a traditional market, if you want a liquid market for big traders to come in or whatever, or people to use it, you need to incentivize people to provide liquidity. In a traditional market, those liquidity provider does exist as well. It's not free. So you need a quote unquote coin for that. But in other words, once that is all set up, and this is what I'm waiting for, as long as we're out there onboarding, which we are doing, and we onboard a lot more no-coiners than even crypto people, because they are a bigger subset anyway, we can literally ignore any of those people, any of the whatever, and just focus on that plus onboarding and talking to no-coiners and whatever. We're going to be massively successful just by ourselves. As a matter of fact, I can even say that the coin will fly even faster. Because if those people are us, and we know how valuable it is, and we want to win, and we quote unquote already rich, we have no incentive to fail. We could literally just onboard people, help everybody become a success story, and then case closed. So we gotta be very, very careful here, not get the narrative flipped on us. We are in position of strength. We got the money. We became wealthy. We know how to protect ourselves for the bear market. As everything crashes around us, that means everything else becomes a fire sale. And we're in a position where we can just relax, earn the yield, life goes on, everything is great. Now, do we want to see new projects built? Absolutely. But make no mistake, they must pass the standard. Period, full stop, end of story. And we are in a position to be like, hey, this is not negotiable. You either pass the standard or you don't. And if you don't, that's okay. But don't expect us to come and give you money because your stuff is way more risky. We give you a chance. Pass the checklist. It's as simple as that. If you don't pass the checklist, that means for us, you don't care enough to want to pass the checklist. Then as an investor, I wouldn't want to get involved. It's just that simple. So please make sure you understand that differentiation. I'm glad you asked the question, but I just want to set the record straight here.
Yeah, excellent point.
Professor,
Excellent point.
before you hop back in, just real quick, Kareem, I agree with you completely. I think the beauty of the blockchain is that anyone can come and they can develop on it, and they don't necessarily need to ask us for our money to create whatever they want to create. And then Orca, I just wanted to say thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure to co-host this space with you today. A lot of alpha being dropped, tons of topics that we covered. So just a pleasure talking with everybody, listening to everyone's perspective, and hope you have a great night. And then Orca, I don't want your space to get rugged, so I hope you can find another co-host for the next few hours.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for all the help.
Excellent point, Kareem, and I completely agree. Just for everybody listening, if you can also just guide us on, the Richard Hart standard and what, according to you, are those parameters that have to be met before we could probably validate or look into those products. So if you can lay those down, that'll be great.
Good point. Can you guys hear me? Oh, I think I got robbed again.
No, I can hear you.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank God. My phone is bugging again, but I guess you can hear me. Yeah, I mean, listen, more than happy to I think it will be cool to have a kind of cool little FAQ kind of breakdown. Maybe not tonight, but that's a great point, just to help people, because we are very, very inclusive. I want to make that very, very clear. It's just sometimes people, when I want to say names, they don't want to do the work. So they just use these cop-outs saying, oh, people are being maxi or this or that. But they can't really like rebuttal on the points that we're talking about. Because again, we actually care for our community. That's why we're different. It's not because we're fancy or we have some money. No, there's other communities out there, quote unquote, who have a lot of money, but they don't get the buzz and the welcoming stuff that we have because we actually genuinely care for people. Like my dad taught me at a very young age, it's not just about making money, it's how you're making money and who you surround yourself with. You know what I mean? Because again, you still live on planet Earth. We have a bigger fight to worry about, like I was talking about earlier, like you know what I mean? Crazy stuff is going around the world. And we have a small window to build the stuff that we need to build to protect.
Go for it, collector.
Hello, everybody. Hey, Kareem, are you still there, or did you get rugged?
I think he's been ragged because he's not as a speaker right now. We're waiting for him back.
Yeah, I'll wait for him if someone else wants to speak.
Yeah, right about when he's about to give the true alpha, Twitter drugs him. So there is a pattern.
Yeah, definitely appreciate what he brings to the table. Because he's already answered some of the Q&A was things that I had already wanted him to cover, and he's already covered them. It's just absolutely awesome. Appreciate it. If he comes back up, I'll talk to him. As opportunity goes in the normal flow of the conversation, I'll just stand by patiently. And if you need to drop me to bring somebody else up, I'll be more than happy to do it.
Yeah, he's back on. I think he's.
Hello, Kareem.
Yes, go ahead, Collector.
Hey, man,
Yeah.
I appreciate everything that you're dropping down on us tonight. All the Q&A, lovely, absolutely wonderful. Hey, you already answered a couple of my questions, in the Q&A with the other speakers that you've had here in the space. One I had on that standard checklist, we had talked about it earlier tonight too, for these projects, but not only for the projects, but also for the people that are assessing the projects as far as part of their do your own research. And so, if somebody was to create something like that, I'd love to see it. Absolutely. The where you were talking about going into the launch of PulseChain, the Fed, the situation over in Russia and Ukraine and stuff. As I was very curious, if you were advising Richard, would you? And we know that we prefer to launch in a bear market. Do you think that did he drop off again? No, he did.
No, I'm here.
Oh, I'm
for
sorry.
now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you think? Moving around. Do you think that he would actually launch PulseChain in a high volatility environment as far as what's going on with the Fed and what's going on with Russia and Ukraine?
I would say yes, for the simple reason that, number one, again, for the record, for those who are still delusional, we are already in the bear market. So in other words, the sooner we can launch, the better, because we already fit that requirement. We're ready to go. It's product market fit. The Ethereum fees are still high. Yes, it went down, but it's still not going to be penniless like PulseChain is going to be. And especially in the bear market, when people are already losing money left and right, the last thing they want to do is continue to pay, even $10 for fees to swap something when they can literally pay pennies, because again, their wealth just got a 40% haircut and possibly another, 30 to 40% haircut that could happen. So we're already fitting all the requirements, the product market fit, everything should be ready to go. We need to set the stage, get everything ready, because we need to onboard as many people as we can before the stuff really, really hit the fan and before other people really, really lose all of their money. But I also do understand that we need to make sure, once again, part of the standard, test, because you only get one first impression. If things go bad, then people are going to be scared away, and then they might not give you a second chance. So that's why I'm okay waiting until it's super safe, because that matters. But the moment it should just be ready to go, because all the requirements are already there, fitting all the steps so that we can pull the trigger. And for me personally, like I said in the conference, I'm just excited to get out there and really, if you thought my onboarding skill was great, you haven't seen anything yet. When PulseChain launch and I can just onboard people penny less, it's going to be crazy. We're going to be giving wallets for free. It's going to be insane, because we're going to get after that million staker pool as fast as we can, and just show the love with people. You know what I mean? And hopefully people do the same. And and we have great improvement coming in that we're working on for Staker app, just to, again, seamless integration and things that give you call to action, easy, seamless onboard. Because I look at it like the Russia, the Ukraine, the whatever, all the dance, it's just all excuses that they use to crash the market. Everything's just manipulation at the end of the day. And it's not going to have a real war at the end of the day. It's just to make headlines so that it moves market. But in the background, the same kind of joke, even with the
Shout out to Terry Doc. Thank you for the, what is that, 10 euros? Appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
all those checkpoints and whatever, that's how they're going to get us. So we need to prepare the back door. We need to prepare all the other stuff. I'm being generous, saying maybe we have another 2-year, 3-year window, possibly less. But we need to get our stuff together, because what they always do, like a cycle, they're going to get us trapped. They're going to come up with an excuse of a problem. Then they're going to crash the market. And then they're going to say, oh, don't worry, come over here. Here's your free coin. You already know we're printing stuff out of thin air, so what's the difference? At least this one here is free. You're going to get it every month. And because you're broke, that's the key, and you just lost all your money and you're desperate, you're gonna come take our free coin that we're willing to give you because of course we're looking out for you. Yeah, right. But we're gonna do that, and because you're gonna be desperate, you're gonna take it, and then you can only spend it at whatever location they tell you to spend it. So we need to prepare people and to give them a solution so that they can keep their, freedom of speech. Because when that shit happens, they can say, you know what? I might take your free money, but at least I have my real savings account. I have my real money so that if I can't buy the other stuff that I want to buy with your fake money, I'm going to use my crypto money to buy the other stuff that I really want to buy. And then your shitty money, I'm going to use that for maybe essentials. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you very much, Kareem. The other question is, and you don't need to answer it if you don't want to, and I know I need to do my own research, and it's not financial advice and stuff. The last video stream that Richard did said, hey, testnet 3 comes up and, we'll launch soon after that. Those aren't the exact words, but I know that's pretty close. Previously, he said that he thought that he would launch V3 and then wait 2 weeks. So I've been building my timing schedule, to that, since V3 hadn't launched. 2 weeks is a pretty long period to be able to get some stuff moved around. I've already made one move, but I'm still waiting for it to finish. And I have one more movement of funds that I need to make. What are you thinking as far as timing go? And I surely know you don't have a crystal ball and anything you say is subject to change, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? But I was just wondering what your thoughts were as far as when do you think things would go down? And like you, Kareem, if he comes out and says, hey, it's going to be another 4-6 weeks, I'll be okay with that. If he says 2 months, absolutely. 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. Because the last, like you, Kareem, he needs to get it right. First impressions are lasting impressions. And the last thing you want to do is launch this thing wrong.
Very well said. And I want to thank you for saying that because, people really need to understand how important that is because that'll be the last thing we're worried about if something, bad would have happened. So thanks for saying that. I would say this, the little hint that he dropped, which makes sense, is whenever V3 comes out, right? Software is hard, blah, blah, blah. We don't know. But whenever V3 comes out, soon after that, like he said, the launch should go because the common sense behind that, which is really good, is just kind of like how you want to look at it like an audit. You want to get all your docs in a row, all the new moving part, AMM bot, whatever, and then you go heavy testing mode, which is the closest thing we can do to an audit. Because remember, this is a blockchain. It's hard to do an audit for a blockchain. Thank God we're copying Ethereum to some degree, and it's already robust. But this is his way to also kind of create an audit, even though we don't need it. But that's why it's genius. It's we do everything, then we kind of lock the code, meaning all the moving part, AMM bot, all that is done. Then we test the shit out of it. And then when it's done, boom, we launch right after that. Because once you test the shit out of it and then testnet V3 is on and running, technically speaking, like an audit, when the audit is done, you don't go and try to, hey, let me make a modification, let me add X, Y, and Z. No, because then you might end up messing the audit. So this is kind of the logic I want people to realize and to understand that it's like we do everything, then we go heavy testing V3, and then soon after that, I can see mainnet right away because you shouldn't be adding anything else. You just launch the thing that you just heavily tested for however many time you need to test it. Whether it is 2 weeks, a month, doesn't matter. But when that's done, I see testing, and when testing is announced and done, soon after that, be ready. It's most likely going to launch. So hopefully that answers your question.
Hey, yeah, it does, Kareem. Thank you very much. Just HEX ORCA and the co-host, all the speakers and participants. As always, it's quite a joy to be able to sit in and ask questions and also just to listen to the alpha that's being shared and the various perspectives. I deeply appreciate it. I'm going to step down to let somebody else speak, and y'all have a great space. It is already.
Thank you for the kind words.
Curious, everybody's thoughts on and the NFT ecosystem, specifically, like not just like JPEGs, but like the metaverse and crypto gaming, and NFTs coming into the PulseChain. Whether the sentiment is bearish or bullish on it, or whether they like it. What's everybody's thoughts on gaming, crypto, and NFTs coming to PulseChain?
Should I take this?
Sure, yeah. I'm happy to hear your opinion. Anybody can answer, though. I'm just curious to see what the opinions are for everyone.
My first joke is this. We're already in the metaverse. I'm talking to you from the metaverse right now. Number two, in all seriousness, I'm just keeping it real. It's bullish from one sense of, hey, they're gonna be here as a kind of like if you look at the gas guzzler on, on Etherscan.io, right? What are the top three? Stuff for the NFTs, you know what I mean? Uniswap type. So them coming in, to me, I'm just being honest, I'm not really interested, but people gonna do what people gonna do. They're just gonna burn a lot of pulse for me or PulseX directly or indirectly. And I'm just happy with that. Like we just said it best. If DGen's gonna DGen and it can be saved, no matter how much we try, well, come do that over here at the very least. It's gonna help with the deflationary action. And then I hope that one day they come up with the version that's like not just a JPEG, but that genuinely trying to fix a problem, incentivize a good behavior. Again, we're talking about like Gary Vee famously say, the 2%. Nobody knows what that 2% is, but the 2% that's good, we might need another cycle first, just like we have seen in the past. Stuff for like, oh my God, what is this garbage? And then after one or two cycle, when everything crashed and whatever sticked, they find out what sticked, and then the stick became the standard. If you remember DeFi back in the day, it was like, what do you mean? That's great. Now it got battle tested. So I see another cycle first, but I want people to be very, very careful because gas fees didn't just went down by themselves. Gas fee went down because a lot of those people got wrecked. A lot of people, forget the hacks that happened recently. A lot of the NFT prices Ethereum, and then Ethereum price crash, and then it's non-fungible, and then you're stuck with the thing, and nobody wants to buy it from you, and then the price is crashing. It's like being stuck in the position, and then you realize this thing wasn't what you thought it was, because you fall for the narrative, when the reality was you were just there to try to make money, and you can be honest about it. You don't need to lie. But then now the thing crashed, and then you're stuck with the worthless thing that you bought very expensively, because there's people out there creating fake demand, buying stuff for hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, so that when you buy something for $10,000, you think like it's cheap because you heard about something else that sold for millions of dollars. And then when the market crashed, even the thing that you bought for $10,000 is not even worth $200. So I just want to warn people. But long term, I do have hope. Or maybe a luxury brand's gonna do it, but it's whoever that's able to make the NFT be something that's more than just a JPEG, something that gives you some type of rights, like Richard was talking about, something that I can redeem in the real world. Like I bought this and I got that, and I'm the only one that get it. But it's just more for bragging rights more than anything else. And then it's tied to a luxury brand. So whether it is on the blockchain or not, if it's tied to the luxury brand and I can get that reward from them, kind of like an advanced version of a reward or coupon or whatever exclusive stuff that luxury brand can give you or stuff, then that to me could make sense. But the other stuff, just to buy and wait for price to go up and sell, that's like trading. And it's like we can change the name all we want, but it's the same thing. I'd rather just buy the thing that's battle tested than the other stuff.
I should have specified because I'm looking at it from the standpoint of users, liquidity, people coming into the PulseChain, and just expanding the ecosystem. Regardless of like the opinions of whether you think we're in the metaverse or. Personally, I believe there's several metaverses. You got like several crypto games that have their own metaverse, and you can, go to your own thing. Facebook's gonna have, or Meta's gonna have their own metaverse, right? I don't think there's any like one metaverse, in my opinion. I think there's several different metaverses, but I'm more so asking from the standpoint of opinions of everyone on like that liquidity and that opportunity, because NFTs. They are in its infancy stage right now, and while I'm not a big fan of like the whole PFP thing either, I do think that there's going to be more evolved use cases for it. I mean, specifically, maybe way down the line when it comes to real estate, particularly. But you could even use NFTs in music for copywriting and stuff. I mean, there's things we can't even think about that an NFT could encompass. And so I slightly disagree with like Richard's standpoint in the sense that like NFTs have no use case, and like, you know, I understand he thinks they're a necessary evil, but that's I guess I should have clarified that from the beginning, is like, what's everyone's standpoint on the liquidity potential of like an Ethereum ecosystem of NFTs coming into the Pulse chain to stimulate the Pulse chain and ecosystem.
Well, given that situation, let me ask you this then, Kareem. The NFT project supposedly being designed for the Pulse chain is Mintra, and we're told that's super simple code because they're just copying OpenSea, which I know was hacked over the last couple of days. But what would your opinion be of throwing a small amount of money into that?
Guys, I got robbed again. Jesus Christ.
Okay. I can repeat the question if you'd like.
I got robbed.
Okay, no worries, no worries. So yeah, the NFT project that is supposed to be being built now for PulseChain is called Mintra, and the argument for it, as I understand it, is it's super simple code. I wonder if he got rugged again. I think he might have. Are you still there, Kareem? Yeah, okay. So supposedly this Mintra is super simple code and easy to duplicate without a lot of problems with bugs. So what would your opinion be of throwing, you know, a small amount like $500 or something into Mintra?
Hey, I can answer that if Kareem's still trying to connect. I wrote an article quickly about it, and I watched a lot of the video about it as well. When it comes down to it, it's pretty much they're building the code. They just said it's a fork of OpenSea just to kind of make it relatable. I rewrote the article because it's closer to a fork of Rarible. But yeah, it's not technically a fork. I think it was just kind of just making it easy to explain. But according to Gerardo, they're pretty much rebuilding the code from the bottom up.
And if you want, I can explain essentially how an NFT is a wrapper. I've been saying it for over a year. You have to think about the utility of something that petrock.com needed to boil down and set the bedrock for everyone to need a .com. Using silly things doesn't mean that it's not useful in understanding the throughput of what something is. An NFT is just a wrapper that has an identity. That wrapper can also wrap around another identity that can hold another wrapper and use an Oracle or a DAO or any other throughput.
Okay. Well, we heard some of the reasons that it might not be a good idea to put stuff into, things that are not Pulse-related projects. But is this one simple enough? And since there doesn't seem to be any other NFT stuff in the space, do you think it's a reasonable bet if it's money you can afford to lose? Or what are your thoughts about Mintra? Sounds like you're knowledgeable, so.
I mean, it depends. It's a Hexagon-based project, and I like Gerardo a lot, so that's one vector that's different than I know a bunch of people trying to do the exact same thing. Now, everyone is all up in hype over silly JPEGs, but they really don't understand the real power and process that those can do. As someone stated before, you have to think about an NFT as like having direct or DVD content with the director's cut, right? People can torrent and steal the movie like we did way back in the day in the Napster days and, the early cam video days. Now people just rip the damn shit off of Netflix. You don't even have to worry about low quality DRM problems. But when you take an NFT or a wrapper, not an image, a wrapper, and you collect different parts of that wrapper, you can actually unlock an oyster, which would be executive content, executive throughput, hell, even exclusivity to see an artist. There's so many ways that you can use this.
All right, guys.
I'm back. Sorry earlier. Again, I keep getting rugged. I apologize. I'm trying to answer your question. It's just for whatever reason, after you asked the question, I got rugged again. I couldn't speak. But yeah, shout out to Kool-Aid. He's right. So two things, because I heard you talk about the main strategy briefly. I've had a conversation with Gerardo, so I can say two things so far. Number one, again, he's not the dev, okay? He's still learning. So people need to understand that. So again, as I said, do your own research, be careful. So, but don't just put it all on Gerardo. I'm a big proponent of personal accountability. He's not the dev. He's learning. He wants to do well. It's kind of the sense of, hey, OpenSea type is gonna be on PulseChain, so maybe I can take the point on that learning and trying to do well. So, but he's not the dev; he's still learning. Number two, he did tell me they're not, because I brought up to him the same thing. Hey, what's up with this? The hack thing. Obviously, it happened recently. He didn't know because he hadn't had a chance to learn about it. But he told me that they're building it from scratch. That they're not just going to copy the thing, so to speak. And I immediately told him after that, well, that means you're definitely going to be getting an audit, right? And they said, yes, we're going to be doing the audit with it. So right now, like I've been telling people, it's at your own risk, but be very, very careful. But I know Gerardo means well. I can honestly say that. They're building from scratch. They're going to be doing audits and whatever. But I'm a big proponent of, again, finished product or stuff that I know past the checklist. You see, when you keep it like that, it doesn't become a game of, oh, I like you or I don't like you. No, this again, it's like running a business. There's certain checkpoints that needs to be there. If you choose to ignore the checkpoints and you go solo, if you go and you lose your money, there's nobody to blame but yourself because you ignore the checkpoints. It's literally that simple. You can play the risky approach or you can play the self approach. It's totally up to you, but he did say to me they're building from scratch. He did say to me that there will be an audit at some point. So, and I said, no problem. Do all the stuff. When all that's done, you want to try to pass the checklist, then we can revisit the conversation. Those who want to sacrifice right now, do whatever, that's totally fine too. But understand the risk that comes associated with that. Overall, NFT is going to be good for the Pulse chain. Now, in terms of the individual use case, I'm telling you, there is a lot of garbage out there. There is the famous 2%. If you believe you can find the 2%, good luck to you. That's all I can say. If you think you can't, then yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, let me paraphrase it this way. If you go back to the times when we used fax machines, what's the difference between a fax machine and an email? The ability to attach a file, which is a unique use case that also has the ability to be sent to multiple people. Back in the days of AOL and dial-up, people didn't understand, what's this email? Why do I care? Well, look at how everything else is now used that only has attachments. The use case of the wrapper is the most important part. It will set the precedent for everything to come. Its use case now is petrock.com. But also, I think it's Rags to Riches After Dark 4 or whatever I cameoed like 3 weeks ago. I called this hack. Not only did I call this hack, I said that I could take it 2 steps forward and I could break your wallet and take not just your NFTs, but everything with it. So it's complex, but you really have to understand the consequences of your actions and where you are in the future. So like, as someone that actually does game dev for a living, I can use the term game theory because that's my job, but I'm also a retired hacker. So I can actually think like how someone would attack you. And I've also talked security on all of my streams on how to avoid those kind of stuff when you come in. So it's important to understand both the throughput, the output, and where the world is going. And I know Gerardo is a good guy, and I like him a lot. I appreciate his content. He has a great mind. Thinks a lot like me. However, like Kareem was just saying, he is also not the dev. So invest in what you can afford to lose to support someone that you respect. But the end-all be-all is not an NFT traded database. Look at what Royal is doing through NAS. Basically, they're running the music gambit based on NAS. But then who just came out with one? Some famous fucking Oh no, Snoop Dogg. Who has more fucking pull? Death Row Records or NAS? So they're all playing with straws right now. They don't really understand the future throughput yet because again, they're only looking at it from their understanding of their ecosystem on where they came up if they were a celebrity or their developer basis based on how they have coded or been an artist or worked. You only can look through the lens that you can see with your own two eyes.
Very wise words. I hope people are paying attention. Thank you so much, Kool-Aid. And one more thing to piggyback again, something Richard has said before. NFT, when you can sell it, ha ha ha, good for you. When you buy it, that's where the issue is. The caveat, what Kool-Aid just said at the end is, those other people who are doing that, remember, they're celebrity. They have a brand. They have all this other stuff. So when they're being marketed this stuff, they do it because they see it as a way, for lack of a better word, I'm sorry to say it, it's just a polished, beautiful version of a cash grab. Because at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's basically what's happening. Now, hey, maybe you love the artist enough to like, you know what, I'm gonna buy this from him the same way you would buy a CD back in the day or a poster or go to the concert because you see the emotional connection. That is all fine. But remember who those people are. They are celebrity. They have already that equity that they can tap into. So when they play the NFT game, same thing with Gary Vee, you know what I mean? He has enough equity out there, sweat equity, and known that he can do that, get the money, and even be the man in the middle because he's also created the platforms and he gets a nice cut every time the NFTs are dancing left and right. You know what I mean? At least he's honest about it. But the point of the matter is, those are the people that benefit, the one that sells it, not the one that buys it. And a lot of people here, no offense, you won't be the one selling it, you'll be the one buying it. And that's why we just want to warn you from that. You know what I'm saying? Now, maybe you can
Also, one more thing before I go.
Well, then a question for Kareem or Crypto K. Does this mean, since it is not really a fork of OpenSea, that all the NFTs that currently exist will not be brought
They will
over
not.
the same?
No,
It will
no,
not.
that's
So it's an
very, very
empty shelf when Geraldo starts this, right?
That is
Gerardo.
correct. Yeah, but one more thing before I go, because I have a 24-hour day. I've got a blitzkrieg, a fucking map for someone. Where was I fucking going with it? I just lost it. The people that didn't understand that SafeMoon was a fork of Power of Weak Hands, which was the only Ponzi I didn't play with back in 17, are now getting sued from their celebrity status for supporting it. And they got on and they were talking and yipping, but they didn't understand what they were fucking with. You have to understand what fire you're playing with. If you're going to grab a hot pan, you will be burned. That does not mean you should never cook again. It means that you should be careful about what you do and how you understand the throughput and use case of what you're being involved in. All right, guys, I have to fly. Be good.
Thanks, Kool-Aid.
Well, I gotta say, as nice as Gerardo is, I don't know that there's a lot of attraction to having a bunch of empty shelves in the Pulse ecosystem.
Collector Mine, please.
Hello, everybody. Just want to share a few thoughts with you. I'm an NFT artist and I'm an NFT collector. I've been involved in the past of global systems, deployment, development, software manufacturer, help desk support, lifelong support for it, etc. So I'm talking about this from that perspective. I'm a Hexican, and so I have mad respect for Gordog and entrepreneurs and what they're trying to do to bring projects over successful and secure projects over to the PulseChain. You know, I look forward to us having successful projects that are over there. Developing a project is on the scale of OpenSea. OpenSea is doing $5 billion in transactions per month. You know, and to think that somebody
5 billion or 5 million?
5 billion. So to think that someone's going to be able to build a project and launch it over the PulseChain in the short term, and I'm not cutting Gerd Dog at all, but he does technical analysis and YouTubes. He's not a project leader that I know of. I've never known that he's been involved in software development. I'm not knocking him. I'm just talking about skill sets to bring a project to success. So I'm concerned for him. I'm excited for him because entrepreneurship is just an absolute blast. You know, doing new things and bringing mad projects that may be successful is just absolutely awesome. And so you just got to look at it. You know, go with your eyes wide open when you're sacrificing to these projects. As one individual indicated earlier, is that, you know, when you sacrifice something, you might not want to invest anything more than you're willing to lose. It's going to be expensive for them to do this development stuff. This is not putting a server in a closet and running it out of your house. You know, that's not the way this type of stuff works. It might work if you're trying to do something small and want to build up and scale over time. You know what I mean? And so it's they're up against a big headwind. So their competitor is OpenSea. Another competitor is Coinbase. Coinbase has been talking about launching an NFT marketplace for 4 to 5 months. They still haven't launched it. That shouldn't be lost on us. And the reason being is because it's large scale, complicated. You know, and they're talking about bringing on I think it's 700 and something more million customers that are in the Coinbase market. So, you know, they have bigger issues than someone that's just initially launching out on PulseChain. The let's see, project, blah blah blah. Yeah, so I think the question comes up, you know, when we're as Hexicans, when we're looking at this type of stuff, and we're at the particular point in the history of Hex, PulseChain, PulseX, the launch of PulseChain, and stuff like that. All these new projects that are seeking funds from us. I think they're potentially a very valuable question that we can help new people specifically to say, is it better to buy and stake Hex prior to PulseChain launch, get the double over there on PulseChain, than it is to sacrifice stable coins or another cryptocurrency to liquid loans and to Mintra, you know, the Gerdog project that's going on? And sometimes I've asked that question, and some of the people that are in positions that would respond to that do not respond directly to it. And to me, that's telling. And so I think that's a question that we ought to ask ourselves and help new people ask themselves when they're looking at, hey, potentially launching off into a project that's seeking funds through sacrifice. Again, I'm excited for PulseChain launch, excited for good projects that are secure launching over on the PulseChain. And change management is hard, but I'm just very, very excited about what's going on for the community. And I want nothing but success for these projects and people that are involved in them. So please accept my words in the spirit that they're intended.
Very wise words. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Guys, if I get rug pulled one more time, I'm going to bed. I'm just telling you right now. It's almost 3 a.m., but yeah, this thing is playing games on me. But yeah, no, again, it's very important that we look at it in an emotional way, because again, like we have said many times for the past 6 hours, this is people's money we're talking about. We have to be very, very, very careful, but also like the gentleman has been doing, and like I do my very best to do, and I said this all the time, even on Corn Game, you can be very direct. You don't have to be rude. Let's not attack people. Again, I know Gerardo to a certain extent very well, and I know he means well, and he's trying to do his best, and he has given me the opportunity to ask him questions, because some people don't even do that. And then I was politely letting him know where I stand and what was going on. So that way, it doesn't become like, community fighting, because we don't need that kind of garbage. We just need to be, hey, here's the checklist. Do you pass the checklist? Yes or no? It's like an investor, right? This is what I want to see. You can bring it to me, you get money. You don't bring it to me, it's no hard feelings. It's not like a no, it's like a not yet. Go get the stuff, come back. We'll go back to the drawing board, and then reroll. Now, for those who want to ignore the checklist, that's fine. Do what you want to do. But don't come back crying later if something bad would happen. We're going to tell you, hey, we told you about the checklist, right? We did our job as a good community responsible members. We're doing our job. We're letting you know about the checklist. Should you choose to ignore it, that's on you. And that's the best we can do. So it doesn't become like, oh, so and so said this or so and so said that. No, I'm also pro business, pro capitalism. If you provide a successful product that, let's say, over time it does very well, year or 2 years from now, and we're getting a $5 billion volume, let's be extremely positive here, right? Then it's gonna be good for us. It's gonna be good for PulseChain. It's gonna burn a lot of coin, a lot of deflationary action, and life goes on. Again, ultimately, and I'll leave with this, we're in a beautiful position, thanks to all of what the stuff we have, that there is no rush. People act like if you don't do it now, it's like you're not going to be able to do it later. Like, no, safety first. You could literally pass a sacrifice phase and then wait and then think launch and hopefully nothing bad happen. And then maybe you buy it on a discount. It's better that way. Because ultimately, once again, whether it is $10, $100, or $1 million, the due diligence and the research should be the same. Because if not, you're going to start cutting corners. And then maybe not this project, but then the next, you're going to cut the corner again, and that's the rug pull. And then you lose all your money. And then you're upset at yourself. Because you thought you were smart about this, and then, hey, something else happened. So same thing with the audited code. I can't stress that enough. That's the number one. You can mean well, and then you get hacked. And then what are we going to do? We can't even be mad at you because it's just frustrating because you also lost the money. So it's not like you stole it. But at the end of the day, the money's gone. So we got to be very careful about that.
Guys, I had a question. Now the Furus are really pushing this new Vitalik video where he's saying that the merge is going to happen between June to August. And Vitalik is saying that we're going to be moving to a proof of stake system this year in this new video. So I'm not a technical guy, but he's claiming the merge is going to happen between June to August. Any thoughts around that? What do you guys think? Was the whole 6 years thing just a hoax and they're looking to launch this year, or merge is just one of the first few steps and they will eventually take 6 years to roll that out? If anyone can just throw some light on that.
I think personally, Vitalik got caught up on live TV being too honest because, I mean, again, don't watch what they do, right? And then maybe some of his team, they'll probably say, hey, you can't be talking about this 6 year stuff. It's bad for investors. So you need to come up with a new narrative. So that's what I believe, honestly. So this whole, and again, it's my first time hearing about it, but I would take it with a grain of salt. The whole this year, we've heard that before, okay? Ethereum has missed a lot of deadline for a very, very long time. And we know how hard this thing is, and it's very hard to change an engine, right, while it's driving. So we get all that. So you can't just go from, hey, 6 years, and he was very dead honest when he said that with a straight face, to like, oh, this year, yeah, but what's the game plan? What are the actionable steps? You can't just change the date and just tell me, hey, no. So I would take that with a grain of salt, not bet on that. You know what I mean? And then ultimately, the beauty about being on HEX and being staked, we talked about that game theory before too. Let's say they decide to go some easier route by just kind of forking the network or whatever, and just going to proof of work that way by just doing a copy. Well, guess what? We get a third copy of our hex stack too. So either way, whether we do anything or we do nothing, we're gonna benefit regardless. But we're not sitting there waiting for them. You know what I mean? I'm more bullish and believe that PulseChain will come out before than them. That's for sure. So I would say take it with a grain of salt. Knowing sales and business marketing, that was probably his marketing team telling him, hey.
Think he got rugged.
You get rugged?
Pretty sure it got rugged.
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, Hex Orca, I'll just, on Twitter, I'll just send you the link to that video where it has Vitalik talking about this, because I'm not technical. Maybe you can have a look at it and, address that later on. I think that'll be great, just for some clarity. So that we know, if it's a marketing pitch or there's some seriousness to that, I think that'll be great. All right.
Welcome back, Kareem.
I don't know. Why is it just me? I don't
Come
get
back.
Thought you were leaving, bro.
I know.
It's your
It was,
energy.
but I was so pissed that I
It's your energy.
pisses me off. That's why I have to come back. Fuck, this is crazy. We need to fork Twitter.
Yeah, for sure.
I would invest $1 million to somebody who fork this thing. Because it's not depressing.
That's a good idea, by the way.
Yeah. Oh my God. I don't know if the gentleman heard what I said last. What was the last thing you guys heard from me before I disappeared?
El Professor, would you please repeat what did you ask before? Or what did you say to Kareem before? Because
Yeah.
Kareem got dragged. Thank you.
Kareem, the last thing we heard was you were telling us that this could be a marketing pitch from Vitalik, just because you can't give the message out that it's going to take 6 years.
Yes.
So you were emphasizing on that.
Thank you. I remember that. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all my radars are on. Like my sales skills are like, yeah, no, fuck that. Because he said it with such a straight face, and he was just being honest. And then it's bad for investors, especially in a bear market, because people are going to be like, you know what? Let's dump Ethereum, wait the 6 years or wait the bear market, and then buy it back cheaper. And they did the other stuff. People didn't like that, so that's why they probably told him, hey, go on live television again and tell them, something else. Because not only he just went from 6 years to like, oh, this year, but what's the game plan? You see, there's no game plan. There's no step by step how we're gonna get there. It's just more like, oh, this sometime this year. Yeah, we heard that before. That's not gonna fly. So to me, that's more of a marketing play, and I'm way more confident in PulseChain launching way before they do anything else. And ultimately, again, we're in a beautiful position, because the only way that I could see them cut corners is by basically forking the network and then doing some type of like airdrop, basically leveraging PulseChain. This is a very cool potential fundamentals, which is we're just gonna get a third copy, because they'll just fork Ethereum again. Because I made the case where they could be waiting for PulseChain, and then PulseChain do very well, and then the investors will be like, look, we have a precedent. A fork of Ethereum, full system stake, blah, blah, blah. Everything works. And then because you get the full copy, this is how we get scalability fixed as well. So they could be waiting for PulseChain to launch successfully, and then use that to now say, hey, we're going to do the same thing because PulseChain has successfully worked. So I can see a play like that happening. But then again, we're definitely going to launch before them. And if they do decide to copy our model because they realize that we're successful, we're also going to benefit from that, because again, that just means that we get a third copy of our hex back, which would be good.
Yeah, but Kareem, wouldn't that eventually dilute these tokens so much if everybody can just make copies and copies and copies that they really wouldn't have much value after a while?
That is technically true, but mathematically, there is no dilution if you're the recipient of the copy. In other words, if something cut in half, but you're getting the other half, there's no real dilution. It's like you're getting the interest of that's being printed. Make sense? So it's kind of like the bad side of Keynesianism, where those idiots print money, government left and right. It sucks for us, but it works for them because they are the recipient of the free inflation. So in other words,
well, yeah, but they have the power of guns and government behind them. It's bad,
yeah,
and we don't. So imagine, let's take it to an absurd conclusion. Imagine that we do this, and every week for the next year, somebody forks this thing, and they really don't have to change much at this point, and you end up with 52 copies of your ERC20 hex or something. I mean, at some point that would be like, ugh,
No, absolutely. No, I don't think it's going to happen that fast. I get what you're saying, but remember, you need to have a use case and a necessity. The fork of PulseChain, number one use case, people take that lightly, but it's so important. The fees are actually high. And we're not trying to blame Ethereum. It's high because of high use. It's like you're a victim of your own success. So when you get a copy because fees are high, then it's going to justify the move. If there's just copies to copy an empty blockchain, which by the way has already been tried, we have plenty of empty chains out there, like Richard calls it, which is true. Then those are just gonna basically be a cash grab or just eventually fail. We're talking about forking out of necessity, which in a way, this is how you get to go parallel and then increase the execution, so we can get, fucking hundreds of thousands, millions of transactions per second, basically like a centralized exchange will get or whatever it might be. Because ultimately, this is how we get to true mass adoption. We're going to have a multi-chain world.
All right. So I'm not a developer and I don't understand a lot of technical, but if I understand what you're saying in simple person language, you're kind of saying, look, we have a lot of assets on our side. Number one, we can copy everything. Now, not that everybody else can't copy everything, but they won't have the billions of dollars of liquidity to back it up and make it real. In other words, if I was a developer and I decided tomorrow to just fork the PulseChain after it's up for 6 months or something, I wouldn't necessarily, even if I copied everything exactly, be able to pull it off because I wouldn't have the money to do so or the backing. Is that right?
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. Because also the copy doesn't just sound so easy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you copy, but you're still running don't curse, Kareem. You're still running a blockchain. Make sense? Like you still gotta, it's not like proof of work, but it doesn't mean it's free. You still got to, run the servers and all this other stuff, get the validator, make sure everything goes well, and all this other stuff. It's not as easy as it sounds. You're getting a second job.
Okay,
does that make sense?
fair enough.
So, but you are correct, and that is key. It needs to be emphasized. The secret is, thanks to the value of the sacrifice or whatever it might be, we actually have the money to back it up to make sure this thing is not like useless. And more importantly, to me, we have an actual use case, because without a use case, how are you going to get the new money to come in? How are you going to get the new customer to use it? We're literally the thing waiting to happen because some customers are dying to use it. We're creating something that already has demand. It's not like, hey, kumbaya, let's create this thing out of thin air and then just hope people want to use it. No, we already know people are using it. They want to use it. That's why the fees are so high. It is a direct feedback mechanism to know that the need is there. Because if the need wasn't there, the fee wouldn't be as high as what it is now. Now, it went down, but that's just more effect of the bear market. The waves are still high. It's just Ethereum price went down. So it looks cheaper, but it's not. We're still getting, every now and then 100 grays. But it is trending down. Again, bear market to be expected. But it's not as low as what it was. Like,
Hell yeah, Ted.
Does that make sense? So we still got that use case coming in. And then when PulseChain comes in, this needs to fill up first. And then if it does fill up, then we can just add capacity from there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great, man. Thank you for awesome speech. Thank you.
All right, fellas. It is 3 a.m. for me here, Puerto Rico. Unless it's the last question, I think I am going to bed, so I don't get rug pulled. I want to exit proud.
Great, man. Thank you for awesome speech. Thank you for your answers.
And by the way, instead of forking Twitter, just stick a fork in Twitter. It's done.
We named the rugs after you. We'll call it the Alpha rug. Every time you wanted to get the Alpha, you got rug.
Be careful. Somebody might create an NFT for that too. Lol. Just kidding. All right, guys. Love you very much, as always. Keep up the good work, Orca. I appreciate you.
You bet.
Maybe
Take
tomorrow
care,
I'll hop in. I know you're doing the 24-hour thing, so I wanted to show some love.
Yeah,
Peace
I
out.
appreciate it.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you for
time,
coming in
Kareem.
and helping everyone.
God bless.
Hey, Orca, just on Twitter, I've sent you that link to that white video. So not now, obviously, whenever you get a chance, I think inputs from you would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, you bet. I saw the message, so I sent you a little reply. I'll check it out when I can.
Thank you, brother.
If anybody has any questions, feel free to come up.
Yeah, just open invite. Anybody who wants to come up and speak, feel free. It's a totally open forum. If you have questions, we'll try to give you the best answers we can. If we got to find somebody that can give a better answer, we will. Otherwise, feel free to bring up whatever topics you'd like. Just have respect for everyone's voice and everyone's time. And with that said, take it away. Mello is in here. Somebody
Yeah.
was asking about Mello earlier.
I think they're like offline, like online, offline.
They're sleeping.
Yeah.
It's the Hexagon ASMR hour. So everybody just cuddle on into your pillow and blanket and enjoy your night. You degenerates.
Crypto.
The late night Hex Radio.
Yeah, whoever has a good radio voice, this is your time to really shine for the community.
I guess all radio voices are asleep.
Which YouTube channels are broadcasting this?
It's posted up at the top by Sean. The What's Not on the News page has a YouTube channel. And then
I'm also streaming it.
I'm going to say good night to everybody and thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank
it's
you,
been
Danny.
awesome having you in the space.
Yes, it was really useful information about taxes, especially for newcomers to the to the US. I mean, thank you for that. It was interesting.
You
A
bet.
lot of stuff. Yeah, a lot of stuff to learn.
Yeah. Well, I just, when I was a younger person, I realized that the IRS was my partner. And so I've been keeping that in mind my whole career. And I highly recommend you guys do too, especially if we're going to make a lot of money, But have a great night, everyone. If anyone has tax questions pertaining to Puerto Rico, you can just hit me up in a DM and I'll be happy to answer to the best of my
Appreciate your
ability.
insights on the real estate stuff, Danny. That was awesome.
Sure.
Thank you.
Bet. Thank
Have
you.
a good night.
You too.
That's awesome that we have more like new people who talk about new things, like not like new, but who give new insights about different topics like taxes, because it's really important, and the way we head into I think it's important to know, because we are all here or we will be there soon. So maybe anybody else who knows about taxes and who has experience or stuff or anything else that you want to talk about, please, you're welcome to.
Orca's supposed to be getting some sort of attorney thing, right?
I'm looking into Juris Doctorate for tax law. But it's, jurisdiction specific, so there's a lot of nuance. It's probably not really an effective catch-all discussion usually. So I would think that keep being aware of some of the news from regulatory institutions is probably a worthwhile endeavor if you're going to have investments in crypto. And then as for legal advice, seek professional help if you don't have the capacity to manage your own taxes. That's just kind of a necessary part of the game. Some places make it much more difficult than others.
Wish it was easy. Like as far as this whole crypto stuff, wish there were just more like guidelines. Because you mean there's CPAs out there don't know jack shit about crypto. So it's like you gotta, if you're in crypto, it's kind of a hard waters to navigate. And specifically, if anybody does go into like being a CPA and getting their license or even attorney license and can give like accurate crypto advice, I think that there's a huge gonna be and already is a huge market for that.
Would love to get a bit of info on anyone in Aussie land for crypto taxes. That'd be unreal.
We have a new speaker here. I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name, but Regal Frothingham. You're welcome to speak if you want.
Yeah, I was just wondering if anyone in Australia has come across much for tax issues with crypto and reporting. Yeah, that's about it.
You are from Australia, as I assume, yeah? How's the situation with crypto in your country? How government regulates it? Can you share with us if you don't mind?
I don't know a ton about it, but they were doing needing to report on every single transaction, which I don't know if that's any different from any other countries, but I think they're changing the legislation to just your like at the end of the year what your total profit is to what your total loss is across the board on that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting to know how different countries approach to this situation, because I think we are all going to be in crypto super soon, and it's interesting to know.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the worst, how bad is my mic?
It's pretty good. I can hear you pretty well.
Awesome. Yeah.
Like a 7.
Maddie, you've been gone forever. But your mic sounds
I have
fine.
not been gone forever. I've been right here listening to every single word.
That's awesome.
Biting my tongue so hard that it's bleeding all over the place.
You don't have to bite your tongue. You can
Sometimes
always
you have to
jump in.
sacrifice to learn where everybody else is at.
That's fair.
The silent killer.
I'm a therapist. I'm a good listener.
That's important.
Sorry, Maddie, what was the question you asked? I got cut off. You said a scale of 1 to 10.
How bad is my mic? I'm using the AirPod Pro, the ones that go over your ears, and they have an amazing microphone inside of them. I'm barreling down a super windy, noisy highway, and I can't even hear myself, but when I wear these, I can hear everything really clearly. So they must have some sort of noise cancellation that's helping people hear me. Yay.
Yeah, you really have a good earbuds.
So when it comes to taxes, I know I pay taxes because I don't want to get put in a metal cage. And I know that there's a crazy amount of complexity when it comes to taxes because I've done all my own research. And so, yeah, it's something that I want to talk about eventually. I think talking about taxes is something that Richard definitely does not do because, I guess, of regulatory blowback You know, being accused of being a tax advisor is, you know, it's a crime in some places. And so I think that has kind of opened the door to create a space for people.
All right, Kamaru Fresh, I got to answer this question with voice, man, because it's too difficult to communicate this with you via text. So there's a few things that you need to understand about using Coinbase. All right, when you use Coinbase, you are it's a little complicated. So when you purchase a crypto asset from Coinbase, you're not actually owning the cryptocurrency itself. If you purchase cryptocurrency on a decentralized exchange like a Uniswap, then technically you actually own the asset, and you would hold that asset in a non-custodial wallet, which means it's a wallet that you take responsibility to. You have the private keys and the seed phrases to. And ideally, you would have a cold storage wallet like a Ledger or a Trezor, and you would store your crypto on something like that that's taken offline for security purposes. It's like having a vault, right? It's like taking your money to the bank and putting your money in a vault. The difference is when you buy an asset on Coinbase, so you said, let me see what you said here. Yeah, I have a cold storage wallet. I buy crypto from Coinbase and transfer to my wallet. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good policy and that's good practice. What your question? You're asking something about like where your money goes. You're trying to get to like, is my money just being held in cyberspace? I know where you're trying to go, but there's some things you have to understand about Coinbase. Because Coinbase is a centralized exchange, technically you don't own the asset that you're purchasing on Coinbase because it's held up in their system. It's in their wallet. They have everything recorded, right, in their system because it's all centralized. They show that you purchased that asset, but you don't actually own the Bitcoin or the Dogecoin or whatever asset that you're purchasing. It's not actually yours because they're holding the asset for you in their wallet on their ledger. So the only way you could actually technically own those assets is if you purchase them. You can purchase them on Coinbase and then take them away from Coinbase into either a hot wallet or a cold storage wallet. Cold storage wallet's much more secure. At that point, you then own the asset, and your money, it's actually recorded and ledged on the blockchain. So the blockchain is just a chain of blocks. It's a chain of information that's recorded over the course of time, and anybody can go. It's all open source, so anybody can go into the blockchain and look at those transactions and see that Kamaru Fresh, wallet ID 0x blah 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 blah, purchased X amount of Bitcoin or Dogecoin or Shiba or HEX or whatever it is that you're purchasing. And then that's the proof that shows that you made that transaction. And then that transaction is then stored on the blockchain, and you have, depending on the blockchain, there's different validators and things that go and validate those transactions to make sure that they're actually accurate and that transaction actually happened. So where your money goes, I mean, that's literally what it is. It's just recording that on the blockchain. So I hope that answers your question. But specifically with what you're trying to get to on Coinbase, it's tricky there because you have to understand that if it's not your keys, then it's not your coins. So I hope hope that helps you understand. Yes, but the USD money I sent to Coinbase, I assume Coinbase just owns the USD money now. So where does that money go? Like, does Coinbase just own it in their business account? Yeah. So like when you purchase something, you're trading one asset for another asset. So that's all that the ledger is. That's all that the blockchain is just recording. Okay, you traded this asset for this asset. So when you give your money initially to Coinbase and you buy Bitcoin, and it depends on what exchange you go to. It's the same if you go to like Binance or if you go to Kraken or if you go to Gemini, right? Or KuCoin, right? If you go to these different centralized exchanges, you give them your money and you're trading one asset for a different one. Yeah, like the USD value that you put on that platform to trade it for another asset, that's you're giving them your USD. So I hope that answers your question.
will be
And
accept.
yeah, well, who knows, eh? It's like Twister. All that. It's just keep finding a new spot. Um, I'm going to say this up front. I have no answers for either of you on the tax front. That's going to be Maddie's. I hope Maddie's contribution to some extent. Yeah, Orca. Yeah, it's going to poke fun at me this whole time. I know it. Maddie, you've been in this community as long as as long as it exists, or at least as long as I remember the community existing. You know that any content that you make is always appreciated. And especially for on taxes, because we don't know shit. I mean, we really don't. But the tax thing, I was just going to say real quick to Regal and to YV. That's not by accident in the States. The complexity is a bit by design through lobbying, and this goes on both conservative and this. It goes across the political spectrum. It's not one side or the other doing this, because the taxes in, say, where Regal is living in Australia or where I am living, which I'm not going to say at the moment, are incredibly easy in comparison. I'm not saying they're easy, just in comparison. Again, by design, just because there hasn't been as much money put into lobbying to make it more complex, so that you need a tax advisor, you need a tax person at all to do your taxes, if that makes sense. And maybe maybe is that a bit why? Maybe it has something to do with why you find the tax laws so confusing in the States.
Yeah, it is confusing. It is confusing. I have to face this year, first time my tax report. So we'll see.
Are you
Yeah.
dealing with taxes in the Ukraine or in Russia or in the United States?
I'm dealing with taxes. Is it for me question? Sorry, Maddie.
Yeah.
I'm dealing with taxes in the US.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what a cost basis is?
No, unfortunately, yeah. It's going to be my first tax year.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of different ways to look at it, but I think like the most important place to be accountable with your taxes is your fiat off ramp. And that's been like the area where they enforce the most as well, right? And so, for me, I use Coinbase as my offboarding, and so if I'm selling Ethereum or any other cryptos, then I'm going to be moving it to USDC and then taking it to Coinbase. But even if I took ETH and put it on Coinbase and sold it, like whatever shows up at Coinbase for me is income that needs to be paid taxes on. And it matters whether it's a long-term or a short-term capital gain. And so the difference is if you've held the crypto for a year, then it counts as a long-term capital gain, which is taxed usually at a lower rate. And so that's usually 15 or 20% compared to the normal tax rate of an individual, which could be 20%, or it could be 25 or 30 or 40, depending on how much income you have. But the way that I calculated mine this year is like, even if I'm making more than I did at my job as a therapist, I'm still not paying that high of a tax. The tax bracket, it's like a graduated thing. And so, the first however many tens of thousands of dollars are taxed at the lowest rate. And then any amount that you make over that is taxed at a slightly higher rate. And then, the next bracket, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, what I use tax software. And so I use TurboTax, and think it's called cryptotrader.tax. But you need something, or at least what I did, I used something that plugged in with TurboTax, because TurboTax is something where it's going to ask you all the questions that generate your tax documents. And so for me, it seems like I was going to have to give an accountant that information anyway. So why wouldn't I just plug it in myself and make sure it goes in right? And so, yeah, so, for me, it was TurboTax. And then, having some sort of, I think there's maybe like 10 or more different crypto tax softwares that plug into TurboTax. And for me, I just went with one that seemed reputable 2-3 years ago, maybe 4 now. I've been doing crypto taxes. But yeah, so that crypto tax software, is something that each user would have to decide, like, am I comfortable connecting this, to my Coinbase, right?
Yeah, right.
And you want to be careful with that sort of thing. But Coinbase also allows you to export your data files of all. You have to do it, I think, for each coin. So if you've been trading 1,000 different coins, you have to download 1,000 different forms. But it's basically, you can download a file that shows, the day that the coin was traded, bought or sold, and then what the price was at that moment, and that becomes basically your accounting ledger that you can import into different tax softwares if you're not connecting the Coinbase directly, or whatever, Binance, all different exchanges, they connect, but you might not want to connect for people who aren't trusting it. And so I would recommend then downloading the files and plugging them in. And then, honestly, it all kind of plugs in pretty easily, and the tax laws are built in. So that's the first level of crypto tax, is just like the standard approach. And then there's some like really creative things you can do with like trusts, and stuff like that, to where if you planned ahead, you don't have to pay taxes in certain situations. And so that's pretty cool. And that's something that I also want to kind of write about, and maybe get some help of a couple other people who don't like charging for things and are super knowledgeable.
Maddie, where did you go to find a lot of that information?
All of that I just said was just from experience. But again, that's just like the basic level of like, you have your TurboTax, and then there's a tax software that plugs into that. And basically what your taxes are doing, you can choose which method of accounting you want to use. So there's something called FIFO, which is first in, first out, versus like LIFO, I think, or so then there's like, but that's the overwhelmingly most common one, first in, first out. And then you're basically showing, every time you do a crypto swap or trade, you potentially owe taxes on that, unless you're just swapping something and then you're swapping it again for the same value. So for example, if I buy USDC and then I swap it for ETH and then I swap it for HEX, if I did that all in the same day, or in the same moment, and there wasn't a huge price swing, then I don't have to pay taxes on doing USDC to ETH, because they were the same price when I got rid of the ETH. And so it's only when you make a profit on a trade that you have to report. Or, if you have a profit on a trade, then you have to show what the cost basis was. So you have to show the record of what you bought it for. And if you don't have a record and you can't show anything, which you usually should be able to because it's on the blockchain, but if you're kind of not wanting to show all your cards or something, then there is the option of just not showing, and then you basically have to pay as if it were all profit. So, if somebody did 1,000x, it's very little difference between, in some cases, if your cost basis was $100 and now it's worth 100,000, the difference between your cost basis being $100 and being $0 is practically nothing. That's a difference of $20 in taxes. So you might, you might choose to not even include, your whole blockchain wallet in that kind of a situation, and that's okay. That's legal, in my, limited understanding, because you can just report it as a zero cost basis. So.
Thank you. It's interesting. And I want to add that the other day we had a space with HEX ORCA also. And actually today he was also our Hexagon Kool-Aid, like pretty interesting person. And he said that he said a lot about taxes, and he said a lot about that people have to be educated on taxes, and of course TurboTax is the most simple for people, especially for people like me, because I have no clue what is going on with American tax system, IRS and stuff, so I will dive into it soon. But Kool-Aid said that TurboTaxes, TurboTax and all these application designed this way to make you pay more. Correct me if I'm wrong. And maybe if you DM him, you can both make really good material about taxes, because I assume he has Kool-Aid. He has pretty decent knowledges in that perspective.
Yeah, I think that, there's probably more specifics to make that statement true or not. I think, again, it kind of, taxes to some extent are kind of how much work you want to put into it, but at the same time, you could, it's like math class and the teacher's not looking, you can copy the right answer and nobody cares. So, I don't know about that, but so, yeah, I mean, there are way more advanced tax strategies. I think at the end of the day, if you're cashing out $100 million like that, you're going to want to make sure you're good. If you're cashing out, $50,000, you're not really that likely to be audited. I mean, you're really not. But you still want to, do things well enough. And so for the person who's cashing out 50K, again, I mean, I can't give any tax advice, but all I can say is just what I've done. And that's not definitive either, because I could still they can audit you back 7 years. But yeah, I mean, you might not want to spend $10,000 on in tax advisory fees for cashing out, $50,000.
100%, yeah.
And then TurboTax would be just right for you. I mean, honestly, I've looked at these advanced tax strategies, and I formed my own trust and went down that route. And I mean, it's not that great. It's okay. There's always going to be a trade-off, Do you want to spend, even $1,000 to set up some advanced tax strategy? Maybe not, but it's definitely good to learn about. And that's what I think, the more people who can weigh in and show what they've done and how that works, there's a huge cost to moving somewhere else, or renouncing your citizenship and all this other stuff. To me, it's in 20% of these mad gains. It's not the worst deal in the world.
Yeah, I agree. I do want to pay taxes, because I can see at least where my taxes go. Because in Ukraine and in Russia, I didn't see that. I mean, I saw, but it was different. Yeah, the taxes in my countries, unfortunately, go to pockets of our government leaders. So
Yeah, I got a chance to visit the Museum of Corruption this past fall
oh gosh, where?
in Kiev.
Museum of Korea. Oh, that huge palace of Yanukovych. Am I right? Oh my God, I've never been there. I left Ukraine before Yanukovych ran away from Russia. I left before that conflict, and I've never been there. And how was it?
It was
It's
crazy.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's the most extreme example of corruption I've ever seen, because it was gold all over everything.
Yeah.
You know, $100,000 drapes and just
Yeah.
everything imported. I think somebody was saying maybe he extorted like $4 billion out of the country before he got kicked out.
All of them, not only Yanukovych, all of them. They like all do this to our poor Ukraine. Visional, you want to speak? You want to add something?
Oh, I was just, I don't, sorry, I had
Go
my
for
first
it.
time raising my hand. I usually just blurt it out in Orca's things, but yeah, I was just responding to Maddie because he was talking about I think you said something along the lines of past person was in this chat saying that there's cheaper ways. TurboTax is designed to make you pay more, blah blah blah. And while that could be a completely true statement, it can also at the same time be nothing to really worry about. It could be just that it's designed for convenience, so you pay a little bit extra for that convenience and the knowledge as well, right?
Right.
Just like Maddie was talking about these advanced tax strategies. I mean, the trust strategy is probably the most well known of, but not well known how to do. I wouldn't say that those two things are the same concept. But there's also these elaborate ones with religious entities in the States specifically. And again, it goes back to what Maddie was saying, where, when it's tens of millions of dollars versus 50K, it might not be worth setting up your own church like Mel Gibson did to not pay taxes on $40 million, right? It just it might be worth the TurboTax license. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting about church. Today I was talking in my group chat in Telegram with Russians people about how governments in Russia and in Ukraine, how they try to, not governments, but government leaders who steal all government money, people money actually. What Russians government is doing right now, they build church in every backyard.
Yeah. Is that the same reasons or similar reasons? Like you can't really attack it, right? You can't.
Yeah.
It's sort of like unapproachable. Yeah.
Yeah. Dragon.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I just had a quick question for Maddie. In regard, we were just talking about taxes, and he said that he was going to work on like a blog with, other people he might know that might have other understandings of taxes. I'm assuming within the U.S., there's a large population that are U.S. based. Where would you, just in basic terminology right now, where would you put HEX inflation in terms of taxes?
Sorry, just driving through an area, but I will if I go quiet, it's because I'll be back in a minute. But here I am. Inflation, same word. You said HEX inflation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Where would you put HEX inflation in terms of taxes? Just, in basic terminology. As I mentioned, I know you're going to do a blog and, get together with some people, hopefully to build something, but just for simple terms right now.
So when you say inflation, what do you mean? Because inflation to me means like when people stake and they earn APY. Is that what you mean?
Correct. Yep. Just APY.
So the APY is not taxable according to a recent ruling, which is not a law or guidance, but it's just like a ruling in the US that if you stake a coin and you earn more of that coin, then you don't pay taxes on that until you swap it for something else. It could be anything. It could be USDC, it could be Bitcoin or Ethereum, and then or it could be Pulse. If you swap for Pulse when it gets launched, anytime you swap one coin for another, that's considered a taxable event. And if you profited compared to what you bought the first crypto for, or what it was worth at the time of this swap compared to the time when you started, then you would owe tax on the profit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. But like in terms of the APY that we get, assuming you staked out for let's say 2 months, 60 days, and you made 10,000 hex, and you sold that for USDC, what would be your cost basis? Would it be like 0, and then you made 10,000 hex times the USD value of the day, and then pay capital gains on that? Or you know what I mean? Maybe I'm not explaining myself, but
No. I understand. So that's where it goes back to what I said about first in, first out versus other less common accounting methods. And so basically the idea is in some cases you could choose, as long as you were being consistent every year of your taxes, you could choose how you wanted to do the order of operations for that, in the sense that, let's say you put in $1,000, right? And then let's say now you have $1,000 worth of interest plus all your principal, and you only are getting out the interest.
Right.
Then you could choose whether your cost basis was $1,000, and now you're cashing out $1,000, and now for the remaining crypto that's still in there, that's going to be a cost basis of 0. Whereas, let's say you cash out $900 and you put in 1,000, then you could leave that 100 as still part of your cost basis for what you left in.
Gotcha. Okay.
Whereas
makes sense.
Whereas like a less common method of accounting would be like, you could say that you put in $1,000. Let's say you're cashing out 500 of interest and you still have a lot more left in there. You could determine like what percentage was the $500 of the total amount that's still in there. And then you could say that you're basically figuring out like what percentage you're cashing out, and then pay taxes based on that, and then keep track of like what the remainder of the cost basis is. So that's a little bit more complicated method that like isn't necessarily it's not necessarily very common. But then another like kind of related category is if you do something called tax loss harvesting, which is going to be less common for people in HEX. Well, if your stake's long, but if you're doing like shorter stakes or anything, or you hold liquid, actually. So let's take the example of holding a little bit liquid. I usually tell people when they're setting up their staking ladder, even if you have 4 steps on your ladder, 15 years, 10 years, 5 years, and liquid, the liquid is the bottom step of the ladder. But everybody's staking ladders can be different based on their life choices and stuff. But so if you have liquid, let's say you bought HEX at the top and now you're down 50% with that certain batch of coins. What you could do is at the end of the year, you could sell and then like wait a day or two and then buy it back. And you could use that loss that you had let's say, you know, you lost 50% of $1,000. So you could write off $500 off of your taxes out of your normal income. So let's say you have a job that pays $50,000 a year, then you could lower the amount of tax. Basically, you'd only have to pay taxes on $49,500. So I did that like a long time ago with Bitcoin, where I was buying in 2017 and then like dropped a lot. And so I sold at the end of the year and then bought it back so I wouldn't miss out on future gains. And then, you know, like I wrote off, I don't know, $5,000 in losses. But then when I cashed out, it allowed me to, you know, my Bitcoin, it allowed me to have that as a loss, so I could always cash out that $5,000 that I put in without paying taxes on that amount. But then the stuff that was left in there had a zero cost basis, so I'd have to, you know, pay my taxes later on for the actual profit part. But taking out my principal was the advantage, and the reason I was doing that was to hedge, because I didn't know if Bitcoin was going to go up or down in like 2018.
Gotcha. And would you, in your opinion, you know, we won't hold you to it, but are you doing or considering HEX APY? And, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, would you consider HEX APY like taxable income or capital gains? You know what I mean?
So, yeah. So as you watch your stakes growing with the interest accrued, that is not a taxable event until you swap it for a different coin. So, you know, your HEX, you could have it and then you staked it for a year and then it came out, and now you've got 15% more coins. You don't have to pay anything on that if you restake it or if you hold it liquid. But
yeah, what I'm talking about is when you.
All right, guys, I'm going to leave the stream running, but I'm getting pretty tired, so I'm gonna probably hit the hay. But I'm gonna leave the stream running. But what I need to do is I need to restart the stream because I've been streaming for 9 hours and 54 minutes and 56 seconds now, so almost 10 hours. And every 12 hours, YouTube doesn't think you're streaming legitimately anymore. So, yeah, I have to restart the stream every 12 hours. So as I'm sleeping, I don't want the stream to like die or anything. So if you're watching this on YouTube, I'm going to restart the stream. And if you're watching this on Twitch, I'll just restart it and you'll just have to find the video again. No, I'm not going to sleep for 12 hours, Kamaru Fresh, probably like 8, but I just didn't want the stream to die while I was sleeping or whatever. So I'm going to restart everything and then turn the video off, turn like my camera off. And then I'm going to keep this running because this Twitter space is going like, it's going to be going for a really long time, probably for the next like 4 days straight. So I'll probably be streaming the entire thing as much as I can. And I'll just leave my computer running and you guys can continue listening to this space because this space is going to continue going. People are going to still talk about HEX and PulseX and Twitch, not Twitch, but PulseChain and stuff. So, yeah, if you want to keep watching and keep listening into these conversations, I'll keep it running for you guys. And then, but as for me, I'm gonna hit the hay. So, yeah, Kamara, I'll give you a follow, man. Let me open up Twitch real fast because I don't have it open. Let me see here. I haven't used Twitch in a long time, if I'm being honest. I used to game. I used to play Halo way back in the day, but I don't play anymore. Let me see here. Dude, I don't even know. How do I follow somebody? I just clicked your name. Follow. Here we go. All right, bud. Gave you a follow. Again, I'm going to restart everything. So I'm going to turn this stream off. I'm going to end the broadcast, but I'm literally immediately going to restart it again. So just look for the new Camaro Fresh. You can go to my YouTube page. It's Crypto Fitness on YouTube. Follow me there too. Subscribe on there. And I've got lots of videos on HEX, and you can learn more about it there too, as well as like the websites and stuff. I did a video specifically showing how you can turn $100 into over $2 million over a 15-year period of time with a HEX staking ladder, snowball staking ladder. So you can check out that video. It's my most watched video. It's got like 85,000 views or something like that. So check that out. And yeah, so stay tuned. Look for the new video. Look for the new stream. I'm just going to turn it off and literally turn it right back on again. So, and make sure to follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. There's a lot of good speakers in here too. So if you're on Twitter, follow these guys as well. All right. Take care. Peace.